Lord of the Mysteries, Silver Key by author Xiang Bu Dao by Ming Liao. Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151 Protection from the Steam Church. Holemik did not stay long at the Russell Memorial Exhibition, and after exchanging a few words with Syrian, he left directly, as if he were a leader inspecting the area. However, after Holemik left, Syrian keenly noticed that the number of security personnel in the Kingdom Museum had increased significantly. It seems these security personnel won't be leaving anytime soon. Am I making it harder for Klein to steal the heresy slate tonight? As he pondered, he followed the crowd to the recreated Rosel's study and quickly spotted half a bookmark peeking out from a stack of yellowed manuscripts. The design on the bookmark was a simple sketch of Rosel dressed in emperor's attire. Neither his spirit vision nor his actual sight could discern anything special about it. Although he couldn't see anything special, his intuition told him that this was the heresy slate, the Black Emperor card, that Rosel had hidden as a bookmark. He stood in front of the folded manuscript, curiously examining it for a while, until a voice suddenly rose behind him. Is there anything special about this stack of manuscripts? Ah! He subconsciously turned his head and once again saw the lady in an olive green long dress and an old-fashioned black soft hat. Behind the fine mesh veil was a face he remembered quite well, Emperor Rosel's eldest daughter, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Seeing that he didn't answer, Bernadette asked again. You've been stopped in front of this manuscript for a long time. Is there anything special about it? After 2 seconds of silence, Syrian deliberated and said, Emperor Rosel's manuscript itself is special enough, isn't it? And this is the original. How do you know it's the original? Bernadette pressed. Syrian was stunned for a moment. He felt that Bernadette seemed overly persistent about this question, but to avoid making Klein's theft even more difficult tonight, he could only brace himself and explain. Well, I'm quite knowledgeable about these types of antiquities, especially those related to Emperor Rosel. After all, there's a worshipper of his in my family. Bernadette nodded noncommittally, then continued to ask. Then why are you only staring at this stack of manuscripts? Syrian showed a somewhat helpless expression and said, because I just started looking. Before, I had a demoness following me, so I didn't have the mind to look at these. He paused, then asked, by the way, did you report her to the Steam Church? Bernadette nodded slightly, then warned. You'd best avoid mirrors recently, don't stray far from churches, and don't lose things like hair or blood. Syrian nodded repeatedly. I understand, thank you for your help. Bernadette said no more and turned to another exhibition hall. In the direction she left, Syrian happened to see Klein walking towards them with the crowd. Their gazes met for a moment. He didn't greet him and directly turned to the next exhibition hall. At this time, there were certainly hidden machinery hivemind members observing him. In the eyes of the machinery hivemind, he shouldn't know the detective Sherlock Moriarty. A rash greeting could bring unnecessary investigation to both of them. Klein looked blankly at Syrian, who had seen him and walked away, his nodding motion stiffening for a moment, then he turned around as if nothing had happened. And began to examine the books and manuscripts in the study. Soon after, he also saw the bookmark placed within the manuscript. Outside the Kingdom Museum, Syrian, who had finished touring the Russell Memorial Exhibition alone, had just walked out the main door when he encountered Carlson, who seemed to be waiting for him there. This place is a bit far from St. Hilarion Cathedral, so His Eminence the Archbishop asked me to take you to the nearby Leverage Church first. Don't worry, it's safe enough now. For the Russell Memorial Exhibition, the church had already dispatched enough security forces, and His Eminence the Archbishop himself came just now, so no one dares to cause trouble at this time. Syrian nodded lightly. Thank you for your trouble. It is quite troublesome. Carlson nodded very honestly. Syrian was stunned for a moment, then used a smile to cover his embarrassment. Carlson said no more and led him directly to the carriage. Only when they arrived at the Leverage Church did he finally relax, looking at Syrian with a mix of pity and exasperation. Although life is hard to calm down after becoming a Beander, yours is far too uncalm. At school, you run into extreme cultists, and after leaving school, you get entangled with a demoness. By the way, how did you secretly report that demoness right under her nose? I reported her. Syrian pointed to himself, his eyes full of surprise. Carlson also reacted to his expression, hesitatingly saying, that report wasn't written by you. But His Eminence the Archbishop. Mid-sentence, Carlson suddenly stopped speaking, then he stiffly changed the subject. Wait here for a moment, I'll go report to the deacon. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe inside the church. Even a high-level demoness wouldn't dare to directly intrude into a true God's church. Steam above. Syrian quickly made a triangular holy emblem shape on his chest, responding with his actions. Steam above. Carlson returned the same gesture, then turned and walked to the back of the church hall. After watching the other party leave, Syrian looked at the sturdy triangular holy emblem in front of him, filled with symbols of steam, gears, and levers, then found a seat in the hall and pretended to pray. A few breaths later, a dense gray fog suddenly surged in his eyes, and at the same time, the figure of Sherlock Moriarty praying to the fool appeared. Respected Mr. Fool, I hope to receive some assistance from Mr. Fate. It's difficult for me alone to obtain the bookmark within Rosel's creative manuscript. The reward I can offer is £500 in cash, and I will add more rewards later depending on the difficulty of this task, or the potentially valuable content within that bookmark. The image and sound of Sherlock Moriarty's prayer quickly disappeared. Syrian looked at the fool in the depths of the gray fog, his tone helpless. The Steam Church has discovered the high-level demoness next to me. I am currently being protected, and my actions are not convenient. Above the gray fog, the fool, Klein, hearing Syrian's reply, slightly pulled back his gaze and then noticed that his surroundings were a church of the god of steam and machinery. No wonder he saw me just now and turned to leave without even a greeting. He paused, then cast his gaze towards the illusory star representing Justice Audrey. Fortunately, he had a backup candidate. Empress Burrow, in a luxurious villa belonging to Count Hall. Audrey, who was sitting at her dressing table letting her thoughts wander, suddenly saw her vision blur, and boundless gray fog surged forth. Then she saw the figure of Mr. Fool, enthroned above the gray fog, as well as a somewhat unfamiliar figure praying to Mr. Fool. Respected Mr. Fool, your loyal believer requests some assistance. Leverage Church, in the clergy lounge behind the prayer hall. Syrian met the deacon Carlson had mentioned, a man in his 30s with a firm, clear face. His shirt and jacket were impeccable, but his head was topped with a messy mop of brown hair. Noticing Syrian's gaze lingering unnaturally on his head, he said calmly, his expression unchanged. This is a side effect of a sealed artifact. He then skipped over the topic and said seriously. Hello, my name is Icons Bernard, captain of the machinery hivemind in the Backland Diocese of the Church. I will be responsible for your safety for the next few days. Syrian blinked, his expression bewildered. Won't this be too exaggerated? A captain of the Backland Diocese's machinery hivemind and a deacon personally responsible for his safety, he truly didn't think he had such a high priority in the Steam Church. Icons said sternly, God protects every one of his believers. He paused, then softened his tone slightly and explained seriously. The appearance of a high-level demoness in Backland is in itself something that requires extreme vigilance. Disasters always accompany the places where those prejudiced and insane women appear. Whether passively or actively, nothing good ever comes from being near those demonesses. And this is also to investigate the purpose of the high-level demoness appearing in Backland. She certainly wouldn't appear next to you without reason. Do you know what her purpose is? She said she wanted to fall in love with me, does that count? Syrian hesitated, answering. Icons looked at him for a while with an expression that was both surprised and not entirely surprised, finally nodding with difficulty. Yes, it counts. Chapter 152 Rhodes and Klein. After a conversation with Syrian, Icons left the lounge. He was responsible for protecting Syrian during this period, but not for close quarters protection. Outside the lounge, at the end of the mural-lined corridor, Carlson looked at Icons beside him and asked curiously. Captain Icons, is protecting just one person really something you need to handle personally? At a time like this, isn't tracking down the whereabouts of that high-level demoness more important? Icons shook his head slightly. This is His Grace the Archbishop's arrangement. Moreover, a demoness is inherently skilled at tracking and anti-tracking, let alone a high-level demoness who has the gaze of the primordial demoness on her. Unless she actively exposes a clue, it will be very difficult for us to find her. Compared to tracking a demoness, finding out her purpose for appearing in Backland is more important. I understand. Carlson nodded as if enlightened, then jogged away from the corridor. Icons looked at the lounge where Syrian was and fell into deep thought. He had previously asked Archbishop Holemik about his attitude towards Syrian, and the latter's answer was to keep an eye on him, but not to disturb him. Keep an eye on him, but do not disturb him. Compared to Archbishop Holemik's personal attitude, this was more like a decision from headquarters, or even from the Divine Council. So, is having me follow him both to guard against danger and to worry that the target of the high-level demoness from the demoness sect is him. Above the gray fog, inside the magnificent and ancient palace, Syrian leaned back in the high-backed chair, turned his head to look at the world, at the very bottom, and said calmly, I'm still in a steam church, and there are still people from the machinery hivemind around. You'd best keep it brief. And your action of pulling someone into a church is somewhat disrespectful to the god of steam and machinery. At this moment, the world no longer had the gloomy and reserved feeling from yesterday's tarot club, it was more like a real person acting. He nodded to Syrian, then asked, I've confirmed that the bookmark in the manuscript at the Russell Memorial Exhibition is problematic. Do you have a way to take it or replace it silently? I originally planned to do this myself, but a divination showed that it would be very dangerous. So you've come to me to share the risk. Syrian looked at Klein, who was playing the world, feeling a bit speechless, but he couldn't refuse, as the sudden increase in risk was directly related to him. After a pause, he thought for a moment and said, I have an excellent internal information channel within the Steam Church. You should first have it formulate a plan, and then have it cooperate with me to create a certain disguise, making it convenient for me to temporarily leave the church. The world's cold voice carried a strong sense of curiosity. Syrian nodded gently. Yes, it's a Sequence 2 sealed artifact of the Steam Church, the Magic Mirror, Rhodes. It's a living sealed artifact. Although it has some strange hobbies, in terms of intelligence, it's smarter than many people. You can draw this symbol on a mirror to summon its will from a distance. As he spoke, he reached out and conjured an illusory piece of paper from the air, displaying the symbol of secrecy and prying that could summon Rhodes. Compared to the symbol displayed before him, Klein was more shocked by his ability to create something out of nothing. Although he could also create something out of nothing, that was in the space above the gray fog, using the power of the gray fog there, he himself was completely incapable of it. Do seer and apprentice pathways at high sequence all possess similar creation abilities? As thoughts flickered in his mind, he asked directly, what kind of Beander ability is this? Having guessed Klein's doubts, he simply explained. Fantasy, which can make the false real. Of course, the things I conjure now are merely superficial. Also, this is completely different from the historical projection created by Mr. Fool, and it's not a Beander ability that belongs to the apprentice pathway. Perhaps future apprentices might possess it. Beander abilities brought by potions can still change. Klein keenly noticed the key point in his words. Syrian nodded slightly. Yes, by mastering a uniqueness, one can influence the entire pathway to a certain extent. Just like the Marauder next door, the reason it's so weak is entirely because Amon Cut weakened it. Klein, with a studious attitude, pressed on. Amon. Why would he do that? Probably for fun, Syrian shrugged uncertainly. After a slight pause, he interrupted Klein's attempt to continue asking questions. That's enough. I don't want to open my eyes and find myself surrounded by a mechanical heart squad. All right. Klein nodded gently. Then he ceremoniously bowed to the empty high-backed chair at the very top and said, Mr. Fool, we have finished our discussion. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light rose from the surrounding gray fog, and the faint repulsion that had been present suddenly intensified. In an instant, Syrian's figure vanished from the space above the gray fog. Klein, disguised as the world, glanced at the spot where Syrian disappeared, then sat back in the high-backed chair belonging to the Hanged Man. At the same time, he materialized the paper with the combined symbol of secrecy and prying that he had just seen. He looked at the paper in his hand, then untied the citrine pendant from his wrist, repeatedly muttering divination phrases. The existence behind this symbol poses no danger. After repeating it several times, he opened his eyes and saw the citrine pendant in his hand swinging continuously in a clockwise arc. After confirming that the special symbol Syrian gave him posed no danger, he immediately left the space above the gray fog. In a cheap hotel in Green Street, West District, adjacent to King's Avenue and less than 20 minutes from the Kingdom Museum. Klein rose from the armchair, his gaze sweeping around to confirm that no one had disturbed him during this period. He then quickly walked into the washroom. In such cheap hotels, where identity registration was not strict, the only place with a mirror was the washroom. He closed the washroom door and cautiously set up a spiritual wall. Only then did he draw the combined symbol of secrecy and prying on the mirror in front of him. As the symbol took shape, the mirror suddenly deepened, like a dark, lightless lake surface with ripples spreading in layers. At the same time, the dim yellow light in the washroom also darkened, and a cold wind howled, ruffling the hem of his clothes. Klein took half a step back, pressing down on the hem of his clothes caught by the wind, vigilantly staring at the mirror in front of him. Inside the mirror, silver words appeared one by one amidst the spreading ripples. Exalted existence, Rhodes. The words on the mirror suddenly paused, then abruptly disappeared. Before Klein could react, new, shining silver, enlarged and bolded loan words appeared on the profound mirror surface. Great, supreme, paramount master, Rhodes finally sees you. Please forgive me for not being able to present myself in person now. My main body is still preserved within the steam church, and I cannot escape my current situation on my own. Great master, may I ask what you summon me for? The humble, insignificant, loyal Rhodes is very willing to serve you. Klein. Is this what Syrian meant by strange hobbies? Calling everyone master and lowering its posture so much, that's certainly strange enough. After a pause, he suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind and asked directly. If I want to take an exhibit from the Russell Memorial Exhibition at the Kingdom Museum, do you have any suggestions? He didn't go into too much detail, as the mirror was a sealed artifact of the Steam Church, and the Russell Memorial Exhibition at the Kingdom Museum was also organized by the Steam Church. He was worried that the magic mirror might accidentally leak information or directly report him. On the mirror, after a ripple of water, new words appeared one by one. Great Master, which exhibit do you desire? If it's knowledge-based, I can display it directly before your eyes. Klein cautiously replied, Rosel's manuscript. Is it this one? Along with the words on the mirror, the Rosel's manuscript he had seen at the Russell Memorial Exhibition that morning, as well as the bookmark folder in the manuscript, also appeared. Klein nodded gently, yes, I want to take it away. Do you have any suggestions? On the washroom mirror, the water rippled for a while before new words cautiously appeared. Great Master, due to the appearance of a high-level demoness at the Kingdom Museum this morning, the security forces within the museum have been temporarily strengthened. I have not found a suitable plan for you to take away that Rosel's manuscript. It is completely enveloped by two sealed artifacts. It would be very difficult for your current incarnation's strength to break through the blockade and infiltrate. Of course, if you are willing to use a trace of your main body's power, all of this is insignificant. Klein stared expressionlessly at the mirror in front of him. It feels like it's completely immersed in its own world. Do sealed artifacts also have Chunabu? Seeing that Klein remained silent, Rhodes cautiously asked again. Great Master, I have another less reliable alternative plan. Do you need it? Chapter 153 Spirit Klein. Chapter 153, Spirit Body Klein. Klein looked at the mirror, which was immersed in its Chunabu fantasy, and said in a deep voice. Speak. On the mirror's surface, after a ripple of water, joyful silver words appeared one by one. Great Master, you can ask your, friend, he, or perhaps she, for some help. Among the sealed artifacts the Steam Church used to blockade the Kingdom Museum, there's one connected to him. This is the most reliable loophole in the entire defense system. I will also help you conceal information during the process, ensuring that the Steam Church won't find any useful clues during their investigation afterward. As lines of words appeared on the mirror, an image of Syrian, sitting in a brightly lit room and flipping through a thick book, also emerged, along with an ancient, silver-plated mirror that looked as if it had been obliquely split by an axe. As Klein looked at the mirror, Syrian's image within it seemed to come alive, his gaze leaving the book in his hands and looking directly at him. Klein instinctively took a step back. The gaze from the mirrored image sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, the image in the mirror only lasted for less than a second before dissipating. In the leveraged church's clergy lounge, Syrian, who was reading a book, paused his movements. Then, he looked up at the stained glass window beside him, his eyes somewhat unfocused. A moment later, he regained his composure and smiled faintly at his reflection in the stained glass window. So it can be like this, interesting. After murmuring softly, he returned his gaze to the book in his hand. He had been kept in the church by icons, who used the excuse that a large number of machinery hivemind members had been reassigned, leaving no extra manpower to protect him. As a follower of Steam, he had no reason to refuse this suggestion. To avoid sitting in front of the triangular holy emblem pretending to pray, or listening to others pray, he simply found a book on the subject of machinery to pass the time and humor others. In the cheap hotel's washroom, pale words appeared one by one on the deep, subtly rippling mirror. Apologies, Great Master, Rhodes made an error. I didn't expect any images or information about that existence to come alive after being gazed upon. He just cast his gaze, but he has already looked away now. Quote. Klein looked at the words on the mirror, which were filled with deep apprehension, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Why do I feel like he's more like a truly great existence than I, the fool? Even just an image can come alive after being looked at. This is completely different from the special abilities I display by relying on the space above the gray fog. It's more like he himself is very special, rather than relying on external objects like me. No wonder he could see the gray fog around me. I hope all he saw was the gray fog, and he hasn't connected me with the fool yet. Collecting his thoughts, he looked at the mirror, which was still apologizing to him, and said calmly, "Don't worry about it, I've already spoken with him. Go to the Steam Church to find him, cooperate with him to create a disguise, so he can free himself to help me enter the Kingdom Museum." As soon as he finished speaking, new words immediately appeared on the mirror. "No problem, Great Master, I will wholeheartedly, diligently, and responsibly complete the task you have given me. Great Master, we'll see each other again soon." At the end of the image, a small figure appeared, waving goodbye as it moved away. Soon, the mirror returned to normal, once again reflecting Klein's disguised face. At the same time, the lights in the washroom brightened again, and the chilling wind also disappeared. After 2 seconds of silence, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and let out a soft breath, then pulled open the door and left the washroom. In the leveraged church's clergy lounge, the stained glass window beside Syrian suddenly darkened, and the bright gas lamp in the room flickered a few times. The next second, silver words appeared one by one on the glass mirror. "Exalted existence, my great, supreme, and respected master commands me to come to you. How would you like me to cooperate?" Syrian quietly observed the words appearing on the glass for a moment. He felt an unprecedented excitement from them. He paused, then said in a deep voice, "Briefly tell me your master's plan." "No problem." Rhodes responded quickly, and lines of words continuously appeared on the glass mirror. Finally, it added, "Exalted existence, could you give me a mirror? This glass mirror is not stable enough or convenient enough for me." Syrian nodded, flipped a few pages forward in the book he was holding, until he reached a page with a mirror illustration. He placed his hand on the page and pulled it backward. An oval full-length mirror was pulled out of the book by him, seemingly from thin air. Then he took out a piece of drawing paper he carried with him, on which was his own portrait. He gently flicked his wrist, and the drawing paper flew out, landing on a nearby chair. The surrounding light seemed to distort, and the portrait on the paper continuously stretched and became solid, until it appeared in reality. This version of him, which emerged from the painting, showed no flaws in appearance, apart from being unable to speak and having rigid movements. Even with spirit vision, it would be difficult to spot any issues. After doing all this, he tilted his head to look at the mirror he had placed in the corner and instructed. "The me in the painting is a bit stiff. I need you to help me maintain the disguise to prevent anyone from noticing a problem." He paused slightly, then added seriously, "Restrain your instincts. I don't want to hear any strange rumors about me appearing in the Steam Church." Rhodes immediately promised, "No problem, I will definitely do it." Syrian nodded, said no more, and turned to walk towards the stained glass window. The moment he touched the glass window, a faint blue ripple spread, and his body silently passed through it, entering the mirror world behind the glass. King's Avenue, West District, less than 200 meters from the Kingdom Museum. Syrian's figure was reflected in the window glass of a 3-story building on the street. He cautiously surveyed the surrounding mirror world, then returned to reality. Less than half a minute after he appeared, a transparent figure, dressed like a clown in a long tailcoat, a semi-tall top hat, and painted face, floated out from the window glass behind him. Syrian turned his head as if sensing something, and saw a transparent clown floating towards him. Almost simultaneously, faint currents of electricity flashed in his eyes, and his spiritual power surged. "Wait, it's me." Feeling the sense of danger, Klein quickly spoke to interrupt the attack that had not yet fully formed. Syrian. After 2 seconds of silence, Syrian, who had already realized what was happening, looked at the clown-dressed spirit body in front of him and casually quipped. "You died." Not yet." Klein quickly shook his head, then gave his prepared explanation. "This is a special state I entered after communicating with Mr. Fool, through a ritual. In moments of crisis, or other necessary times, I can use Mr. Fool's power to directly leave my current location. This is a special perk for a blessed, otherwise I wouldn't dare to come and steal things from the heavily guarded Kingdom Museum." Syrian was silent for a moment. Half of the Kingdom Museum's current heavy protection was due to him. If it were normal security, Klein wouldn't have needed his help. After a brief silence, he changed the subject. "Let's start the operation directly. I'm not too confident about erodes, this will affect my reputation." Seeing Syrian mention erodes, Klein curiously pressed him. "What's the deal with that sealed artifact? Its mind seems a bit off, well, if it has one." He sighed inwardly, lamenting that the lick dog mirror didn't seem very successful, then deflected the question. "Go ask it yourself, it should tell you everything without reservation." After speaking, he no longer answered Klein's questions. He reached out and pulled a layer of lightless, black curtain from thin air. Under the cover of night, the black curtain completely blended into the environment. Syrian and Klein, in his spirit body state, brazenly walked towards the Kingdom Museum. In a blind spot unnoticed by patrolling security personnel, close to the museum wall, the thick, dark shadow suddenly faded, revealing 2 humanoid silhouettes hidden within the shadow. Syrian paused and looked at the wall in front of him. After observing for a while, he reached out and pressed on the air, gently pushing forward. Silently, a faint blue, insubstantial, blurry door appeared out of thin air. Chapter 154, Simplicity and Unexpectedness. Chapter 154, Simple and Unexpected. The illusory door embedded in the wall, yet showing traces of the bricks below, constantly rippled with an ethereal blue light. Then Syrian and Klein, in his spirit form, walked out from behind the door. Klein looked around the empty museum and asked curiously. "We just walked in like this. Don't we need to worry about traps?" Syrian shook his head slightly. "No need to worry, we've already walked into a trap." Klein. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm not joking." "I'm not joking either." Syrian shrugged. "We are currently inside a special mirror world created by a sealed artifact, specifically targeting Beyonders. The only thing that puzzles me is that this is a sealed artifact of the Evernight Goddess's church, and I don't know why it's being used by someone from the Steam Church." As he spoke, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, snap. With the crisp sound, the entire first floor of the museum was illuminated by a dazzling white light, like a bright midday sun, making it difficult to open one's eyes. This was a flash trick that Syrian had deliberately reduced in brightness but increased in duration and overall luminosity. Klein, in his spirit form, looked even more transparent under the bright light. While vigilantly looking around, he asked, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Syrian pointed forward, "Just go and get the items. This sealed artifact has been temporarily taken over by me and has now become our exclusive VIP passage." After a moment of silence, Klein pressed on. "We are currently in a special mirror world. Can we still touch the exhibits in reality?" Syrian replied nonchalantly, "Just open a door. Have you forgotten that I am an apprentice? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The official Beyonders of excluded from the mirror world have probably already discovered the problem. Once they withdraw this sealed artifact, it will truly be impossible." "All right." Klein nodded slightly, then floated towards the location of Rosel's manuscript in his memory. That's it. Mr. Fool gave me the task of taking this manuscript and all the items on it. No problem. Syrian raised his hand and made an OK gesture, then quickly walked to the display case and lightly pushed his hand through the air. An ethereal blue glow rippled out from under his palm, layer upon layer, quickly condensing into the shape of a door. At the same time, inside the museum in reality, several members of the machinery hivemind gathered together. It seems we've been separated from the mirror world created by 1 to 63. This is a sealed artifact of the Night Church. It might not be stable enough on its own, otherwise it wouldn't have been entrusted to us for repair. You all continue patrolling. I'll go consult with His Grace the Archbishop. After all, this isn't ours. Before the machinery hivemind member could finish his sentence, his spiritual intuition suddenly stirred. He then saw a door appear out of thin air in front of the display case containing Rosel's manuscript. Damn it, stop him. Bang, bang. As he spoke, he had already drawn his gun and fired. The firearm he wore was a mystical item, loaded with Beander bullets. As members of the God of Steam and Machinery's church, they had no shortage of mystical items and weapons. Bullets trailing either crimson or silver-white flames sliced through the air, piercing the transparent hand reaching out from behind the door. It's a spirit body. Switch to weapons and bullets with purification effects. As the mechanical heart squad reacted, Klein had already touched the bookmark within Rosel's manuscript and absorbed it into his spirit body, while also taking a few pages of Emperor Rosel's manuscript as a cover. The ethereal blue door suddenly vanished, causing the subsequent attacks to miss. Inside the special mirror world, Klein, while stuffing Rosel's manuscript into his spirit body, turned to Syrian and said, "I got it." Syrian nodded and urged him quickly. "Go directly. There isn't much residual aura left in that sealed artifact. In a little while." Damn it. Syrian suddenly cursed. The next second, a high-pitched wail, like a baby's cry, suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire special mirror world. Wah, ah, ah. Syrian quickly covered his ears, simultaneously sealing his hearing with his spirituality. On the other side, Klein, in his spirit form, instantly froze, standing motionless on the spot. Crack, crack. Illusory sounds, like breaking glass, continuously rang out. The special mirror world was covered in dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Behind Syrian, pairs of transparent, dragonfly wing-like membrane wings, stained with starlight, suddenly appeared. These fairy-like wings gently flapped, and the constantly appearing cracks finally stabilized, maintaining a fragile balance. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief, but before he could relax, the cracks covering the mirror world changed again, growing a bloodshot eyeball. In the center of the eyeball was a deep pupil, filled with countless tiny white worms crawling, outlining mysterious, strange symbols and magical sigils. Then Syrian noticed that the special mirror world, which he had just stabilized, lost its balance again, and more dense cracks appeared. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Syrian stared at the most densely cracked area, slightly parted his lips, making a mouth shape, but no sound came out. The next second, the increasingly out-of-control special mirror world finally stopped, hovering on the brink of destruction. Then, several green pea vines hung down from above, weaving into a swing suspended in midair. On the swing, Bernadette, wearing an olive green dress, an old-fashioned black soft hat, and a fine mesh veil covering her face, calmly looked over. "Whose name were you trying to chant just now? It made me feel an unavoidable, irresistible danger." After a slight pause, she turned her gaze to Klein, who was in his spirit form and had already broken free from his rigidity, and her tone became stern. "Why did you take the manuscript? Why did you take that bookmark? Which one was your true objective?" Under Bernadette's gaze, Klein felt as if he was being crushed by a heavy mountain, almost unable to breathe. He opened his mouth, then chose to remain silent. "I can give you a reasonable explanation." Syrian stood between the two, interrupting their conversation. Then he looked back at Klein, winked, and said, "Your mission should be complete." Klein was stunned for a moment, then understood his meaning, and nodded with difficulty. The next second, his figure suddenly vanished, leaving this special mirror world, returning above the gray fog by ending the summoning. Inside the magnificent ancient palace, Klein sat in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, his chest heaving violently. The lady who had suddenly appeared earlier had put an unprecedented pressure on him. He was almost out of breath. That was definitely a high-sequence Beander. As he whispered, he extended his spirituality to communicate with the crimson star representing Syrian. In the special mirror world, Syrian bowed slightly to Bernadette, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and said, "I will answer your questions on behalf of my companion." As soon as his voice fell, a dense gray fog suddenly surged before his eyes, and then he saw the magnificent figure within the deep gray fog cast its gaze upon him. Bernadette, who was looking at where Klein had disappeared, seemed to sense something and cast her gaze towards him, quietly staring for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, "How did he disappear? Which faction do you belong to? Is your target the manuscript or the bookmark? Why?" Facing Bernadette's barrage of questions, Syrian calmly and systematically replied, "A ritual." His spirit form was the effect of a ritual. He must have ended the ritual directly just now, allowing his spirit body to return to his physical body. "I'm not clear on the specifics. The faction is called the Tarot Club. It was established less than a few months ago and only has a few low to mid-sequence Beyonders. The target should be the bookmark. I'm just here to help. He is the blessed, and this is a mission from Mr. Fool. This operation is probably related to Emperor Rosal's diary. Mr. Fool has always had us collecting Emperor Rosal's diaries. I don't know anything more, and even if I did, I certainly couldn't say it." As he spoke, he cast an apologetic look at the magnificent figure in the dense gray fog above his field of vision. Above the gray fog, Klein, though he really wanted to complain about his honesty, considering that the other party was facing a high-sequence Beander and had voluntarily stayed behind to cover their retreat, ultimately chose to forgive him in a humane way. Chapter 155, Financial Crisis. As the fool you speak of watching here. Though it was a question, Bernadette said it with certainty. She looked up at the special mirror world above her, which was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and her eyes suddenly became extremely deep, like the sea before a storm. A moment later, she lowered her head and looked at Syrian with an unreadable expression. "Your test is passed. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., go to the 3rd and 4th lampposts on the left bank of the Tassoc River in the docks area, and wait for the gathering to begin." Ah. Syrian looked at her, a little confused. Bernadette offered no explanation, merely reaching out and pointing into thin air. Afterward, Syrian saw a small, teal-colored seed, about the size of a fingernail, fall from his body. A memory he had long forgotten resurfaced at this moment. This was the credential Sharon had given him for that high-level gathering, but the test she mentioned never appeared, and this seed also didn't disappear. He had thought he had been forgotten by the gathering's organizer. So, the organizer of Miss Sharon's gathering is actually Bernadette, and she foresaw something, which is why she never let me join the gathering. As thoughts flickered, he saw teal vines retracting around him, and the eyes growing from the dense cracks around him withered one by one. This means she's letting me go. With a slight shift in thought, he quickly raised his hand and said, "Please wait a moment. I want to discuss a deal with you, regarding a disaster involving high-level powers." Seeing the surrounding vines retract and the eyeballs wither at a slower pace, he quickly said, "I should be able to obtain the specific time and location of a dangerous ritual involving the true creator's descent. I can notify you in time when I have it." Bernadette looked down at him, her expression completely unruffled, and asked in an extremely calm tone, "What do you want?" A traveler Beander characteristic. Under Bernadette's oppressive gaze, Syrian changed the secret sorcerer characteristic he originally wanted to a traveler characteristic. Bernadette glanced at the rapidly approaching lights outside the special mirror world and said calmly, "Holomik is here. We'll discuss your deal at our gathering tomorrow night." With that, Bernadette's figure quickly faded along with the retracting teal vines. As Bernadette departed, this fragile special mirror world lost its support and began to collapse uncontrollably. Crack, crack. The spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread, and in an instant, this special mirror world became precarious. Behind Syrian, pairs of transparent, film-like wings, stained with starlight, flapped continuously. Brilliant starlight instantly spread over his entire body, and then he transformed into scattered starlight, disappearing into the soon-to-collapse special mirror world. At the same time, outside the special mirror world, Holomic, carrying a jet-powered flight pack, descended from midair and landed steadily in front of the Kingdom Museum's main entrance. He extended his right hand forward, and a hazy, colorless light appeared in his hand, then spread out. The next second, the special mirror world, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, materialized out of thin air, then shattered with a crash, disappearing before his eyes. Above the gray fog, Klein, seeing that Sirian had successfully left and even connected with the high-sequence powerhouse who had suddenly appeared, withdrew his gaze and focused on the bookmark he had brought back through his spirit body. Even above the gray fog, this bookmark, depicting Rosal dressed as an emperor, showed no special qualities, just like an ordinary bookmark from a street shop. Klein's hand holding the bookmark tightened slightly. A wisp of gray fog drifted over at his will and descended towards the bookmark in his hand. The instant the wisp of gray fog touched the bookmark, it was repelled. Indeed, there's a big problem with this bookmark. But it seems impossible to break it by force, a chant is required to open it. After muttering a few words, Klein placed the bookmark on the table and then directly left the space above the gray fog. The bookmark was now in hand, and he had plenty of time to slowly ponder the deciphering chant. For now, it was more important to return to his body and then leave the North District. At Leverage Church, on the stained glass window of the clergy's resting room, a quiet blue light rippled outward in layers, quickly condensing into the shape of a door. Then Sirian leapt out from behind the door. He glanced around, then looked at the illusory version of himself he had left behind, and gently rubbed his fingers together. The him conjured from the painting quickly faded, becoming thin, and in less than a second, it reverted to a portrait. Putting away the painting on the chair, he then looked at the mirror in the corner. No one disturbed me during this time, right? On the mirror surface, words quickly appeared one by one. Icons. Bernard came by. Seeing you quietly reading, he didn't disturb you. He only instructed you not to worry about the demoness's threat and then left. I am precisely the sealed artifact he controls. To prevent him from discovering any issues due to his understanding of me, I did not speak, but I had the fake body you created nod in response. Sirian nodded slightly. Well done. You can go back now. The Steam Church people will probably have some questions for you tonight. Erodes. They won't get any clues related to my great master and you. At the end of the sentence, a serious-faced little figure also appeared on the mirror. Sirian chuckled and shook his head. You don't have to give absolutely no clues. You can adjust the image yourself. This can even help your great master digest some magician potion. He should be pleased. Thank you for the tip. Erodes looked very excited, with a pair of sparkling, stick-figure eyes following his words, then eagerly left. After Erodes left, the oval full-length mirror in the corner of the wall quickly faded and disappeared into the air. Sirian pulled up a chair and sat down, casually praying to the fool. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Please convey to Mr. World that I have safely departed, and furthermore, I would prefer cash over any potential content on that bookmark. After praying, he rose from the chair and turned to walk towards the temporary bed for the clergy's night watch behind him. As per Icons' suggestion, he was to stay here tonight. At the same time, inside the Kingdom Museum, Holomic stood before the stolen Rosal manuscript, his gaze deep. Behind him, Mr. Max, the captain of the Machinery Hivemind Squad and head of museum security, was holding an ancient, silver-plated mirror that looked as if it had been diagonally split, reporting the current situation. Tonight, sealed artifact 1-63 suddenly lost control, and all Machinery Hivemind members were expelled from the special mirror world. Afterward, a door appeared in front of the display case containing Rosal's manuscripts. Only a pair of hands, suspected to be a spirit body, emerged from behind the door. Our first wave of attack failed, and the opponent took 5 manuscripts and a bookmark placed on top of them. Holomic gazed at the Rosal manuscript, which had lost several pages, without showing any emotion for a moment, then turned and looked at the ancient, silver-plated mirror in Mr. Max's hand. On the mirror's surface, the diagonally split crack seemed to have closed somewhat compared to before, and the colorful starlight that had previously glowed between the cracks had vanished. After 2 seconds of silence, he spoke in a low voice. Tonight's thief utilized the residual contamination on 1 to 63. The culprit is very likely related to the apprentice demigod who appeared in the West District before, or even the demigod himself. Indeed, a demigod's aura appeared in the previously shattered special mirror world, but it wasn't just a demigod. There seemed to be a conflict between the two parties. You should return 1 to 63 to the night church tomorrow. This sealed artifact has been repaired and no longer poses a hidden danger. He paused, then looked at the Rosal manuscript in the display case again. If his target was the manuscript, why did he take the bookmark that was pressed underneath? That's not a suitable distraction. If his target was the bookmark. 1. Perhaps, all of us have been deceived by Rosal, deceived for over 100 years. At 15 Minsk Street, a white paper placed on a desk suddenly spontaneously combusted. The flames swelled violently, shooting up 1 or 2 meters high, then Klein leapt out from within the fire. He scanned his surroundings, confirmed no one had been there during his absence, then quickly walked into the washroom and took 4 counterclockwise steps to enter above the gray fog. The fool who does not belong to this era. I have safely departed, and furthermore, I would prefer cash over any potential content on that bookmark. After hearing the prayers echoing around him, Klein's face visibly darkened. I always feel like he already knows this bookmark is very likely a heresy slate, which is why he specifically mentioned wanting cash as payment, rather than the knowledge on it. Quickly estimating his current savings, he felt that he might not be able to afford the cost of having Syrian help him tonight. Miss Justice is still in a financial crisis. The money she owes me, owes my dependents, cannot be recovered for now. This means I lack sufficient funds to pay Syrian's reward. HMPH, this isn't Miss Justice's financial crisis, it's quickly becoming the Tarot Club's financial crisis. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 156, A High-Level Gathering. In the morning, Icons knocked on the door of the lounge, and after receiving a response from Syrian, he pushed the door open and walked in. He didn't look too good, and his brown hair was even more stubborn and darker than yesterday. Noticing Syrian's gaze, he said with an unchanged expression, I used that sealed artifact last night, and it gave my hairstyle another trim. He paused, skipped the topic, and then said, you can go home now, that high-level demoness shouldn't appear around you again. Of course, necessary caution and precautions are still needed. If you encounter danger, you can immediately come to the church for shelter. If there's no time, you can also make a sound on the spot, and the official personnel secretly protecting you will notice. Aren't you short-handed? Syrian asked curiously. Icons smiled and said, just last night, the serial killer was killed, and the Rosal Memorial exhibition at the Kingdom Museum has also ended. After this, there's no need to assign so many people. Syrian was slightly surprised. The serial murder case has been solved. That's really unexpected. The expression on Icons's face stiffened for a moment, then he gave a wry smile. You can actually have a little more faith in official beyonders. I didn't mean that. Syrian quickly shook his head, then explained. It just feels like this news is a bit too sudden, and didn't yesterday's Rosal Memorial exhibition also divert some of the machinery hivemind's manpower? Icons slightly raised his chin and chuckled. That's what the killer thought too. Syrian nodded lightly, not asking any more questions. I think I should first pray before the sacred emblem of the Trinity, thanking the Lord for his mercy and blessings, and then go home. Icons nodded slightly, then reminded him again, if you encounter danger again, remember to come to us immediately. Back home in south of the bridge, Haven had already left, but he had left a note for him behind the door. I don't know when you'll be back, so I didn't save breakfast or lunch for you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. If you're afraid of danger, you can stay at the church for a few more days, or consider renting a house next to the church. Is this him trusting me, or is he already immune to similar things? He muttered to himself, then reached out and tore the note from the door, gently rubbing his fingers, and then the note spontaneously combusted silently in his hand. As soon as he returned to his room, gray fog suddenly emerged before his eyes, followed by the sight and sound of a blurry figure praying in a dimly lit room. Esteemed Mr. Fool, I would like to invite Mr. Fate, to meet in your divine kingdom. Recognizing Klein's voice, Syrian immediately nodded. No problem. As soon as his voice fell, crimson light surged within the gray fog, and an invisible force carried his spirit body away from his physical form. After a brief moment of disorientation, when he came to, he was already in the ancient palace above the gray fog. At the head of the mottled long table, at the very end, and on the left side, 3 figures were seated. Syrian tilted his head from side to side, looking at the figures separated by half a table, as if a row of black ellipses was floating above his head. I always feel like this distance isn't very convenient for communication. At the fool's position at the head of the table, Klein looked at the distribution of the 3 figures and had to admit that Syrian's complaint had some merit. When there were few people, they indeed seemed too far apart. As he pondered, he raised his hand and lightly tapped the edge of the table in front of him twice, producing a thudding sound. The next moment, the bronze-colored mottled long table suddenly disappeared from before their eyes, and at the same time, the distance between, world at the far end and Syrian silently shortened. He turned his head to look at the taciturn, world, and, world also happened to look up at him at that moment. After a moment of silence, world, under Klein's manipulation, spoke in a low, hoarse voice. I'm here to discuss last night's reward. Like Miss Justice, 3,000 pounds in cash, or the true form of that bookmark, and equivalent mystical knowledge on it. I choose cash. Syrian repeated his previous words. North. After 2 seconds of silence, world spoke again under Klein's manipulation. All right, but I don't have that much cash right now. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for a while, and I can pay a portion of interest then. At the head of the table, far from the fool, Klein pressed one hand to his chest. The feeling of debt made his heart ache. All right. Syrian nodded lightly, then asked. Have you settled Miss Justice's 3,000 pounds reward? World replied in a hoarse voice. That was deducted from her debt to Mr. Fool's dependents, so it has been settled. The 3,000 pounds you are owed will also have to wait until she settles part of her debt before it can be paid. Syrian looked at world in front of him, whose expression was unclear, and genuinely sighed. So Miss Justice's identity is the Minister of Finance. Klein, I suspect you're mocking my poverty. After their conversation was complete, their distance widened again, and the bronze-colored mottled long table reappeared in the center of the hall. Syrian looked at the playing card lying face down on the table to the right of Mr. Fool, and suddenly spoke. Is that the bookmark? If I want to see its true form, how much money needs to be deducted from the 3,000 pounds? Klein hesitated between 1,000 pounds and 100 pounds for a while, finally choosing the middle value of 500 pounds. Syrian nodded happily. No problem, then I'll exchange 500 pounds to see it. Thud. At the head of the table, Fool, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the table with his finger, and the face-down playing card automatically floated up and flew in front of him. The front of the card depicted Rosal seated on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with various gems on his head, dressed in dark armor with a matching cape, holding a scepter, and gazing forward with a cold expression. In the upper left corner of the card, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. As he took in the full view of the card, lines of small words in ancient Phosic script appeared on the card face. Before he could carefully examine the suddenly appearing small words on the card disappeared and directly returned to the table in front of Fool, lying face down. It really was just one glance. I regret it, that glance isn't worth my 500 pounds. As his thoughts drifted, Fool, Klein had already manipulated world to stand up and bow to him, saying, Thank you for your help, Mr. Fool, I have no more questions. Syrian sighed inwardly, then stood up and said, Me too. As soon as his voice fell, crimson light surged, and after a brief moment of mental disorientation, Syrian found himself back in his room. At 8 in the evening, by the Tassoc River in the dock area. Syrian arrived at the spot between the 3rd and 4th gas lampposts from the far left, as Bernadette had described last night. He gazed across the river through the thick fog. I hope I haven't gone to the wrong bank. If I'm on the other side, I'll have to take a long detour, and I might even miss the gathering. As he murmured, his spirituality was suddenly touched, and he pulled out the greenish-blue seed from his pocket. A faint green glow lit up on this seed, and then it sprouted in his hand, growing thick, greenish-blue vines that stretched upwards, extending into the thick fog. A few breaths later, the greenish-blue vines stopped growing, and then a pumpkin carriage descended along the vines, stopping in front of him. Fairy tale magic. With a slight sigh, he pulled open the pumpkin carriage's door and directly sat inside. Before he could even settle down, the carriage started to move quickly, running upwards along the greenish-blue vines, eventually entering a green forest woven from countless greenish-blue vines. Xiang got out of the pumpkin carriage, and immediately an invisible servant, seemingly made of drifting black mist, came forward to greet him, leading him to a small room simply embraced by green vines. There were more than a dozen such rooms scattered around, forming a circle. In front of each room stood a special identity statue. Some were knights, some were kings, some were werewolves, hunters, witches. Entering the interior of the small house made of greenish-blue vines, Xiang found his vision suddenly becoming bright and elevated. It was as if his line of sight had connected with the doctor statue outside the room, wearing a white coat, a mask, and holding a syringe. As expected of a high-level gathering, both the form of participation and the gathering itself were full of mystery. Chapter 157. Great Emperor, I'm probably going to let you down. As Xiang surveyed his surroundings through the doctor statue's vision, he saw several more pumpkin carriages arrive, but he couldn't make out the people disembarking from them. He couldn't see their general appearance, their clothing, or their faces. Has the statue's vision been tampered with? As he whispered, he heard a clear, somewhat familiar female voice speak up. Everyone has arrived. Today's gathering begins. Xiang looked around curiously, seeing no changes in the surrounding statues. Just as he was wondering how these people would communicate, the knight statue to his left suddenly came to life. He saw the knight statue, clad in full armor and holding a shield and sword, take 2 steps forward, plunge its straight sword into the ground, and then speak in a low voice. I wish to obtain clues about the Moon Pathway Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar Beander characteristic or a mystical item. After a moment of silence, Xiang saw the werewolf statue opposite him also come to life. It spoke in a hoarse, low female voice. Recently, some members of the Rose School of Thought from the southern continent have come to Backland. There might be a Scarlet Scholar among them. Do you have a way to find them, or confirm if there's a Scarlet Scholar among them? No. Xiang quietly watched the knight and werewolf's exchange. 2 scenes appeared in his mind simultaneously, one of them conversing normally, and another where all the statues remained motionless. An illusion. I thought it was some kind of spell that brought the statues to life, but this is indeed the simplest and most convenient method. He paused, then looked at the knight who wanted to obtain the Scarlet Scholar Beander characteristic. He suspected the other party was a sanguine seeking promotion or wanting to cultivate a junior. After a brief exchange with Miss Werewolf, the knight directly abandoned this request and instead said, I want to sell some Beander potions. There are invisibility potions that can conceal one's figure and aura, shadow potions that allow one to temporarily wield shadow magic, and fire dragon's breath, which is equivalent to high explosive gunpowder. Besides these, I can also customize potions for you. I will quote prices based on the difficulty of the potion and the Beander materials consumed. Xiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, how much is the fire dragon's breath? As soon as he spoke, he saw the knight turn his head to look at him. 100 pounds. This is my improved version. Its explosive power can instantly destroy a 3-story building, completely destroy it. After mentally calculating how much an equivalent amount of gunpowder would cost, Xiang then pressed, how many bottles of potion do you have? The knight seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying. I can sell you a maximum of 2 bottles. If you plan to use them outside of Backland, I can sell you more, but I will need some time to gather materials and prepare them. 2 bottles are enough. Xiang didn't plan to ask for more. After all, Beander potions also have a shelf life. As soon as the transaction was completed, he saw an invisible servant, composed entirely of black mist and holding a tray, enter his small room. On the tray was a printed note. Transaction process. Hand over the item money to the invisible servant to be taken to the soothsayer for notarization, then the invisible servant will deliver it to both parties of the transaction. After reading the contents of the note, he placed the 200 pounds in cash he was carrying onto the tray in the invisible servant's hand, allowing the invisible servant to take it away. The transaction then continued. The knight's Beander potions were all sold, and he also received 2 orders, a Sun Domain potion requested by Miss Werewolf, and a perfume to enhance attractiveness to the opposite sex requested by Mr. Hunter. Syrian looked at the hunter in the corner of his vision, always feeling that his request seemed a bit improper. After the night, everyone continued to state their needs or commissions in a clockwise order, but Syrian hardly participated. Whether it was the materials for trade or the commissions issued, they were all a bit too high-end for him at the moment. No wonder the assessment of me hadn't started earlier. Did they think I didn't meet the threshold for the gathering? But why did Bernadette suddenly agree yesterday? It shouldn't be as simple as just the transaction I proposed. That transaction didn't need to be brought to this kind of gathering. Until the end of the gathering, Bernadette never proactively mentioned the transaction from last night. He didn't even know which statue Bernadette was behind. After everyone left at certain time intervals and in order, Syrian was the very last one. As soon as he stepped out of the small room woven from vines, he saw Bernadette, driving a pumpkin carriage, stop in front of him. Before he could speak, Bernadette proactively asked, "Do you need the Traveler Beander characteristic, or would a mystical item containing the corresponding characteristic also work?" Syrian replied, "A mystical item would also work. Anyway, I just need to find someone to crush it. The Tarot Club, which you said was founded less than a few months ago and only has a few low to mid-level Beyonders, still has an angel present, or is it Mr. Fool himself, as you said?" Bernadette's tone was calm, as if she had just discovered a minor query and casually asked. Syrian chose not to hide this aspect. "I have also joined other secret organizations, and I can pay a certain price to get help from an angel in that organization." Bernadette nodded calmly, not delving into the issue of him joining 2 secret organizations simultaneously. Instead, she asked, "What are your thoughts on that bookmark from last night? I mean your personal thoughts, guesses are also fine." Syrian's expression was hesitant. Bernadette added, "Your attitude determines whether our transaction can proceed smoothly." 2 seconds later, the little black figure on Syrian's head defeated the little white figure. "My personal guess is that it might be a heresy slate made by Emperor Rosal, but it's in a sealed state and requires a corresponding incantation to open." Bernadette pressed, "Why do you think it's a heresy slate in a sealed state?" As Syrian pondered what suitable reason to make up, Bernadette summoned an invisible servant and took a brass-colored scale from its hand. "This is the scale of punishment. It detests all lies and falsehoods. Anyone who lies in front of it will receive its punishment." Syrian, "You're no fun. Great Emperor, I'm probably going to let you down." After a moment of silence, he explained in words that were not absolutely correct but not entirely a lie either. "I saw relevant content in a page of Emperor Rosal's diary. He made a heresy slate into a bookmark and hid it in a valuable book, waiting for someone fated to discover it." Bernadette suddenly stood up from the carriage, looking at him with a serious expression and immense pressure, causing his spirituality to slow down. "You know that's a diary, and you can understand that special cipher. Who deciphered the cipher, or did this knowledge come from the fool?" Syrian glanced at the scale of punishment in her hand, then replied, "Yes, I know. It's not a cipher, but an ancient language. As for the source of this knowledge, I simply learned it. If you're curious, I can teach you, of course, only a part of it, and for a fee. Teaching an entire different system of language is too troublesome, and you'll definitely go read Rosal's diary after you learn it. I'm afraid Rosal will crawl out of his tomb to settle accounts with me." After speaking, he pointed at the scale of punishment in Bernadette's hand, indicating that he wasn't lying, and that this was also his most genuine thought and bottom line. Bernadette glanced at the scale of punishment in her hand and placed it back into the invisible servant's hand. "It seems you are very certain that Emperor Rosal is not truly dead and are convinced that he can be resurrected." Syrian looked at Bernadette, who appeared calm on the surface but whose pressure was growing heavier, and sighed silently. "Can we discuss this topic after you become an angel? It involves some unspeakable dangers. I am special, and I have Adam's protection, so I'm fine, but for you, you at least need to become an angel." "Adam." Bernadette repeated the name, then said, "Do you mind joining another secret organization?" Before Syrian could answer, She changed her mind and said, I will collect the Traveler Beander characteristic or a mystical item containing the characteristic for you as soon as possible. Before the true Creator's descent ritual you mentioned begins, I will come to you every day to learn that ancient script from the diary, 1 hour a day, paid. Chapter 158, Teaching Bernadette. Bernadette looked at him calmly and said, Your expression makes it seem like you're surprised by my answer. Syrian shook his head, I just feel like you're surprisingly easy to talk to. Bernadette raised her hand and pointed to her eyes, where deep purple flashes occasionally flickered. A clairvoyant can predict the consequences of her choices, and also glimpse what her best next choice is. Her words paused slightly, then an invisible servant holding a booklet walked up. Syrian turned his head to look and found it was Rosal's diary bound into a book. Bernadette took the diary and casually opened a page. Regarding the learning of that ancient language, let's start today. Do you prefer to pay daily, or accumulate the payment and pay it all at once? Her tone was calm and casual, yet it conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. Let's accumulate it for now. I don't have any urgent needs at the moment. After answering, Syrian looked at the open page of the diary in Bernadette's hand, his expression gradually stiffening. November 3rd. Matilda is 3 months pregnant. Now, even the maids from the countryside look beautiful to me. No, I cannot lower my standards and taste. Coincidentally, Countess Flesburg invited me to a private party, hee. November 8th. Archbishop Van Asten needs my help. What can I do for an archbishop? Forget it, let's preserve Emperor Rosal's last bit of dignity. He sighed inwardly, then reached out and pointed to the date at the top of each diary entry, intending to teach Bernadette simple numbers and Chinese characters for dates like year, month, and day. Under his hesitant and evasive explanation, Bernadette learned to identify the dates in the diary in less than 10 minutes. Bernadette, in a good mood after learning some Chinese characters, asked, Do you have any concerns about the content of this page of the diary? While Syrian was thinking about how to answer, she had already turned the diary to the next page. I'm not in a hurry to know the contents of his diary. As long as you are alive, I will have enough time to understand. What about this page? Can you explain the words on it? Syrian looked at the Rosal's diary, now turned to the next page, his expression somewhat fractured. Great Emperor, you don't need to record your hookup experiences so frequently in your diary. Seeing that Syrian didn't answer, Bernadette turned another page. What about this page? Syrian lowered his gaze and scanned it. February 9th. I had my 3rd child. I named him Bonava. Syrian's eyes lit up. Finally, there's something positive in this rotten diary. He paused, then pointed to a few words on the page, enunciating each word clearly. No. Va. This is Emperor Rosal introducing his child. These 3 characters represent the great emperor's 2nd son, Bonava. And these characters mean Bernadette, Det. This is Les, Emperor Rosal's eldest son, Charles. Bernadette carefully wrote down these characters, repeating them softly a few times before suddenly asking, How did he describe his children in his diary? Syrian was happy to answer such a topic that could prolong the teaching time. The great emperor believed that his eldest son, Charles, was the most unfortunate, because he inherited very few Beander characteristics, yet had to follow the great emperor's pathway. His eldest daughter, Bernadette, was fortunate because she could freely choose her preferred Beander pathway. His 2nd son, Bonava, was somewhere in between. Although his Beander pathway was fixed, the great emperor gave him Beander characteristics equivalent to a sequence 5 Beander. He was already a constellations master, capable of exhibiting various peculiarities from birth. Fortunate. After a soft murmur, Bernadette asked again. Judging by the length of this diary entry, there should be more to it than just this, right? Syrian nodded lightly. It also contains a conversation between the great emperor and Zeratul, the leader of the secret order, recording his inquiries to Zeratul about the future of his 3 children. What was it? Bernadette's follow-up question was unexpectedly calm, as if she wasn't very concerned about it. Syrian glanced at the diary again before speaking. Zeratul praised Bonava as a lovely angel, and for Charles, he commented that death was a destined outcome, but perhaps a good thing. Finally, for Bernadette, Zeratul said that in the future, she would hate the great emperor, despise him, betray him, and that she would become a great figure in the mysterious world. Emperor Rosal did not agree with this future. He believed that Zaratul's divination had made an error. Bernadette suddenly fell silent, not speaking for a long time. After a while, she suddenly looked at Syrian and asked, "Do you think Zaratul's prophecy is accurate?" It should be accurate, I guess." He paused, feeling that he should comfort her at this moment, then said. "However, just as Emperor Rosal believed, Zaratul is not a soothsayer, and fate is not the main subject of the seer pathway. Zaratul's prophecy is probably only a future for a certain period, and not the true, complete future." Bernadette continued to ask, "Do you think his relationship with his children can still improve?" Syrian rubbed his chin with his thumb and said, "If the great emperor can crawl out of his grave." As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual intuition gave him a momentary warning, so brief that he almost thought it was an illusion. He looked up at the calm-faced Bernadette in front of him, and after complaining inwardly, continued to teach her to recognize some of the names appearing in the diary. Gradually, Bernadette's face was no longer so calm. Syrian even felt the oppressive calm before a storm from her. Why are there so many female names in the diary? Why are most of them Intis noble ladies or madams? Syrian's finger, pointing to the next name, paused. He was careless. He only thought about teaching some names to gloss over things, forgetting that the essence of these diaries was Emperor Rosal's memoir of conquests. However, these are names from over 100 years ago, how do you remember them so clearly? Collecting his thoughts, he chuckled and explained, "Diaries are rather private things. It's better for you to read them yourself once you learn this language. I won't explain them directly. If the great emperor suddenly came back to life one day and found someone spreading the contents of his diary everywhere, he would probably suffer divine punishment." Bernadette gave him a deep look, then reluctantly accepted his explanation and moved past the question. South of the bridge, Wildy Street. A pumpkin carriage quickly materialized in the pitch-black night sky, where the streetlights couldn't reach. After traveling a distance in midair, it stopped at the second-floor window of a red-walled, spurred house. On the window glass, layers of ethereal blue light rippled outwards, quickly condensing into an illusory door. Then, Syrian leapt out from behind the door. As soon as he entered the room, Syrian's spiritual intuition was triggered. There had been an unfamiliar intruder in the room during his absence. He quickly scanned the room, his gaze finally resting on the full-length mirror in the corner. His astrologer intuition told him that there was something else behind this mirror. He looked back at the pumpkin carriage still outside the window behind him, hesitating whether to ask Bernadette for help, when she spoke directly. "No danger." Okay, I understand." Syrian was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded to her in thanks. After watching the pumpkin carriage leave, he finally looked at the full-length mirror in the corner. After a moment of thought, he walked directly towards it. As he placed his hand on the mirror's surface, ethereal blue light rippled outwards in layers, and an illusory door leading to the mirror world opened. What was behind the mirror was somewhat unexpected, a stack of Rosal's diary. "Clarice, she was here," he murmured, pulling a gold coin from his pocket and flicking it into the air with a clink. The gold coin spun a few times in the air before landing back in his hand, face up, indicating affirmation. Silent for 2 seconds, he flicked the gold coin into the air again. After repeating this several times, he put the coin away, went to the window, and scanned the quiet street twice. "I always feel that Backlund's machinery hive mind is a bit lacking. They said they would protect me in secret, but they didn't notice me leaving, nor Clarice coming, nor Bernadette's pumpkin carriage just now. If it weren't for the divination result telling me that there truly were people secretly protecting me nearby, I would suspect that Icons was just comforting me earlier today." He murmured a few words, then drew the curtains, took off his coat, and walked towards the washroom. As he turned the doorknob, a thick gray fog suddenly surged before his eyes. Then he saw Sherlock Moriarty praying to the Fool. "Respected Mr. Fool, I would like to meet Mr. Fate in your divine kingdom. I have some questions regarding Beander pathways that I wish to consult him about." Again, he muttered inwardly, then looked up at the magnificent figure above the gray fog, nodding calmly. "I have no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light surged before his eyes. After a slight daze, he appeared in the ancient palace above the gray fog. Chapter 159, Consultation. Above the gray fog, within the magnificent and ancient palace. Klein, now in his world identity, looked at Syrian to his side and asked, "Do you have any information regarding the Rose School of Thought and the prisoner pathway? If, and I mean if, I had an equally capable helper, what would be the best way to deal with a werewolf, a zombie, and a revenant?" "The best method, of course, is to report them to a nearby church," Syrian said as if it were obvious. North, after half a second of silence, Klein emphasized, "I'm serious." "I'm serious too," Syrian shrugged and explained. "Beyonders of the Rose School of Thought are all marinated by the mother tree they worship. Even the Beyonder characteristics they shed contain pollution. They are unusable without purification, and you might even be targeted by the mother tree. The rewards for killing them aren't proportional to the risks, so the best option is to let the church handle it." "Mother tree?" World Klein asked, puzzled. Syrian recalled the relevant information for a moment, then explained. Initially, the Rose School of Thought only worshipped the bound god, advocating temperance and asceticism, and could be considered a relatively upright secret organization. But at some point, a mother tree of desire was added to their objects of prayer, and their divine revelations began to include words like indulgence and desire. Now, only the faction that indulges in desire remains within them, and the bound god has almost no presence. Oh, and after you leave Mr. Fool's divine kingdom, don't recall the name, Mother Tree of Desire. It would be troublesome if you were unlucky enough to be targeted. I understand. Klein frowned slightly and nodded. His attitude towards the Mother Tree of Desire was considerably more serious than towards the seven deities or even beings like the true Creator. This indicated that in his perception, the Mother Tree of Desire was even more dangerous than an evil god like the true Creator. Was it because the pathway controlled by this evil god was particularly dangerous, or was it actually the incarnation of an ancient god, stronger and crazier than a normal sequence 0? As his thoughts wandered, he heard Syrian's suggestion. If you don't want to report them to the church, then prepare more mystical items and talismans of the sun domain, as well as disturbances that counter divination and anti-tracking. This can effectively target revenants. Most revenants have a combat habit of hiding in the eyes of their opponents or teammates, which is enough to catch them off guard and is very convenient for using their revenant possession ability. I recommend preparing some amulets of the sun domain. By the way, if you need it, I can lend you the Peacemaker. The Dawn of the Light domain also has purifying and demon-breaking effects. Although it's not as good as items of the Sun domain, it's still an option. As for zombies, they have powerful bodies and can resist various magic. As long as their heads aren't shattered, other injuries aren't fatal. For them, damage to the spiritual body is more effective. I can rent you the Interrogator's ring, but be aware that if your mental strength is weaker than theirs, you will be the one who gets hurt. For werewolves, same as above. Anyway, each of them can easily crush you in a frontal fight. Klein. I understand. Regarding the Rose School of Thought, what do you know about the faction that advocates temperance? The Temperance faction. You encountered them? Syrian asked curiously. Before Klein could reply, he answered his own question. You must have done more than just encounter them. You must be quite familiar with them, otherwise they wouldn't have invited you to help them deal with the pursuit from the Indulgence faction. Klein casually retorted, couldn't it be that people from the Indulgence faction invited me to hunt down members of the Temperance faction? Syrian nodded slightly, then shook his head, possible, but not very likely. For people of the Indulgence faction, there's a greater chance they'd just kill you too. In the eyes of those lunatics, there are no companions, only prey. And what? Klein asked curiously. Syrian pondered and said, and it's best if you don't let anyone from the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought see you and leave alive. In the countries of the northern continent, it's fine, the mother tree's gaze will be interfered with by the seven deities. But in places where the seven deities' protection is weaker, the extremely conspicuous gray fog on you will definitely be noticed. Klein subconsciously examined himself, then asked with some uncertainty. Is it very conspicuous? Extremely conspicuous, Syrian affirmed with a nod. At the steam train station, I spotted you in the crowd at a glance. As I advanced to astrologer, I don't even need to truly see you. As long as I'm relatively close to you, my spirituality will be stimulated. Klein's expression gradually darkened. He knew there was something special about him, but he hadn't expected it to be so conspicuous. He even suspected that Syrian had already guessed, or at least had some suspicions about the identity of Mr. Fool. He paused, then gathered his thoughts and asked in a deep voice. Besides you, do you know anyone else who can see the abnormality on me? The next second, he heard the answer he least wanted to hear from Syrian's mouth. Many. The most direct are the angels of the apprentice, seer, and marauder pathways, then those who control part of the authority of fate, which can be angels or true gods of sequence 0. Also, beyonders of the fate pathway, under the favor of fate, can also see things that beyonders of other pathways find difficult to see. Besides these normal ones, there are also some mystical items or beyonders who, due to certain reasons, have connections with some high-level entities, and they can also detect your uniqueness. For example, the magic mirror, roads that you've interacted with, it's a mystical item with such unique properties. So many. Klein's eyes widened slightly. He even felt as if he had only survived until now purely by luck. Syrian comforted him with less than sincere tone, it's not a big problem. Once you become a demigod, you'll gain some abilities of concealment. Quote. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein couldn't help but retort. You make becoming a demigod sound as easy as eating and drinking. Syrian nodded slightly. For you, it should be about the same. After all, the aggregation effect will periodically feed you. Just like when you first arrived in Backland, didn't that Intis intelligence officer, Rosago, come to deliver Beander characteristics and information to you? Klein. People truly become speechless when they are speechless. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all the floating thoughts and brought the gradually straying topic back on track. Later, I might ask you for a favor, to borrow those 2 mystical items, and 1 instance of anti-divination and anti-tracking interference. The 2 members of the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction promised a book of secrets that records a lot of mysticism knowledge as compensation. I can share the contents with you. Book of Secrets. No problem. He paused, then added, it seems you're really out of money. The expression on Klein's face, which had just softened, stiffened again. That last sentence was entirely unnecessary. After their conversation, and sending Syrian away from the space above the gray fog, Klein looked forward. His figure flickered, and he appeared directly at the head of the mottled long table, in the position of the fool. I can actually teleport. He sighed, suppressed the urge to try more ideas, and reached out to materialize his usual topaz pendant. In the real bedroom, Syrian rubbed his head and stood up from the chair. After Klein's interruption, he had somewhat forgotten what he originally intended to do. Do astrologers also suffer from forgetfulness? Thump, thump. A rhythmic knocking sound suddenly echoed in the room, not from outside the door, but from within the room. Syrian had one hand in his pocket, clutching a pre-prepared drawing, while his other hand hung loosely, his thumb pressing against his middle finger, ready to create a loud bang at any moment. The knocking sound occurred again, much clearer than before. Under the warning of his spiritual intuition, he quickly located the target, the full-length mirror placed in the corner of the room. The moment his gaze fell upon it, a beautiful and captivating face flashed subconsciously in his mind. Hesitating for less than a second, he made his decision and stepped forward to stand directly in front of the full-length mirror. The mirror's surface had become dim at some point, faintly revealing crisscrossing, dense, profound passages behind it, like a complex spiderweb. An invisible ripple seemed to pass across the mirror's surface, and then Clarice's beautiful and captivating face appeared in the mirror. Her bright gray eyes were filled with fervent emotion, like stars twinkling in the night sky. The moment their gazes met, Syrian's breathing hitched slightly, and his heart unconsciously quickened. Chapter 160, A Commission from the Demoness. Syrian stared at the charming face in the full-length mirror for a long time, then suddenly said, "This seems to be a mirror magic that allows for remote communication. Are you still in Backland?" The charming and beautiful face in the mirror curved its lips, letting out a heart-stirring chuckle. "Ha ha. Are you wondering why I can pinpoint your location so accurately? Don't worry, I haven't collected your blood or hair. After all, I couldn't bear to." Listening to the intimate voice, Syrian's breathing involuntarily quickened, and he felt all the blood in his body rapidly rush to his lower half. The demoness's charm was truly deadly. He slightly bent his body, hiding his embarrassment, then dryly chuckled and explained, "I'm just a little curious." Clarice in the mirror chuckled softly, her gray eyes looking straight at him, shimmering like ripples on a lake under the sun. Her face hadn't changed at all, but suddenly the charm from before was gone, replaced by purity and a sense of holiness that made it impossible to harbor even the slightest thought of blasphemy. If one could date a demoness of undying, it would be like having all types of girlfriends. The thought that had just begun to spread in his mind suddenly stopped. The heat in Syrian's eyes quickly faded, and they returned to clarity. He shook his head slightly, shaking off all the jumbled thoughts, and then looked at the pure and wholly beautiful face in the mirror. The latter smiled gently at him, and that charm, which made primal desires swell, reappeared. Syrian's face darkened as he averted his gaze, only observing the mirror with his peripheral vision. "Are you intentionally teasing me? Isn't it obvious?" Clarice chuckled in response, watching Syrian grit his teeth slightly, yet helplessly. Her smile grew brighter. "All right, let's talk about something serious. The Steam Church is using some method I don't know to scan all of Backland. This is likely a mystical item they created or a special sealed artifact, which forces me to temporarily leave Backland. I need you to help me inquire about this, preferably to find out how to avoid that kind of scan. That way, I can return to your side." At this point, Clarice in the mirror showed 3 parts sadness, 3 parts loneliness, and 4 parts longing on her face. For no reason, Syrian felt emotions like pity, heartache, and annoyance well up in his heart. He couldn't help but want to comfort her, wanting to reach out and caress her face. Until, the cold touch on his hand suddenly brought him back to his senses. Syrian looked at his right hand gently caressing the mirror, his expression momentarily stunned, then recalling his thoughts and actions just now, his face flushed then darkened. He looked at Clarice in the mirror, who seemed to be suppressing a smile, and said with a slight gritting of teeth, "Don't charm me." Clarice in the mirror chuckled, unconcerned by Syrian's reaction, and said, "Your willpower is truly firm. Most Beyonders, after so many of my charms, would have already fallen deeply in love with me, unable to extricate themselves. Can you tell me what belief makes your will so firm?" Syrian didn't want to answer the question, but his body honestly spoke directly, probably, the desire to survive. Desire to survive. That's an unexpected answer. I seem to be getting more and more interested in you. When I return to Backland, we must continue our sincere and passionate romance from before. After muttering a few words to herself, she suddenly looked at Syrian with a charming smile and asked, "So, what have you decided about my request just now?" Syrian's thoughts short-circuited for a moment due to that smile, and it took him a beat to realize what she was talking about. Then, the love-struck little person and the rational little person on his head fought, until the rational little person impaled the love-struck little person and threw it out. Only then did he organize his thoughts and give an answer. "I can try, but I don't guarantee success. Also, this isn't free, I need substantial compensation." Clarice in the mirror looked at him with a smile. "How about a passionate hug from me in person after you succeed?" Not satisfied. Then, a loving kiss. Still not satisfied. If you want to go further, it's not impossible. Syrian looked at the beautiful, shy, and affectionate face in the mirror with a darkened expression, his heart incooperatively accelerating with a few thumps. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless desires, he then spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Compared to these, I need material compensation more. Gold pounds, Beyonder materials, or potion formulas, any of these will do." Clarice in the mirror looked at him with a lost, dejected, and somewhat resentful expression. "So, in your eyes, I'm not as charming as cold gold pounds and materials?" Syrian shook his head slightly. "These are 2 things that cannot be compared. Even if Cheek came, she'd have to queue behind my gold pound brother." As thoughts drifted, he saw a captivating smile reappear on Clarice's face in the mirror. "I'm an Intis native, so I don't have your Lowen's gold pounds. As for Beyonder materials, I naturally didn't bring any." Syrian stood in front of the mirror, looking at her with a calm expression. Not seeing the expression she wanted, she sighed faintly, and then continued, "Since you are a Beyonder of the apprentice pathway, perhaps you know the Tamara family." Syrian controlled his expression, putting on a surprised look. That angel family from the fourth epoch that controlled part of the apprentice pathway. Exactly. Clarice in the mirror nodded gently. I am also a descendant of the Tamara family, so, do you want the scribe, or the traveler, or both? Syrian raised an eyebrow slightly, tentatively asking, are there no secret sorcerer and wanderer? Clarice looked at him with a smile. Yes, even angel-level potion formulas and materials are available, but the prerequisite is that you truly join this big family. Thinking of the complex parent-child and male-female relationships in the demoness family, Syrian subconsciously shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Those are too far away. I'll consider what's at hand first. I will help you find the Steam Church's method of scanning all of Backland and ways to circumvent it as soon as possible. In exchange, I hope to obtain the Traveler's Potion formula. Clarice in the mirror smiled and nodded. No problem, I can tell you the ritual part now. This is my trust in you, so don't let me down. Syrian reached out and pressed his chest. He suddenly felt his conscience ache a little. Clarice ignored his reaction and continued to explain on her own. The specific ritual is, set up special coordinates in 4 completely different and distant places deep within the spirit world. As far as I know, this ritual can also be replaced by a mystical item that allows one to return directly from the spirit world to reality. The principle seems to involve returning from the spirit world to reality. I hope you can be quick. I'm already eager to see you, to embrace you face to face. After leaving a teasing remark, Clarice's figure in the mirror abruptly vanished, and then the deep mirror surface also returned to normal. So, how exactly did she pinpoint my location? The influence range of a Sequence 3 saint is a large city, but she's no longer in Backland. How did she do it? Mirror world, perhaps she left some special arrangements in a certain mirror world in Backland. As he murmured, Syrian reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold coin, flicking it into the air with a clink. On a dark, ethereal, and not quite real road, Syrian walked and stopped, occasionally tossing a gold coin. Around him, countless similar, not quite real roads, without direction and without up or down, stretched together, forming a complex and mysterious spiderweb, weaving out a deep and bizarre mirror world different from reality. It should be nearby, otherwise Clarice wouldn't be able to pinpoint my location so accurately. Syrian murmured as he wandered through the surrounding mirror world. He was looking for Clarice's arrangements left in the mirror world. Although she didn't seem to pose any harm or malice, having a demoness who could pinpoint his home at any time was still too dangerous. It's a bit troublesome. Even if I find it, I can't directly act, otherwise it would be equivalent to openly breaking ties with her. Besides me, who else can travel through the mirror world, Miss Sharon, or Klein in his spirit body state? Chapter 161 The Altar of the Original Witch. Chapter 161 The Primordial Demoness's Altar. So you want me to destroy the altar hidden behind the mirror that's being used for position? Klein, in his spirit body form, stared at the deep mirror world ahead, where countless snake-like entities seemed to be wriggling. His expression was stiff. For the first time, he felt his fear of snakes so viscerally. If he weren't currently in his spirit body form, he suspected his limbs would already be numb and his teeth chattering. This was completely different from the snake swarm he encountered in the underground ruins on William Street. Those were real snakes. Although they made him feel uneasy and scared, he knew clearly that those snakes couldn't threaten him. However, the wriggling shadowy figures in the mirror world ahead only resembled snakes. Some had distinct black and white eyes, while others had beautiful human female heads with flicking snake tongues, making them sinister and dangerous. As a Beander who had encountered several evil gods and possessed rich experience, he sensed a terrifying aura on those wriggling snake-like shadows, an aura on the same level as the true creator. There was no sense of corruption or defilement, but it was even more sinister, filled with terror and destruction. Gulp. Swallowing non-existent saliva, Klein turned his head to look at Syrian, his eyes filled with condemnation. You didn't tell me before that this was an evil god's altar, and one clearly protected by an evil god's power. Syrian met his gaze with a very innocent expression. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know the specific situation here before? No, Klein shook his head resolutely. Syrian, choked for a moment, chose to skip the topic. Actually, the problem isn't that big. This is just a trace of the primordial demoness's power, drawn by the altar. It only appears so terrifying because it's in the mirror world. After all, she is the master of the mirror world. Klein frowned, then pressed on. Won't destroying this altar be noticed by the primordial demoness herself? Syrian shook his head and explained, no, she was severely injured by the 7 deities during the Pale disaster and hasn't recovered yet. I've already set up some interference in advance, plus this is just an ordinary altar used for positioning and auxiliary influence on the mirror world. He paused, then looked at Klein and said seriously, as long as you act fast enough, destroy the altar, and immediately return to Mr. Fool's divine kingdom, even if the primordial demoness casts her gaze, she won't find you. Klein stared speechlessly at Syrian. He really wanted to ask if he would have to face an evil god's malice head-on if he wasn't fast enough. Don't worry, I'll provide assistance. Syrian raised his hand and patted his chest, then handed him the peacemaker from his waist holster. Klein raised the price, 1,000 pounds, deducted from my debt. No problem. Syrian nodded without hesitation. If Clarice had used something else for positioning, he might have tried to haggle, but the primordial demoness's altar had to be destroyed. Taking the shiny silver pistol, Klein floated a short distance forward, then stopped and looked back at him, asking with unease. Are you sure there's only a trace of the primordial demoness's power drawn by the altar in that mirror world, and no other safeguards? Syrian thought for a moment before nodding seriously. Most likely not. This is the mirror world, and the primordial demoness is its master. Her power and aura are the most effective measures. Most likely. Klein glared at him, his eyes full of skepticism. Didn't you already divine the danger level before you came here? Syrian shrugged, as if saying, what more do you want from me? Klein subconsciously pressed, how did you know? Syrian shrugged, isn't that how you seers are? You don't even know whether to step out with your left foot or right foot without divining it beforehand. After a pause, Klein chose to skip the topic. Can you open a safe passage to that mirror world? I can try. Syrian took 2 steps forward. A fist-sized, shimmering, illusory crystal ball materialized in the air as he raised his right hand. Pop! With an illusory shattering sound, the shimmering crystal ball broke into countless sand-sized starlight fragments, merging into the surrounding void. After completing the anti-divination and anti-tracking interference, he took out a folded piece of drawing paper from his pocket and shook it open. On the paper was a child's scribble of a sun, surrounded by numerous symbols and magical sigils representing domains like holiness, purification, and light, clustered like dense stars. Close your eyes for a moment. After reminding Klein, he covered his right hand with spirituality, pressed it onto the drawing paper, and then reached inside. With a sound like pages turning, a silver-white, extremely bright miniature sun was pulled out from the drawing paper. The miniature sun no longer emitted purely dazzling white light, but rather a silver dawn filled with holiness and purification. The sun was thrown by him with force, heading straight for the mirror world where the primordial demoness's altar was located. In an instant, the snake-like shadows wriggling in that mirror world became clear, became active, like ice cubes thrown into boiling water. They continuously rolled, melted, and emitted sizzling sounds. A few seconds later, the snake-like shadows seemed to gradually adapt to the purification of the silver dawn. They began to surge towards the miniature sun, constantly intertwining, eventually forming a cobweb structure similar to the mirror world. The miniature silver-white sun was trapped in the center of the cobweb and began to destabilize, showing signs of collapse. Syrian merely glanced at it before no longer paying attention. He quickly walked to Klein's spirit body and pushed forward with his hand. Silently, layers of ethereal blue light rippled out, rapidly condensing an illusory door before them. On the other side of the illusory door was a 3-tiered stepped altar made of gray-white stones. In the center of the altar was a palm-sized, pure white, naked female figure with snake hair. The moment the illusory door appeared, Klein, in his spirit body form, floated inside. He subconsciously glanced at the pure white statue, and his spirit body's movements paused. He actually felt a primitive surge of desire, belonging to a flesh and blood body, within his spirit body. He seemed to have fallen in love with this flawless statue. Looking at this beautiful, flawless statue, his hand holding the peacemaker trembled slightly, unable to pull the trigger. His body and mind were engaged in a silent struggle and confrontation. Behind him, the ethereal blue illusory door reappeared. Then, a hand wreathed in tiny electric sparks reached out from behind the door, and gently patted his spirit body. ZZZZT. Stimulated by the electric current, Klein suddenly snapped back to his senses and, without further hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets trailing silver afterglow landed on the altar, shattering into fragments of light like dawn. A small, sharp silver hurricane formed, easily tearing apart the altar made of stacked gray-white stones. As the altar was destroyed, the power of the primordial demoness, which had been drawn by the altar, lost its restraint and dispersed directly into this mirror world, bringing about unknown anomalies. Klein, in his spirit body form, quickly scanned his surroundings. The miniature silver sun had completely collapsed, leaving only a rapidly fading speck of light. The cobweb structure, similar to the mirror world, also abruptly disintegrated, merging into the surroundings, seemingly brewing something terrifying. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw the peacemaker in his hand into the illusory door behind him, then his figure abruptly vanished. He had ended the ritual summoning arranged by Syrian and returned to above the gray fog. Catching the peacemaker that Klein threw back, Syrian glanced at the pure white statue of the primordial demoness in the altar ruins, suppressed the feelings of lingering attachment, reluctance, and admiration in his heart, and raised his hand to press down on the air. Ethereal blue light rippled like water, and in an instant, an illusory door leading to reality was opened. Above the gray fog, within the grand, ancient palace, Klein sat in the fool's position. The surrounding gray fog was raging, and an invisible force was washing over his body. In less than 2 seconds, a transparent ball of threads, like countless tiny snakes intertwined, was peeled from his body. Under the washing of the gray fog's power, within a few seconds, the transparent thread ball, condensed from the primordial demoness's aura, was dissolved. Having dealt with the residual aura of the primordial demoness on him, he turned his head to look at the crimson star corresponding to Syrian. Through the ritual power that had not yet fully dispersed, he saw the attic where Syrian had set up the summoning ritual. It was empty, with only a mirror placed on the floor glowing faintly. On the other side, Syrian, who had found a random mirror to return to reality, was awkwardly discovered to have stumbled into a neighbor's kitchen. Good thing I didn't stumble into the washroom. He sighed softly, and before the homeowner could discover him, he placed his hand on the kitchen window frame, easily flipped over, and emerged from the kitchen into the alley outside. Chapter 162, An Arranged Encounter. After carefully circling twice outside and performing 2 anti-divination and anti-tracking interferences, Syrian finally evaded the machinery hivemind members secretly protecting him and returned home. He then went to the attic on the 3rd floor, dismantled the summoning ritual he had set up to summon Klein's spirit body, tidied up the room, and then looked at the mirror on the floor. A warning from his spiritual intuition told him that the mirror had undergone an unknown bianyi and was now extremely dangerous. This isn't the mirror that holds the primordial demoness's altar, so why is it undergoing a bianyi? As thoughts flickered, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Before he could speak, a gentle voice echoed in his mind. I arranged it. Syrian, whose question was answered preemptively, paused for a moment, then asked a different question. You didn't move the mirror world containing the primordial demoness's altar behind this mirror, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, Adam's voice echoed in his mind. Yes, this mirror is stained with a trace of Cheek's power. With it, you will be much safer when exploring the mirror world. Of course, the probability of you being noticed by her has also greatly increased. Syrian raised an eyebrow slightly, asking in surprise, aren't you inconvenient to enter the mirror world? Adam calmly explained, I did not enter. I have already taken Cheek's idol, so you don't need to worry about Cheek casting her gaze through it. When the time comes, you can come to me and take it. It is your spoils of war. Did he learn to answer preemptively because I asked too many questions? Suppressing his constantly diverging thoughts, he inquired with some curiosity. So, Clarice leaving an altar made with the primordial demoness's idol in the mirror world was something you influenced from the start. Even my sudden urge to delve into this matter in the mirror world today. Adam's voice echoed leisurely in his mind, directly interrupting his inquiry. Not entirely. I merely guided the final outcome of all events towards the ending I needed more, building upon existing foundations. In return for this, I have arranged a script that you should like. Recently, a member of the Life School of Thought will arrive in Backland. You can try to encounter him. A member of the Life School of Thought. A hint of confusion flashed in Syrian's eyes. Why would he need to encounter a member of the Life School of Thought? Could it be Will Anseton? But can an author's script really arrange a snake of fate? As thoughts flickered, Adam's voice fell silent, no longer answering his questions. He left already. I feel like Adam is a bit different today. Could it be a virtual personality? The next day, Syrian woke up not too early. After a quick breakfast, he chose to go out. He was quite curious about how he would encounter the member of the Life School of Thought and who it would be. Hopefully, it's Will Anseton. After aimlessly wandering the streets for half a day, he arrived near a circus, his gaze drawn to a rather strange pair at the circus entrance. One was a very young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, with neatly combed hair and framed glasses, giving him a refined look. However, his brows were tightly furrowed, indicating impatience. Beside him was a talkative man, about 30 years old, plump and quite round, wearing a rural witch doctor-style black robe embroidered with various unique symbols. The beast tamers here don't understand animal taming at all. Why do you insist I come here to learn? You can't be trying to teach me how to provoke those tigers and brown bears, can you? Even though I'm stronger than before, I can't handle those fierce beasts. Oh, right, you still haven't told me about the next sequence of Demoness. The fat man's incessant chatter was interrupted by the young man's impatient, fierce gaze. He shrank his neck and muttered in a voice only he could hear. Don't say it, then don't say it. Young man. Syrian watched this scene with curiosity. He felt that the plump man looked somewhat familiar. He should have seen him, and more than once, but he just couldn't remember who he was. I always feel like their ages, personalities, and secondary roles are reversed. Just as he was internally complaining, he saw the young man with framed glasses look over at him. After an awkward nod to the other party, he directly walked into the circus behind the two of them. After buying a ticket and sitting in a back row seat, he belatedly realized, why did I feel awkward, and why did I specifically buy a ticket to enter the circus to hide my awkwardness? After a moment of thought, he came up with a possibility. Are they the people I'm supposed to encounter? As he pondered whether he should turn back and talk to the two, he instinctively looked back and saw the two men, one fat and one thin, who had been outside the circus. They walked in one after another, one with a calm yet impatient expression, the other constantly moving his lips, muttering inaudibly. Under his curious gaze, the two happened to walk to the seats next to him and sat down. Faced with his companion's incessant muttering, the young man finally couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded him. Watch the performance quietly, learn diligently, and don't disturb others. Oh. The plump man next to him responded, then stared unblinkingly at the stage ahead. The young man then turned his head to look at Syrian, who had been observing them, gave a slight nod, and then also turned his gaze to the stage ahead. Feeling that it would be rude to keep staring, Syrian withdrew his gaze and also looked forward, though his thoughts drifted a bit. There was a very faint smell of herbs on them. One had restrained spirituality, the other showed slight signs of overflow, indicating a recent promotion. Most likely, both are beyonders. Coming to the circus to learn, beast tamer. So, are they members of the Life School of Thought faction that believes in the primordial moon? If they are the people Adam arranged for me to encounter, what is the purpose? It can't be to kill them to gain favor with Will Anseton, can it? As his thoughts drifted, he heard a mocking voice from the seat next to him. Hey, Mr. Beast Tamer, that brown bear behind you wants to sit on your butt. I think you'd best not turn your back on it. And that gorilla, it thinks you're the idiot who needs to be whipped. The beast tamer performing on stage saw the person speaking in the audience and his face darkened. It's you again. Syrian looked at this impudent but subtly warning plump man, and a name suddenly popped into his mind. Darkwill. He then looked uncertainly at the young man sitting beside him. He really didn't think someone with Darkwill's personality could make friends. Noticing his gaze, the young man turned his head to look at him, then politely nodded and initiated a conversation. Please excuse him. My student speaks rather bluntly. Student. Syrian looked at the two in surprise. Although appearance doesn't necessarily indicate age in the Beander world, a teacher and student with such a large age gap. Either they are demigods whose life essence has undergone a leap, or vampires of sequence 7 or higher from the apothecary pathway. He narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the young man beside him, confirming that the other party did not possess the oppressive aura of a demigod. Darkwill's teacher isn't a Beyander of the fate pathway. Ah, that seems right. If he were a Beyander of the fate pathway, he probably wouldn't give Darkwill the opportunity to choose the apothecary pathway, since they wouldn't believe in the primordial moon, at least most of them wouldn't. Collecting his thoughts, he nodded slightly to the young man beside him. You're the teacher and student with the largest age gap I've ever seen. Many people say that. The young man chuckled, continuing the conversation. Both his actions and tone were refined and scholarly, completely different from Darkwill beside him. So, when teaching students, you can't be too hands-off. Most of what grows wildly are sour and bitter wild fruits. Ah! A sudden scream interrupted Syrian's wandering thoughts. When he came back to his senses, he saw the out-of-control animals on stage, the beast tamer pinned under a brown bear's butt, the chimpanzee swinging a whip and charging towards the audience, and the audience fleeing in panic. He cast a deep glance at Darkwill, who was somewhat stunned by the scene, suspecting that this guy had the potential for a jinx. Chapter 163, Destiny dislikes you very much. The gorilla, which had charged into the spectator stands wielding a whip, suddenly froze, looked around in confusion, and then turned back to the performance stage. It seems the animals here dislike the beast tamer more than us spectators. While they're still taking revenge on the beast tamer, let's leave quickly. The young man with the framed glasses reminded them, then took the chubby Darkwill and left with the crowd. Syrian tilted his head to look at the performance stage. Is this a bit too coincidental? As the thought floated, he saw the lean tiger look at him, a string of drool dripping from its mouth. After a moment of silence, he reached out and pressed the back of the chair behind him, then flipped over and leapt out, leaving the performance hall before the hungry tiger could pounce. He followed the crowd out of the circus but didn't see Darkwill or his young teacher. So it really was just a chance encounter. He pouted, just about to leave when the startled whinny of horses and the screams of the crowd suddenly came from behind him. The rapidly approaching sounds from behind and the warning from his spiritual intuition made him instinctively lunge sideways a certain distance. The sound of hooves, from far to near, then far again, as a horse that had broken free of its reins galloped past the spot where he had just been. Syrian frowned, looking in the direction the horse had come from, and just happened to see Darkwill and his very young teacher stepping out of a carriage without horses. Darkwill looked at the horse, whose back was no longer visible, and mumbled softly. How unlucky. Is today some kind of animal carnival? Why are they all like this? His young teacher beside him frowned and mused, this is a warning from destiny. Huh, what destiny? Darkwill looked bewildered. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled by his teacher and rushed into the crowd, then disappeared from Syrian's sight. After a moment of hesitation, Syrian pulled a small branch from a roadside tree and chased after Darkwill and his teacher in the direction they had left. West District, by the Tassoc River. Darkwill and his young teacher suddenly stopped, their eyes coldly scanning their surroundings. What's wrong, teacher? Darkwill was a bit confused. His teacher ignored him, his slightly reddish eyes fixed on the shadow beneath a roadside tree by the river. My friend, why have you been following us? The shadow under the roadside tree flickered, then fell like a weightless curtain, revealing Syrian hiding behind it. He looked at the two people who were wary of him and smiled. Did you discover me by scent? I have a sanguine friend. He bought a mystical item corresponding to the vampire characteristic from me for 3,000 pounds last time. Gulp. The chubby Darkwill subconsciously swallowed. It's worth that much. But we're not vampires. Why are you telling us this? Do you want us to go catch vampires with you? If the price is right, it's not out of the question. Syrian shook his head slightly. No, I mean that the sanguine of Backland are not friendly to outsider artificial vampires. Do you want to consider hiring a local bodyguard with connections? That way, you won't be discovered by the local sanguine, and I can also help you avoid official beyonders. The young man with glasses looked at him calmly and said, if we refuse, are you planning to report us to the official church or the local sanguine? Of course not. Syrian's words were interrupted before he could finish. Large patches of black mist emanated from behind Darkwill's young teacher, then transformed into a swarm of palm-sized illusory vampire bats that pounced at Syrian. After getting close to him, those vampire bats suddenly self-ignited. Just then, a wailing gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Under the swirling wind, the silently spreading black flames densely converged into a sea of fire, completely enveloping Syrian. This continued for about 10 seconds before the black flames lost their spiritual support and gradually dissipated, leaving only a layer of viscous, tar-like liquid covering the surrounding ground. As the black flames disappeared, Syrian's body, which had been mottled with starlight and become illusory, solidified again. He quickly looked around, then tossed the small branch he was holding into the air. Empress Burrow, at a street corner less than half a block from Civilis Square. Darkwill was startled by the figure that suddenly darted out in front of him. He instinctively moved sideways to dodge, then fell to the ground with a thump. Ow! Where did you come from, you jerk? Can't you watch where you're going, ah? Darkwill's curses stopped abruptly when he clearly saw that the person he had almost collided with was Syrian, then he let out a startled duck-like shriek. Syrian, is that really necessary? Am I some kind of big villain? He muttered to himself, then looked at Darkwill, who had already shrunk back a meter on the ground, and asked. Are you alone? Where is your teacher? Murder. Help. Darkwill ignored him, only screaming for help. Syrian's face was filled with exasperation, but when he saw the police officer in a black and white checkered uniform jogging towards them, he chose to temporarily retreat. He stepped back 2 paces, one hand pressing on the windowsill behind him, the other pushing the window glass, and leapt up, disappearing with ripples of faint blue light spreading out in circles. Darkwill on the ground watched this scene dumbfounded until a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform jogged over and helped him up from the ground. Sir, are you all right? Darkwill shook his head timidly. No, no. West District, in Green Cemetery, just 2 streets away from the Tassoc River. Darkwill's refined young teacher was half kneeling, conversing with a pale-faced, very weak-looking boy. The boy was in a wheelchair, around 10 years old, with a sturdy build and a childish face, his left lower leg missing. At this moment, his ink-black eyes showed a maturity no less than an adult's, and his tightly furrowed brows carried an indescribable seriousness. I understand. I have already interfered with your student's destiny. He will not be in danger. As for the fellow who was chasing you, ignore him. He just wants to see me. Want to see you. The young man was a bit puzzled, but the little boy didn't give him a chance to ask. You have the item. Leave Backland immediately, leave Lowen. Today's events are clearly a deliberately arranged coincidence. That impolite fellow must have asked the powerful spectator behind him to act. I will disrupt Backland's destiny to help you avoid being stopped by unexpected events as much as possible. However, this will definitely attract Ouroboros. I must restart and sever the corresponding destiny before that foolish great snake arrives. Once you are far from Lowen, immediately use that item to create disharmonious destiny to attract the great snake's attention. I understand, President. The young man nodded solemnly to the little boy in front of him, then turned and ran out of the cemetery. After watching the member of the Life School of Thought leave, the little boy sighed, looking at his empty left lower leg. Why is everyone targeting me? I'm just a 10-year-old child. What an impolite fellow, and Adam, letting him mess around. After muttering a couple of sentences, the little boy suddenly looked up at the gloomy, smog-shrouded sky above. His ink-black eyes suddenly turned completely silver-white. Looking closely, that silver-white was formed by countless tiny, intricately patterned wheels densely clustered together. In front of him, an illusory, mercury-colored long river, with no visible beginning or end, quietly appeared. This was the long river that recorded the destiny of all things. He gently stirred the air in front of him with his hand, and the countless tributaries that branched off from the latter half of the mercury-colored long river instantly fell into chaos. He had disrupted Backland's destiny for a period of time in the future. After doing all this, he sighed deeply and looked in the direction of the cemetery gate. You're too late. Syrian, who had just arrived from Empress Burrow. He didn't get close, but asked from a distance, why are you so unwilling to see me? The little boy, pale-faced, looked at him with childish seriousness and said, Destiny told me that after seeing you, I would lose something very important. Destiny dislikes you very much, and so do I. But the corrupted probability dice doesn't think so. Chapter 164, Unlucky Will. The dice of probability is corrupted. Sirian looked bewildered. He knew the dice of probability had a living characteristic, but it seemed there was no mention of it being corrupted. Is the dice of probability's activation due to corruption? Collecting his thoughts, he couldn't help but ask curiously, corrupted by what, and when? The little boy leaned back on the wheelchair, his face pale, his voice sounding hoarse, as if he was about to cry. Just 2 months ago, the long river representing fate suddenly experienced some anomalies, and a brand new tributary, flowing towards the unknown, appeared out of nowhere. This change caused the key of light, sealed in the western continent, which represents the uncertainty and chaos of fate, to become active. Its power penetrated the seal and affected the dice of probability. It was also because of that accident that I fell into a disadvantage during the chase with that stupid snake Ouroboros, and the life school of thought also suffered a blow due to the primordial moon. And the source of this series of changes is you, fellow. Ah, is that so? Sirian looked at Will Anseton in the wheelchair opposite him, his face full of confusion. He suspected that Will Anseton was trying to shift the blame onto him, but his intuition told him that everything the other party said was true. Is this the world rationalizing my appearance, or is he simply unlucky? Seeing Sirian's confused and suspicious expression, Will Anseton glared, a bit huffily. Do you think I'm lying to you? No, it's just. After a slight pause, he tactfully stated a fact. Is it possible that even without my existence, the life school of thought would still split due to the worship of the primordial moon within it, and you would still be caught by Ouroboros, leading to the necessity of a restart? Will Anseton nodded, troubled. There is indeed such a future. But that's not the future that's happening now. The fact that has already occurred is that you've brought me a continuous string of bad luck. It's all because of you, you unlucky fellow, that I had no choice but to. He didn't finish his sentence when his expression suddenly turned panicked. Damn it, how did that stupid snake get here so fast? Take me away quickly, this is not the place for a restart. Me. Sirian looked at the empty surroundings, then pointed to himself. Will Anseton immediately nodded. Of course, you've brought me so much bad luck, shouldn't you offer some compensation? All right. After a brief struggle, Sirian nodded and agreed to the other party's request. Then he quickly walked behind Will Anseton and pushed the wheelchair out of the cemetery. Seeing Sirian push the wheelchair and leave, the boy like Will Anseton immediately blurted out noisily. Interference, anti-divination and anti-prophecy interference. As an apprentice, don't you even know how to escape? Sirian. Is, apprentice, already synonymous with, escaping, now. He muttered softly, pushing the wheelchair away while raising his hand to condense a shimmering crystal ball. Crack! The newly condensed crystal ball instantly shattered, and the starlight flashing fragments quickly merged into the void and disappeared. Having just completed the interference, Will Anseton spoke again. There's a small puddle up ahead. Sirian glanced at it, then silently pushed the wheelchair towards the small puddle formed by accumulated water. A reflective puddle also served as a mirror surface. Eerie blue ripples spread across the surface of the puddle, quickly condensing into an illusory door leading to the mirror world. A few seconds after Sirian and Will Anseton's figures disappeared, the cemetery suddenly became dead silent, with mercury-colored light constantly seeping out of the void, then quickly disappearing. At the location where Will Anseton had been, a tall, thin man with silver hair reaching his vest, wearing a simple and plain linen robe, appeared silently. His features were gentle, his face beautiful, and his silver eyes always looked forward indifferently, as if observing fate from a detached perspective. After a few breaths, he suddenly frowned. Gone. He looked around, then took a step forward, his figure abruptly disappearing from the spot. In the mirror world, Sirian, who was constantly moving through mirrors while pushing the wheelchair, suddenly stopped and condensed a shimmering crystal ball. After the crystal ball shattered, he resumed pushing the wheelchair and continued on his way. Will Anseton suddenly asked, "Do you know where we're going?" Sirian shook his head. "I don't know, but with your luck, does it even matter if we know the destination?" "How can it not matter?" Will Anseton in the wheelchair bristled a bit. "I've already used up so much luck because of that stupid snake Ouroboros and you. If I keep using it up like this, more unlucky things are bound to happen. I think it's better if you don't speak." Sirian's face darkened, and he looked ahead vigilantly. His spiritual intuition was stirred. There seemed to be a third person in this mirror world. As he vigilantly looked around, a figure in a black tailcoat and a dark red cape emerged in the passage leading to the next mirror. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with neatly combed, slicked back hair, immaculate, and eyes that were black with a hint of green, devoid of any emotion. It's a revenant from the Rose School of Thought. Will Ansedon recognized the other party's identity at a glance, his tone filled with strong disdain. Syrian pressed on. Then can you deal with him? Will Ansedon's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm just a 10-year-old child, and you're asking me to deal with a brutal, terrifying, bloody, and violent revenant. Syrian. After half a second of silence, he pulled a drawing from his pocket and took out the shiny silver peacemaker from the drawing. Remember to make him run into my bullet himself. With that, without waiting for Will Ansedon's response, Syrian directly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets streaked through the air in silver trails, shooting directly towards the revenant that had suddenly appeared opposite him. Before being hit by the bullets, the revenant's figure suddenly became transparent and silently disappeared in this mirror world. At the edge of the mirror world, bullets plunged into the surrounding gloom, only blooming a few fragments of dawn-like light before vanishing without a trace. He just ran away. Syrian looked at where the revenant had disappeared, a bit speechless. Will Ansedon in the wheelchair explained coldly. Revenants are spiritual bodies that can directly communicate with the spirit world, belonging to one of the most spiritually intuitive sequences below demigods. Do you think he wouldn't sense the danger coming from me? Syrian, or you're not lucky enough, otherwise we could have casually picked up a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic. Fate is never free. Will Ansedon shook his head in an old-fashioned manner. Even Beyonders of the fate pathway need to accumulate luck to offset the consumption at necessary times. Syrian shrugged silently, said no more, and pushed the wheelchair to the next mirror world. After a series of twists and turns in the mirror world, Syrian finally brought Will Ansedon to the home of the parents he had chosen for himself. The boy-like Will Ansedon propped himself up on the wheelchair's armrest, stood on one foot, and looked at Syrian with a serious expression. Remember to forget what happened today. During this restart period, I will fall into an extremely weak state and cannot be caught by that foolish great snake. Also, remember to dispose of my corpse. You can find a trustworthy artisan to make it into an amulet to carry with you. This can alleviate fate's rejection of you to a certain extent. Syrian. Degree 1 degree hash. I don't have a habit of carrying a corpse with me. Will Ansedon looked at him, not quite understanding. Does the Beyonder characteristic extracted from a Beyonder not count as part of a corpse anymore? What's more, many mystical items themselves are formed by the combination of Beyonder characteristics and parts of a corpse. Do you also feel psychological pressure when you use them? Opening parenthesis quote quote. Syrian looked at Will Ansedon in front of him, then at the interrogator's ring on his hand, and finally shook his head firmly. What you said makes sense, but psychologically, I can't accept this suggestion. Will Ansedon frowned, troubled, but then, I won't have suitable compensation for you. Syrian inwardly gave the snake of fate, who was offering his own corpse as compensation, a thumbs down, then suggested. You can owe it for now, you're just restarting, not dying. Will Ansedon reluctantly nodded. All right then, I just have a feeling I'll be at a great disadvantage later. Then you figure out how to dispose of my corpse yourself, just don't let that stupid snake or the Aurora Order discover it. With that, Will Ansedon waved his hand at him, and then his entire being seemed to be instantly drained of essence and spirit, collapsing weakly. Syrian did not help him up immediately, but instead looked up at the sky. He saw an illusory, mercury-colored long snake emerge, biting its own tail to form a huge, complete wheel. Then, the wheel formed by the snake of fate rotated counterclockwise, faster and faster, smaller and smaller, until it completely faded and disappeared. Chapter 165, The Special Key of Light. Click. The sound of a doorknob turning echoed, and then the door was pushed open from outside. A man in a black suit walked in. He scanned the room, then walked straight to the made-up bed. Behind him, in the dressing mirror on the dresser, Syrian's face suddenly appeared, looking out with curiosity. Is this the father Will Ansedon chose for himself? I wonder if he's still Dr. Allen. Speaking of which, Will should be over 1,000 years old by now, right? He must have restarted quite a few times. His parents alone could make up a whole company. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the illusory mirror world shattering suddenly echoed in his ears. Don't be so petty. Your body is still in my hands. After he said this, the surrounding sounds, similar to a mirror shattering, became clearer. So petty, Syrian muttered in his heart, dragging the wheelchair with one hand and extending the other, pressing it against the air. Silently, an illusory door appeared. After he left this mirror world with Will Anseton's corpse, dense, spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared around them. Crash! This mirror world seemed to suffer an unbearable heavy blow and shattered instantly. In reality, in the bedroom where Will Anseton had just restarted, a deep mirror on the dresser suddenly shattered. Why did the mirror break? In Syrian's bedroom, layers of faint blue light suddenly rippled on the full-length mirror in the corner. Then, Syrian dragged the wheelchair and Will Anseton's corpse from the mirror. After 2 seconds of thought, he put the wheelchair and the body back behind the mirror. I always feel like I'm a murderer now, troubled by how to dispose of a body. He muttered softly, then looked at the full-length mirror in front of him and asked in a low voice. Adam, are you there? After a delay of less than half a second, Adam's gentle voice sounded in his heart. I am. Will Anseton's suggestion is a good choice. If you want his promise more, you can directly destroy this corpse. This is not difficult. After restarting, this is just an ordinary corpse. Although it has some peculiarities, they are not manifested in the corpse itself. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, then cremate him. He paused, then asked, is everything Will Anseton said true? Adam's voice immediately sounded, I cannot confirm the truth, but I can be sure he did not lie. Even at the level above God Almighty, fate is still miraculous. This is not impossible. Syrian nodded thoughtfully, then asked, is there anything special about the key of light? This time, Adam was silent for several seconds before answering. Cannot be determined. After all, I don't have such a deep understanding of fate. However, I once used omniscience and omnipotence to deduce some things. The key of light might be the only Sephira, besides the mother nest, that has not been tainted by the celestial worthy and God Almighty. Why? Syrian immediately became interested and quickly pressed for an answer. This was a true secret, one he had never known. Adam did not hide it. According to the deductions of omniscience and omnipotence, the most important symbols of the outer deity corresponding to the key of light are 2. Endless chaos, and incarnation of fate. Among them, incarnation of fate points to the river of fate itself, while endless chaos points to the essence of this world, the chaos of its underlying rules, and the chaos of the river of fate itself. This is also the fundamental reason why a ruler of fate cannot be born. Because the river of fate itself is chaotic and cannot be completely controlled like the astral world or the spirit world. So that's how it is. Syrian nodded thoughtfully. He had always been puzzled that fate, which could support the birth of 3 outer deities, and could even split off symbols like beacon of fate, with many prophecies, precognition, and misfortune authorities scattered, was clearly high in strength, yet had no pillar. He paused, then said, half to himself and half asking. So, the absolute rational world proclaimed by the life school of thought truly exists, and it's as complete as the astral world and the spirit world, an important part of the world's composition, but it cannot be completely controlled by people due to its chaotic nature. Adam, that's one way to look at it. Syrian nodded and continued to ask. Did the celestial worthy not accommodate the key of light because it represents the chaos and uncertainty of fate, conflicting with the beacon of fate symbol? Adam, perhaps so, or perhaps a pillar is already the limit for stable existence, and it can no longer accommodate chaos. It's also possible that the key of light hides secrets we don't know. From the Mad Second Epoch until now, the Wheel of Fortune has never appeared, nor has there ever been a possibility of its appearance. Perhaps this itself is a manifestation of endless chaos. This is really a pit. He always felt that every meander pathway on this planet had its own pit, but some had already been trodden, while others had not yet been discovered. As his thoughts drifted, Adam's voice sounded again. You'd best deal with that corpse quickly. If you want to use this opportunity to meet Ouroboros, you can keep it for now. I understand. After 2 seconds of serious thought, he still decided not to pit Will Anseton. After all, he was already so unlucky. A corpse as a charm is psychologically a bit unacceptable. Simply abandoning the corpse isn't good either, and destroying it is too much of a waste, so how about? As he muttered, he suddenly looked up at the ceiling, thinking of an excellent hiding spot for the corpse. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the child's corpse, missing a section of its calf, that Syrian had sent up through a sacrificial ritual, his face dark. If he's committing murder and disposing of a body, am I an accomplice now? As he struggled with how to remind the other party that he wasn't an evil god and didn't accept such bloody sacrifices, Syrian's prayer echoed in the space above the gray fog. Respected Mr. Fool, this is the corpse of a snake of fate. Although the Beander characteristic has separated with his restart, there are still some divine peculiarities remaining. I don't know how to dispose of him temporarily, and I'm worried that keeping him by my side will lead to him being discovered by another snake of fate. Therefore, I wish to temporarily store him in your divine kingdom. I am willing to pay a certain price for this. He's developed a dangerous item storage business for me. After struggling for a while, he nodded helplessly and transmitted his response. You may. At night, Syrian sat at his desk, looking at the crimson moon outside the window, which gradually pierced through the clouds and was no longer incomplete. It took him half a second to realize that today was a full moon. A pale red veil, like water, descended from the sky, covering the earth, bringing the growth of spirituality and the enhancement of life. About 2 or 3 seconds later, illusory, layered prayers sounded in his ears. Looking at the crimson moon outside the window, he hesitated for a moment, then decided to draw the curtains before closing his eyes to meditate, allowing his spirit to follow the connection established by the prayers to a dimension overlooking all things. As soon as his spirit stabilized, he skillfully reached out, conjuring a lightless, black curtain, from thin air, and threw it towards Owen, who was praying, to shield him from the crimson moon in reality. In reality, Owen, who was struggling to pray with his head in his hands, suddenly felt his surroundings darken, and the whispering in his ears silently disappeared. No matter how many times, this always feels magical to me. Perhaps I have found a way to help the Abraham family break free from the bloodline curse, but unfortunately, I'm not yet sequence 7, so I can't contact the family's elder council. Actually, it's not impossible. Syrian is already an astrologer, I can ask him to help open that box. This is to solve the problem of the bloodline curse, the elders of the Elder Council will definitely understand. Above the dimension, Syrian's face was filled with black lines as he heard Owen's monologue. Even if I work myself to death, I can't simultaneously protect everyone in the Abraham family. And once I'm far from Backland, I probably won't be able to respond to prayers. At the same time, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, Klein, seated on the high-backed chair of the fool, extended his spirituality, touching the constantly contracting and expanding crimson star representing the magician, Furs. In an instant, the figure of the magician, Furs, appeared on a chair to his right. Noticing that the terrifying whispers echoing in her ears had disappeared, Furs breathed a sigh of relief, rose from her seat, and bowed to the fool, Klein, at the head of the table. Respected Mr. Fool, you have saved me once again. Klein leaned back in his chair, in a good mood, and replied in a very nonchalant tone. This is nothing to be concerned about. Furs was surprised, then stunned, then silent, and finally sat back in her seat. The two remained silent for 2 or 3 minutes, and just as the magician, Furs, was so embarrassed she almost dug her toes into the ground. Klein finally spoke first. You can tell me your story, for example, how you became an apprentice. He was indeed very curious about Miss Magician, who would suffer from the full moon whispers. He had previously asked Syrian this question as the world, and the answer he received was that only members of the Abraham family would hear such whispers. It was the bloodline curse of that ancient family. Perhaps Miss Magician was a lost member of the Abraham family. Or it could be that she had established a connection with the existence emitting the full moon whispers through another pathway, and because she happened to be a Beander of the apprentice pathway, this connection was able to exist stably. If it was the second possibility, then she was a bit unlucky. It's a pity I am not the true, yellow-black king who wields good luck, so I cannot change her fortune. Chapter 166 Monday. Chapter 166, Monday. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, the wall clock chimed precisely. Sirian leaned leisurely in the chair in front of his desk, a dense gray fog continuously emerging before him, while an invisible force enveloped his spiritual body. With a slight daze, his surroundings had already changed. Magnificent and tall stone pillars stood, supporting the high dome, and a mottled, ancient long table seemed to have been placed there for hundreds or thousands of years, with several blurry figures seated on either side. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey was still the first to rise. As she bowed and greeted Mr. Fool at the head of the table, her gaze paused almost imperceptibly when it touched the card placed face down on the table in front of the Fool. "This is the card I pierced with my earring, the heresy slate made by Emperor Rosal. I wonder what pathway is recorded on this heresy slate. If it's the spectator pathway." As her thoughts wandered, she subconsciously glanced at the others around her and noticed that, with the exception of Mr. World and Mr. Fate, Sirian, everyone else showed varying degrees of confusion and surprise. Mr. World and the others already knew about this heresy slate. They are all in Backland, so perhaps they were involved in obtaining the heresy slate itself. Unfortunately, the Steam Church hasn't released any information, and I can't actively inquire. It's also possible that they simply hid their emotions too well. Collecting her thoughts, she turned her body and greeted everyone present. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Good afternoon, Mr. Fate." After everyone had nodded to each other and completed their greetings, Sirian was the first to raise his hand and said to the Fool, Klein at the head of the mottled long table. "Mr. Fool, I have recently collected some Rosal's diary. Can I use them as payment for storing that item? If the value of those diaries has a surplus, can it accumulate contribution?" Accumulate contribution. You weren't this proactive before. He probably needs my help as Mr. Fool, for something, and judging by the need to accumulate contribution, it won't be a small matter. The most worrying problem has still occurred. I really want to refuse, but... As thoughts drifted, the Fool, Klein leaned back in his chair and nodded leisurely. You can. He could not actively violate the rules he had set. This did not align with how the Fool should appear in everyone's eyes. Seeing that the Fool, Klein agreed to his request, Sirian immediately focused, recalling the specific content of the diaries he had read before, and then, with Klein's help, manifested them. In a breath or two, a stack of neatly arranged Rosal's diary was manifested, appearing out of thin air in front of the Fool, Klein. Justice Audrey and Hanged Man Alger, members who had provided Rosal's diary to Mr. Fool, showed varying degrees of shock. You can remember so much content at once. Sirian smiled and nodded at Justice Audrey, who had asked the question, then explained. I have some understanding of the writing Emperor Rosal used, so it's relatively easy to memorize. Justice Audrey's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked. You have some understanding of this writing. Can I learn this knowledge from you? I can pay for it. At this moment, everyone looked at Sirian, some surprised, some curious, some sighing. Klein, Great Emperor, you are about to suffer social death in our tarot club. Sirian glanced around at everyone and shook his head slightly. Not for now, this requires the consent of the person involved. After all, these are diaries. If one wakes up to find their diary made public to the whole world, that would probably be quite socially devastating. Oh, I didn't think it through. Justice Audrey shook her head apologetically at him. Waking up, does he think Emperor Rosal is still alive? The Fool, Klein, shrouded in gray fog, fell into contemplation. Then he manipulated World to ask. Do you believe Emperor Rosal is not truly dead yet? Just because he died doesn't mean he can't be resurrected. Coincidentally, the Black Emperor pathway has the ability to revive from the dead. As he spoke, Sirian glanced at the card placed face down on the table in front of Mr. Fool. As far as I know, Rosal was of the Savant pathway, which is not related to the Black Emperor pathway. World's words suddenly halted. Klein, who was manipulating him, thought of the series of things this time-traveler predecessor did in his later years, including but not limited to calling himself Emperor Caesar, reforming the constitution. Is the Great Emperor intentionally trying to align himself with the Black Emperor? But the adjacent pathway of the Savant pathway should only be the mystery prior, and the great emperor's death is a fact confirmed by the 7 major churches. Wait, the sequence of the Black Emperor can revive, and after death, all of one's Beander characteristic will be extracted. Is the great emperor trying to shed the characteristics belonging to the mystery prior and savant pathways by dying once and then resurrecting, to escape the madness caused by Beander characteristic conflicts? But why didn't he reappear after death? Did something go wrong with his resurrection? A Black Emperor can awaken and return from any of the 9 mausoleums, but a mausoleum is not necessarily required, as long as a certain amount of the order he established still exists, as long as people still chant his name. The great emperor certainly met the conditions, so did some problem occur during his resurrection, forcing him into a deep sleep. After, world fell into contemplation, Syrian also stopped speaking, quietly leaning back in his chair and lost in thought. For a moment, only the occasional rustling sound of the fool turning the diary remained in the hall. On both sides of the long table, the members of the tarot club looked at the 2 suddenly silent individuals with curiosity and some urgency. Hearing a secret halfway through and then having the discussion stop abruptly was the most uncomfortable thing, but now that Mr. Fool was reading the diary, although they had many questions, they could only remain silent. At the head of the mottled long table, the Fool Klein's speed of turning the diary grew faster and faster. January 1st, a grand New Year's Eve party. Madame Flournel was truly a stunner tonight. October 5th, Miss Matilda is so beautiful. Her personality, her temperament, they are all my type. I'm starting to look forward to our marriage. April 14th, I've been attending too many events recently, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This is not a small matter. I must exercise restraint. This is truly a carefully selected stack of diaries. The Fool, Klein gritted his teeth and praised it inwardly. In such a thick stack of diaries, he couldn't find a single useful piece of information. He had every reason to suspect that these were diaries, carefully screened by Syrian, with the aim of getting him to store the Snake of Fate corpse for free. The original exchange duration for this stack of diaries must be deducted by 50%, no, 90%. After making a decision in his mind, he raised his hand, making all the diaries in front of him disappear, then looked at Miss Justice, who had been wanting to speak. Seeing Mr. Fool's gaze fall upon her, Justice Audrey quickly said, "Mr. Fool, I have also memorized 2 pages of Rosal's diary. Not bad." The Fool, Klein nodded gently. "I hope the diary Miss Justice found will contain some useful information, and also cleanse my eyes, which have been polluted by a whole stack of Rosal's philandering diaries and post-event reflections." As thoughts drifted, he gently raised his hand, helping Justice Audrey manifest the 2 pages of diary she had memorized, and transferred them into his own hand. As his gaze swept over them, the expression on his face gradually stiffened. March 6th, damn it, the food here is making me constipated. This was not Rosal's philandering diary, but these were the 2 pages of diary he had already seen in the Kingdom Museum. Today is the day I gained the most Rosal's diary, and also the day I gained nothing. After complaining inwardly, he deliberately delayed for a moment longer, then made the manifested diary in his hand disappear, before looking at Justice Audrey and asking, "Do you wish to have it deducted from the unspent gold pounds, or receive something extra?" Audrey didn't hesitate at all. Her gaze fell on the face-down card, and she spoke directly. "Mr. Fool, I want to know which Beander pathway is contained within that heresy slate." Chapter 167 Transaction. Chapter 167, Trading Session. Heresy Slate. That was the heresy slate made by Emperor Rosal, containing the secrets of becoming a god. The hanged man Alger's eyes could not hide his shock as he looked at the card Klein had placed face down on the table. His emotions surged, but he quickly calmed down and thought of some questions. How did Justice Audrey know it was a heresy slate? And, World and Fate had no reaction, they seemed to have known it for a long time. They were all in Backland. Could the appearance of this heresy slate be related to them? Heresy slate. Magician Furs and son Derek had the same blank look on their faces, they didn't know much about it. As expected, he treats money like dirt. Klein sighed silently in his heart, then asked, "Do you want me to say it directly, or only for you to know?" Justice Audrey looked around, then replied, "Only for me to know." Magician Furs and Hanged Man Alger felt a flicker of disappointment in their hearts, but they quickly adjusted. Anyway, it was only 2 pages of Rosal's diary, not too difficult to collect. They would know the answer by next week's Tarot Club. Fool Klein, who was in a private conversation, flipped over the card that was face down on the table, displaying it in front of Justice Audrey. This is the Black Emperor card. The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer. It really isn't spectator. Audrey sighed silently in her heart. That little disappointment was quickly replaced by the satisfaction of knowing the answer. Then the private conversation ended, and Fool Klein leaned back leisurely in his chair and said, "You may begin." Hearing this, Magician Furs was the first to raise her hand, looking at Fate Syrian opposite her and asking, "Mr. Fate, is the Rosal's diary you just provided the Rosal's diary I understand?" Syrian's gaze swept over Magician Furs, then he nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The Rosal's diary that has been memorized can be submitted to Mr. Fool. This can be used to exchange for some help." Magician Furs nodded, then turned to look at Fool Klein at the head of the table, and said very solemnly, "Mr. Fool, I will pay attention to collecting Rosal's diary. This is the price I pay for the help you provide me every month. This way, she wouldn't feel so much pressure from Mr. Fool's help each time." "All right." Fool Klein nodded slightly in response. "Mr. Fate provides help to Furs every month." Justice Audrey looked at Furs with a curious and questioning gaze. This good friend seemed to have her own secrets, and it wasn't as simple as her just recommending her to Mr. Fool. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly thought of another problem she had previously overlooked. Furs will definitely ask me for Rosal's diary later. She knows I have collected a lot of diaries, but those are all diaries I have already submitted to Mr. Fate. I need to find a way to refuse. Susie, I'll say Susie chewed up my diary. Would that be too deliberate, and the timing too coincidental? Or, create a small experimental accident that just happens to affect the Rosal's diary I'm storing. I could also say they were bought by someone. People from the Psychology Alchemists have recently contacted me, so I can blame them. That way, Furs won't be able to verify it. After figuring out how to deal with Furs potentially asking her for Rosal's diary later, Audrey felt much more relaxed. After looking around at everyone, she said, "Everyone, recently 2 suspected members of the Psychology Alchemists have been contacting me through some nobles in Backland. Do you have any suggestions? I personally lean towards joining them so that I can better obtain subsequent potion formulas and materials, of course, under the premise of ensuring my own safety." They've already contacted the Psychology Alchemists. As thoughts flickered, Syrian interjected, "Feasible. There's a high probability of no life-threatening danger. The Psychology Alchemists probably also want to indirectly understand and influence the upper nobility through you. But you need to be aware of possible psychological suggestions. For a spectator, this is a very good means of restraint. If you only simply need potion formulas, there's actually not much need to join them. If it's to expand your connections and channels, then it's a good choice." Fool Klein also controlled his alternate account, World, to give a reminder. There are some informants planted by the churches within the Psychology Alchemists. You need to know how to hide and conceal yourself. Hanged Man Alger also offered a different opinion. For a spectator who can read minds and apply psychological suggestions, an informant planted inside might also become a reverse informant. As far as I know, the Storm Church is not very active in this regard. They prefer to act directly, just like the spectator I killed back then. The Night Church prefers to develop informants, their covert protection gives them an advantage in this area. Audrey listened carefully, then nodded to thank them. "I understand. Thank you for your suggestions." After a pause, she turned to Fool Klein at the head of the table and asked, "Mr. Fool, my further contact with the Psychology Alchemists will inevitably involve some tests. Can I seek some help from you then?" "Yes." Fool Klein nodded slightly. Audrey, pleased with the answer she received, thanked everyone and then concluded her question. Immediately after, Klein manipulated his alternate account, World, to state his needs. "Everyone, I need mystical items from the Sun Domain, or powerful Beander weapons, preferably ones I can get within the next 2 days." Syrian raised his hand. "Can Sun Domain potions work? I can find someone to brew them for you." "Potion. That vampire in the Harvest Church, or Father Utravsky." Klein was about to control world to agree to him, but then he realized that he could completely bypass this middleman who earned a price difference and go to the Harvest Church to buy the potion. After a pause, World replied a beat later. No need, I can also find someone who can refine Beander potions. All right. Syrian pouted and leaned back in his chair. Justice Audrey pondered and said, people from the psychology alchemist should be contacting me again soon. I can help you inquire then. I'll also keep an eye out for you, but time might be too short. Hanged Man Alger also followed up with a reply. He was currently still at sea, with several days remaining until he reached shore. Son Derek directly shook his head. The City of Silver lacks such items. Seeing everyone respond, Magician Furs also followed up with an answer. There's a Beander gathering recently. I'll also help keep an eye out. The Dawn Paladin's Dawn also had the effects of the Sacred and Light domains. Although not as good as the Holy Light of the Sun domain, Syrian did not intend to remind Klein. After all, if he found a suitable mystical item, his Peacemaker would not be able to be rented out. Seeing that no one continued the topic, Magician Furs looked at Syrian opposite her, raised her hand and said, Mr. Fate, do you have the potion materials needed for a trickmaster, or even clues? No. Syrian shook his head very directly. All right. She sighed, then looked at the others on both sides of the mottled long table. Everyone, I need the stomach of a spirit eater, the eyes of a fear demon worm, and the blood of a deep-sea swordfish. To avoid exposing the trickmaster's formula, she mixed in materials for a sheriff in her request. Anyway, she could still resell them to Zio, so it wouldn't be a loss. As her thoughts drifted, she saw the tall Mr. Sun raise his hand. I know where there are spirit eaters. Where? Furs quickly asked. Son Derek was slightly stunned, then realized that this member, who was only attending the tarot club for the second time, didn't know enough about the City of Silver, so he actively replied. In the darkness outside the City of Silver. That's a completely different place from your outside world, you can't come over. Furs, belatedly realizing that the other party was in the forsaken land of the gods, was so embarrassed her toes curled. Derek didn't mind her reaction and continued. It's not a very powerful monster. I can hire some helpers to hunt it in the darkness outside the City of Silver. Chapter 168 A Thoughtful Adult. Chapter 168, The Deep-Minded Adults. After son Derek finished speaking, Magician Furs asked, What do you need? Derek immediately replied, The Barred Pathways Sequence 7 Solar High Priest Potion Formula. After a slight pause, Magician Furs subtly reminded him, they are not of equal value. Derek quickly said, I can give you 2 gastros of the Spirit Eater. Furs. That certainly makes them equal, but I don't need 2. Furs internally freaked out for a moment, just about to refuse him when Syrian suddenly spoke, I can provide you with the Solar High Priest Potion Formula. You only need to pay the pounds required to purchase the Spirit Eater's gastros. As for Mr. Sun, you can exchange the 2 gastros of the Spirit Eater with me for the potion formula. I can always buy the extra material anyway. No problem, Magician Furs agreed wholeheartedly with this proposal. This way, she got the material, Mr. Sun got the Solar High Priest formula, and only Mr. Destiny acquired a material he didn't need. Son Derek understood that Syrian was helping him complete the transaction and nodded gratefully in thanks. All right, thank you, Mr. Destiny. Syrian nodded slightly, just let me know when you have the materials and pounds ready. Acquiring 1 Spirit Eater's gastro wasn't a loss for him. He could find an opportunity to sell it to someone from the Abraham family later. They would certainly be willing to purchase potion materials below Sequence 7. After their conversation concluded, Hanged Man Alger pondered his words and said, I recently took on an investigation mission, and I'm wondering if any of you have any clues. Over the past 2 or 3 years, in the southern continent, across various plantations and island chains, there have been many incidents of indigenous tribes and slaves disappearing or escaping. After the abolition of the slave trade in the kingdoms of the northern continent, such incidents have been rare for a long time. Have any of you heard anything about this? His gaze swept over Syrian, World, Justice, and others, but he did not look at son Derek. After all, the youth from the City of Silver couldn't possibly know what was happening in their outside world. Justice Audrey thought carefully before shaking her head. No, I haven't even heard of anything like that. I don't know either. Syrian also shook his head, but then he added, such large-scale disappearances of tribal natives and slaves must be supported by one or even multiple major powers, especially the kingdoms of the northern continent. In this regard, they have more motivation than the churches. However, Phenobot can be ruled out, they have no shortage of population. As for Loan, Intis, and Phosic, which of them do you think needs population more? Compared to investigating the disappearances themselves, it would be easier to track where large populations have appeared out of nowhere. It's impossible for them to be self-produced and self-consumed in the southern continent. A large number of deaths would certainly attract the attention of the numinous episcopate and the rampant Rose school of thought. If people are being transported to an island at sea or somewhere in the northern continent, you could try investigating those pirate kings and pirate generals at sea. They are excellent collaborators for masterminds. Hanged Man Alger pondered for a moment, then nodded. Although it sounds somewhat alarming, it makes a lot of sense upon closer thought. I will focus my investigation on these directions. After a slight pause, he turned his gaze to the others. Klein, controlling world, shook his head slightly. I don't know about the disappearances, but what Mr. Destiny just said is also what I wanted to say. Furthermore, problems that cannot be understood in reality might be approached from the mystical world. Hanged Man Alger nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over Syrian. Thinking of his current savings, he swallowed the words he was about to say. He was still quite a bit short of the 3,000 pounds needed to purchase the wind-blessed potion formula. I've been at sea for a while, and my seafarer potion is almost fully digested. I need to save money faster. Seeing that no one else had new tasks or needs, Son Derek raised his hand and said with some hesitation, everyone, I've been assigned a mission to explore the half-destroyed temple belonging to the true creator, which I mentioned before, in the near future. The leader of this operation is Elder Luvia, the shepherd. Do you have any suggestions? My suggestion is to stay as far away as possible. Syrian completed the thought in his mind, but considering that little son would encounter Aemon if he hid in the round tower, he felt that neither choice was good. Well, there are some differences. Aemon will discover the anomaly of Saphira Castle sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. And little son's life isn't in danger. But if he goes to the true creator's temple, it seems that everyone except that shepherd elder will be corrupted. As his thoughts drifted, Hanged Man Alger had already spoken, the information you've provided is too little. It's difficult for us to offer useful advice. We don't know what else is in that half-destroyed temple besides the true creator's idol, so we naturally can't analyze the situation. PFF'd, bullying an honest person. Syrian turned his head to look at the hanged man who had spoken, then glanced around at the silent crowd, and chuckled, you deep-minded adults, bullying a child together and trying to get information for free, is that interesting? The deep-minded adults, Miss Justice and Mr. Fool, both lowered their heads, a sudden sense of shame welling up within them. Child. Magician Furs looked at Son Derek's figure and couldn't connect him with the word, child, at all. Or perhaps, the child in Mr. Destiny's mouth actually referred to his mindset. Hanged Man Alger frowned at Syrian, intending to question and refute him, but remembering that the wind-blessed potion formula still needed to be traded from the other party, he suppressed his emotions and explained to Son Derek beside him, the more detailed the information, the clearer we can analyze it and give more appropriate suggestions. After a slight pause, he looked at Syrian and asked calmly, do you have any suggestions? Yes, Syrian leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, just stay away from that half-destroyed temple. Since there's an altar and idol of the true creator there, it must be within his sight. Especially with a shepherd elder and you present, it's almost certain to attract the true creator's gaze. Everyone else, besides you and that shepherd elder, will die. Everyone will die. Son Derek's pupils constricted, and he quickly asked, why? Syrian sat up straighter, responding to the gazes around him with a simple explanation, the higher the sequence, the closer one is to the existence at the top of the sequence. Coupled with the mark of Mr. Fool on you, if you and that shepherd elder appear at the same time, the probability of attracting the true creator's gaze is close to 100%. Mr. Fool's mark. Derek looked bewildered for a moment, then turned his head to look at the figure in the gray fog at the very top, seemingly seeking confirmation. Syrian shrugged, of course, otherwise how do you think we appeared here? Klein, being watched by everyone, didn't quite understand this either, but thinking that Syrian could see the gray fog on him, he felt that what the other party said was likely true. Even without a mark, those who are drawn into this gray fog by me every week would more or less have some residual aura. Thinking this, he nodded gently to son Derek. Those of you who have come here have more or less been touched by my aura. After speaking, he manipulated his small account, world, to ask Syrian, does the true creator also control authorities related to destiny? Understanding what Klein wanted to ask, Syrian immediately shook his head. No, but you're practically right in his eyes. How could he not see that? The true creator is an existence at the level of a true god, and he resides in the forsaken land of the gods. His control over the surrounding reality must be stronger than that of the 7 deities high in the astral world. The Tarot Club was silent for a few seconds until Miss Justice raised her hand and asked, Mr. Destiny, were you and Mr. World just discussing the possibility of our Tarot Club members' identities being directly exposed? Syrian nodded slightly in response. Yes, for those existences who touch upon destiny, the aura we carry is very conspicuous. Audrey quickly asked, is there any way to prevent exposure? Syrian softly uttered a few words, the shelter of secrecy. After a pause, he added, as long as you're not too unlucky, you generally don't have to worry about being discovered. Deities are unlikely to cast their gaze upon you, and there are only a few angels who touch upon destiny. Even if you're unlucky enough to be noticed by a deity or happen to encounter one of those angels who touch upon destiny, they will only pay a little more attention out of respect for Mr. Fool. Chapter 169 Party A and Party B are both me. Chapter 169. I am both the client and the contractor. After a brief silence, son Derek said with a troubled expression, but, the exploration team's mission must be accepted. Nothing is mandatory, Hanged Man Alger said with a light chuckle, shaking his head. To correct the impression of being deep-minded that Syrian had just pointed out, he spoke with unusual seriousness. Before you participate in this mission, you can find an opportunity during a patrol mission to get yourself injured. Control the extent, not fatal, but also not quick to heal. That way, you won't need to say anything, and the Shepherd Elder in charge of this exploration mission will also make you withdraw from it. It can be done like that. After a moment of surprise and bewilderment, Derek frowned and said, but I don't have any patrol missions recently. Magician first pondered and suggested, aren't you going to hunt a spirit eater? Just get injured during that process. Will this situation, where you're injured due to your own reasons and thus unable to participate in the exploration mission, have any impact on you? Probably not. Derek shook his head, somewhat confused. He didn't understand these things either. Klein also manipulated his alternate account, World, to offer his opinion. This is a feasible plan, but the risk lies in getting injured in the darkness outside the City of Silver, which increases unnecessary risk. But the risk is much smaller than going to that half-ruined temple, isn't it? The Hanged Man retorted, then turned to look at Derek beside him, suggesting again. There's another method. You can push yourself to the brink of losing control within the City of Silver. I imagine no one would want to take a dangerous individual who could explode at any moment on an exploration mission, right? There's a very simple trick. You just need to keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 consecutive days, and signs of losing control will appear on you. After that, as long as you don't continue to squeeze your spirituality, the situation will improve within a few days. This requires precise timing. If the spirituality is dry for too long, the signs will evolve into actual loss of control. At the very top, under the gray fog, Fool Klein glanced at Hanged Man Alger. It seemed Mr. Hanged Man was particularly familiar with such matters. This was truly a deep-minded adult. Syrian turned his head to look at son Derek beside him, who was lowering his head, looking very conflicted. After 2 seconds of silence, he spoke to reassure him. For your own safety and your life, this is a necessary lie. You don't need to be conflicted or blame yourself for this. You are just saving yourself. Only by living can you have a future to save the City of Silver. Do you think, before any substantial proof emerges, the elders of the City of Silver would rather believe you or that Shepherd Elder? Although you know the truth, you can't explain your source of information, can you? Yes. Derek pursed his lips and nodded slightly. After a long period of internal struggle, he seemed to finally make a decision, turning to Syrian and nodding heavily, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Destiny. After a slight pause, he turned to Hanged Man and the others, thanking them one by one. Thank you too, Mr. Hanged Man. And Mr. World, Miss Magician. Sun's problem came to an end, and then Klein manipulated his alternate account, World, to ask. Everyone, does anyone know a way to remove the mental pollution within a Beander characteristic? As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards Derek and Syrian. In his perception, these two were the most likely to possess relevant mystical knowledge. He had already accepted the commission from Sharon and Marich, intending to use the all-black eye left by Rosago, but the residual mental pollution from the true creator within it was a major problem. Son Derek recalled for a moment before answering. The City of Silver has a method to separate the residual mental pollution of a Beander characteristic from a Beander who has lost control, but I have no way of obtaining it. That method and the corresponding knowledge are only accessible to powerhouses at least at the level of a patrol team captain, or even an exploration team captain. The former requires sequence 7, while the latter's minimum requirement is sequence 6. Alright. World sighed slightly, then turned his gaze to Syrian. The latter maintained his posture of leaning back in his chair, slowly saying, there are 3 methods. 3. Klein's spirit was slightly shaken. He finally saw a possibility for removing the true creator's residual mental pollution from the all-black eye. Hearing Syrian mention 3 methods, the others also cast curious glances, leaning in to listen. Syrian didn't pay attention to the others' curiosity, nor did he intend to charge for this answer. Anyway, it would be useless even if they knew. He paused, organizing his words, then said, the first method is to rely on the power of an angel or above to shatter the Beander characteristic. Due to the law of Beander characteristic convergence, the shattered Beander characteristic will reconverge within a certain period. During the process of shattering and convergence, the pollution will naturally dissipate, leaving only the pure characteristic. The second method is to rely on the purification ability of a Sun Pathway demigod or above. This purification can directly remove the mental pollution within a Beander characteristic. But it's important to note that if the mental pollution contained within the Beander characteristic itself is of a very high level, purification might still fail, or incomplete purification might occur. The third method is to transfer the pollution contained within the Beander characteristic. The most direct and simple way is theft, which can also be achieved through methods like tampering, distortion, or mutation. Aside from theft, the latter few abilities belong to high sequences and are not recommended for consideration. After a moment of speechless silence, Klein, manipulating World, pressed on. If it's theft, what's the minimum sequence required? Syrian pondered and replied, a sequence 6 Prometheus should be able to do it. However, it's important to note that the stolen pollution doesn't disappear into thin air. It will transfer to the person or item using theft, and will return within a certain period. If not handled properly, the result will be 2 contaminated items. Klein fell silent. He thought of the sealed artifact, 2-105 Blood Vessel Thief, in the night churches underground in Tingen. Unfortunately, I can't go back to the church anymore. And even if I were still with the church now and could get 2-105, I couldn't openly damage a sealed artifact. Aside from theft, the other methods require at least a demigod, or even an angel, which are also beyond my reach. As his thoughts drifted, he shook his head helplessly. He knew 3 ways to remove mental pollution from a characteristic, yet he couldn't meet the requirements for any of them. While Klein was deep in thought, the Tarot Club members on both sides of the mottled long table turned their heads to look at the Fool shrouded in gray fog at the very top. Seeing that Mr. Fool did not respond, they all withdrew their gazes, lowered their heads, their minds buzzing with thoughts. Among them, Hanged Man Alger's thoughts were the most active. Were World and Destiny's recent exchanges an attempt to probe Mr. Fool? Very bold, but the gains are also significant. I can now basically confirm that Mr. Fool is still in a sealed or some other special state, and the power he can reveal has not yet reached the angel level. That's why he needs the Tarot Club, and why he needs his favored ones to be active outside. This is both a confrontation between him and existences like the true creator, and a gradual struggle to break free from his current state, allowing him to reveal more power. Justice Audrey's gaze swept across everyone. Relying on her spectator's keen observation, she deciphered a lot of information from the hanged man, who was excited yet inexplicably fearful, to the point where his shoulders were trembling slightly. Mr. Hanged Man connected some things from the conversation between Mr. World and Mr. Destiny just now. This involves Mr. Fool, which is why his state is so abnormal. What about the method to remove mental pollution from a Beyonder characteristic could be related to Mr. Fool? Soon, she also thought of the first method Syrian had just mentioned, relying on the power of an angel or above to shatter the characteristic. The power of an angel or above. He believes Mr. Fool did not respond to this because he cannot yet display angel-level power. As her thoughts drifted, she once again turned her head to look at the Fool at the very top. Klein, having gleaned some information from the reactions of the Tarot Club members, lightly tapped the armrest of his chair twice with his finger, then looked at World at the very bottom and slowly said, "If you don't urgently need that Beyonder characteristic, you can accumulate contributions first. After some time, I can help you remove the mental pollution within it. The specific duration is defined by me. After all, I am both the client and the contractor." Chapter 170 Free Exchange Session. Chapter 170 Free Communication Session. After the Fool finished his speech and then had World provide a reply, today's Tarot Club entered its final free communication session. Seeing several gazes fall upon him, Syrian was silent for a moment, then carefully said, "According to some information and deductions I've gathered, the Aurora Orders, Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, might be coming to Backland sometime soon. He was one of the 8 King of Angels who once followed the ancient Sun God, and after the ancient Sun God's fall, he chose to follow the true Creator. Alger, King of Angels. Audrey, Ouroboros. Furs, coming to Backland. World, even, Son, Derek, who wasn't usually very concerned with outside matters, tilted his head slightly, his face showing seriousness and surprise. Syrian watched the group, who had all turned their heads, their words overlapping, and their tones growing increasingly intense. For the first time, he felt they were so in sync. After a brief pause, seeing that no one had further questions, he explained in turn. In the third epic, King of Angels specifically referred to the 8 most powerful angels who followed the ancient Sun God. Later, King of Angels became a general term for angels who had surpassed Sequence 1 but had not yet become gods. Ouroboros is both the former and the latter, he comes following an anomaly of fate. He paused, then, remembering Will Ansedon's earlier urgency, he speculated. Actually, I suspect he's already in Backland. Fool. Klein almost subconsciously glanced at the corner of the hall shrouded in gray fog, where the body of the 10-year-old boy Syrian had sent up through sacrifice was placed. He had performed a divination on this body at the time, vaguely sensing the location of the Snake of Fate Syrian spoke of, but it was difficult to pinpoint. Besides that, he had also obtained the complete Beyonder potion formulas for the Fate pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 4, which was quite a fruitful harvest. The only price he paid was nearly exploding again above the gray fog. Collecting his wandering thoughts, he manipulated the smaller world to ask, how long will he stay in Backland? I don't know. Syrian shook his head slightly. Perhaps he's already left, or perhaps he'll stay for a few more days, or even tens of days. The world, having not received a specific answer, fell silent again. Then, Justice, Audrey asked, what do you mean by an anomaly of fate? Syrian carefully replied, an abnormal fluctuation in fate. This could be a region, a person, or an item. Essentially, it's about tracking another snake of fate, and the uniqueness of fate. Uniqueness. Audrey was very curious about this never-before-heard term. Syrian smiled at her. This involves the secret of becoming a god and is paid content. How many pounds? Ahem, I mean, if I want to know the answer to this question, how many pounds do I need to pay? The wealthy Miss Justice spoke without hesitation. In Justice, Audrey's expectant gaze, Syrian shook his head slightly. Such high-level secret knowledge can no longer be measured by money, but... Audrey's expression changed from disappointment to anticipation. But I still think that pounds I can reach out and touch are more practical. So, 3,000 pounds. The answer to this question is worth that much. The expectant look on Audrey's face gradually faded. She said with some disappointment. My financial issues have not yet been effectively alleviated. Currently, I can't afford to pay such a large sum at once. Can I pay in installments? Syrian looked at Miss Justice, who proposed installment payments, with a strange expression. As expected of a big banker's daughter, she immediately thought of buying in installments. After a pause, he smiled and nodded. Of course. You can choose the most stress-free way to pay in installments. For me, this money is not urgently needed. After a slight pause, he turned his head to Fool Klein at the head of the table and requested a private conversation. After blocking out the others, Fool Klein glanced at the two and said with a smile, "You may begin." With that, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, openly listening in. Syrian glanced at Fool Klein, who was openly listening in, out of the corner of his eye, and said, suppressing a smile, "Before understanding uniqueness, first you need to clarify one point. There is still sequence 0 above sequence 1. That is the level where the 7 gods and evil gods like the true creator reside. Uniqueness is the most important Beyonder material in a sequence 0 Beyonder potion formula. It is itself equivalent to a mystical item at the sequence 0 level. It is similar to the materialization of abstract concepts and represents the authority of a god. An existence that controls uniqueness is already close to a god in some aspects. The authority of a god. Audrey's pupils widened slightly. She felt a sense of shock, as if she had heard the greatest secret in the world, and at the same time, an indescribable apprehension. Her eyes involuntarily looked towards the Fool, shrouded in gray fog at the head of the table. In her line of sight, Mr. Fool sat there without any movement, not showing the slightest displeasure at the question just asked. Right, how could such a benevolent and great existence as Mr. Fool get angry over a question? Allowing Mr. Fate to answer this question itself already showed his attitude. Audrey, relieved, raised her hand and lightly patted her chest, then turned her head to Syrian and sincerely said, "That's a truly astonishing and exciting answer, Mr. Fate. Your erudition has exceeded my imagination. I will transfer the £3,000 to you in installments over 3 months. This involves my bank transactions, and I must keep it within normal limits so as not to arouse my family's suspicion." Syrian nodded gently, "No problem." Their private conversation ended. Fool Klein lifted the shield from the others, and the free communication session continued. Having just spent money to acquire satisfactory knowledge, Justice Audrey was in a rather good mood and proactively asked, "Hanged man, alger about unique scenery and strange tales from the sea." Whether it was Magician Furs, who was good at writing novels, or son Derek, who had never seen the ocean, and Syrian, who had not been to the sea in this world, all listened with great interest. It wasn't until Fool Klein at the head of the table felt his spirituality gradually depleting that he had no choice but to end today's tarot club. After the figures on both sides of the mottled long table dissolved with the crimson light rising from the gray fog, Klein stood up from his chair and raised his hand to make the smaller world, materialized by the power of the gray fog, disappear. Feeling the rate of spiritual loss in his body alleviate, he let out a light breath and murmured to himself, "Is this space above the gray fog a uniqueness, the uniqueness of the seer pathway?" As he whispered, he reached out and materialized his usual citrine pendant, attempting a divination. A few breaths later, he looked at the pendant rotating counterclockwise in his hand and fell into thought. Not a uniqueness. In Owen's home on Wildy Street, south of the bridge, Owen held a metal box with many mysterious patterns inscribed on its surface in both hands and said, "This is something my father left behind. Inside, there's a way to contact the family's elder council. Only a descendant of the Abraham family who has become an astrologer can open it. Although there are 2 of us, it should still meet the conditions." Syrian asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly think of contacting the elder council?" Hearing this, Owen puffed out his not-so-muscular chest and said, "I think I've found a way to circumvent the effects of the bloodline curse. Although this isn't a complete solution to the bloodline curse, it can at least prevent the members of the Abraham family from being affected by the full moon's whispers." Syrian winking face. "So you weren't just having a sudden whim before. But I don't think I can do it." Collecting his thoughts, he carefully said, "Do you think you can convince the elder council?" Even if you truly can convince the Elder Council, why would the one who is willing to protect you during the full moon be willing to protect the entire Abraham family? Owen opened his mouth, then fell silent. After a long silence, he looked at Syrian and said firmly, I want to try. The result of trying might be failure, but if you don't try, then the only result is failure. Syrian gazed at him for a moment, then nodded. I'll try to open this box first. Give me a drop of your blood. I'm already prepared. Owen took out a glass test tube containing a small amount of crimson blood from his pocket. Chapter 171 Presbyterian Church. Chapter 171, The Elder Council. Drops of fresh red blood fell onto the metal box, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, making a tapping sound as Syrian tapped his finger on it. A faint blue light rippled out from his fingertip, like a breeze stirring the surface of a calm lake. After a few breaths, Syrian's tapping stopped abruptly. Click. The metal box opened with a sound. Syrian peered inside. The contents were fewer than he expected, only an insignia made of an unknown metal, depicting a stack of doors, and a few yellowed parchment papers. He exchanged a glance with Owen, then handed him the open metal box. After that, he leaned back on the sofa, gazing out at the hazy sky, lost in thought. But if I don't try, will the only result be failure? But if I try, will I find my way home? This is no longer a matter of spatial and temporal distance. As his thoughts drifted, a hand holding an insignia suddenly appeared before him, shaking a few times. Snapping back to reality, Syrian looked at Owen, who was leaning close to him, and asked in confusion. You've already finished reading the contents of those papers so quickly. Owen shook his head as a matter of course not. I just wanted to show off our Abraham family's insignia. How about it, isn't it cool? It's said that this isn't just an insignia, it also has some mystical significance and can be used as part of a ritual to connect with the most powerful ancestor of our Abraham family. As he spoke, his expression suddenly fell. Unfortunately, that was back in the fourth epoch. Now it's just a Beander artifact with negative effects. During a full moon, carrying it allows one to hear the terrifying whispers more clearly. Syrian was silent for 2 seconds before commenting. If you ever don't want to live anymore, you can consider using it to commit suicide. That day will probably never come. Owen pouted and casually tossed the Abraham family's insignia to Syrian, who easily caught it and began examining it with curiosity. This insignia was heavier than he expected and emitted a faint spirituality. It seemed not to be made of metal from this planet. After turning the insignia over a few times, he asked curiously. Do you know the material used to forge this insignia? I don't know. Owen shook his head in confusion. After a moment of recollection, he added. If the stories my father told me weren't made up, the material for the insignia might have come from the cosmos. It's said that during the fourth epoch, some powerful ancestors of our Abraham family could freely travel between this world and the cosmos, which is why the family's treasury contains many things from the cosmos. This includes some special crystals, ores, bones, and even mystical knowledge. Are you interested in these things? Once I contact the Elder Council, I can help you ask. After speaking, he buried his head again in the contents of the parchment papers. Descendant of Abraham who sees this letter, though I don't know which generation you are, since you have chosen the Beander pathway, you must bear the heavy burden of the family. I don't expect you to restore the glory of Abraham, that is too unrealistic. My peers and elders and I all failed. My only surviving child also chose cowardice, choosing to be an ordinary person. For you to choose to become a Beander in such an environment is already a display of courage. Perhaps you already know, or perhaps you do not, but I need to warn you, sequence 7 is our peak. Even one sequence higher, we would collapse and die from hearing more, clearer whispers of the full moon. About 10 minutes later, Owen folded the parchment papers and put them back into the metal box, then looked at Syrian and asked. I already know how to contact the Elder Council. It's an incantation to summon a mystical messenger. What do you think I should write in the first letter? Syrian lay back on the sofa and said calmly. Your name, your current situation, and your address. The rest is waiting for the Abraham family's Elder Council to investigate and contact you. Makes sense. Owen nodded, then added. Then stay a little longer. It's my first time summoning a messenger from the mystical world, and I'm a bit nervous and worried. Quote. All right. Syrian nodded helplessly. Half an hour later, after repeated revisions, Owen finally finished writing the first letter to contact the Elder Council. Then, he arranged the ritual to summon the messenger according to the contents of the parchment. After dripping essential oil onto the lit candle and sprinkling herbal powder, he quickly stood up, stepped back half a pace, and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. Spirit wandering in illusion, friendly creature that can be commanded, contractual partner exclusive to Verdu Garcia. Boom. The flickering candlelight suddenly flared up, shooting more than 2 meters high, and a crack-like vortex appeared within the greenish flame. Beyond the vortex were brightly colored, layered hues, as if connecting to another world. The next second, a huge, furry, blue spherical creature barely squeezed out from behind the crack. It had no conventional eyes, mouth, or other organs, but on one, spherical, side, there were 3 small and 1 large arc-shaped apertures, overflowing with faint blue dots, like a simple cartoon smiling face. The blue sphere, nearly 2 meters in diameter, floated up and down in the air, emitting a humming sound like wind blowing through a canyon. What do I do now? Owen looked at Syrian for help. The latter shrugged slightly. Just hand it the letter you wrote. Owen did as he was told. Then, the blue sphere, floating in midair, drifted down a bit. Its blue fur suddenly grew longer, wrapped around the letter in Owen's hand, hid it within its fur, and then squeezed back into the crack created by the summoning ritual. As the blue sphere left, the light in the room instantly brightened by several degrees, and the chilling sensation also disappeared. Owen looked at Syrian with a hint of melancholy. Is that it? Syrian gave him a look that said, what else did you expect? If you think it's too simple, you can summon that messenger a few more times. It should be very happy to earn spirituality like that. In Constance City, within the Intersea County, inside a manor with windmills. A middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes, wearing a fitted suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a university professor, suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at the half-open carved glass window beside him. A massive blue shadow gradually enlarged in the mirror-like glass, until it became a spherical object nearly 2 meters in diameter, squeezing out of the window frame. The blue sphere circled the middle-aged man twice, dropped a folded letter, and then floated towards the glass window. The middle-aged man, who resembled a university professor, reached out to catch the falling letter and casually asked, "Who sent the letter?" Hum. 2 unfamiliar people, one of whom has a similar aura to me, a member of the Abraham family who lost contact after separation. As he whispered, the middle-aged man pushed up the glasses on his nose, then unfolded the letter in front of him. His expression gradually changed from relaxed to solemn, his brows furrowing into a frown. A family member who has re-chosen the Beander pathway, and found a way to resolve the whispers caused by the bloodline curse. He held the letter and read it repeatedly several times. If it weren't for his spiritual intuition not giving him any sense of danger, he would have teleported away the moment he saw the contents of the letter. The words of a member who could barely even contact the family's elder council were simply not very credible. Silent for 2 seconds, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a crystal ball about half the size of his fist, placing his hand lightly on it. Brilliant starlight continuously flashed within the crystal ball, outlining one mysterious and strange symbol after another. A few seconds later, he removed his hand from the crystal ball and looked again at the letter delivered by his messenger. No danger. The unchanging fate has shown an unclear ripple, which could be for better or for worse. As he murmured, he gently rubbed his fingers together. The letter in his hand instantly ignited, turning to ashes within 2 seconds. After burning the letter, he raised his right hand, which held the crystal ball. The brilliant light flashing within the crystal ball shone brightly, then shattered in an instant, disappearing into nothingness. After doing all this, he quickly walked to the desk and picked up a pen and paper. The pen tip hesitated on the paper for 2 seconds, then he sighed and put the fountain pen down again. For now, I won't contact the other members of the Elder Council. If there's a problem with this Abraham member, it's better for me to investigate alone than for all of us to fall into a trap together. The current Abrahams can't withstand any more blows. After whispering, he rummaged through a corner of the room for a portable suitcase and began packing. He was going to Backland, to personally meet the Abraham family member who had re-established contact with the Elder Council. In the forsaken land of the gods, amidst the frequent lightning and darkness. On a reef battered by black waves, Aemon, wearing a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat, suddenly looked up at the sky, where black and silver constantly alternated. I seemed to have sensed a vague future, and fate. Perhaps I should go steal something from the great serpent. Chapter 172 The Light of the Soul. Chapter 172, Light of the Soul. From the unknowable sublime, the door above dimensions, the embodiment of art and fantasy. Your devout worshipper implores you, for some guidance and response. Above the dimension overlooking all things, Xiang cast his gaze following the ethereal and hollow prayer in his ear, but could only see a blurry image, like a painting where the colors had smudged together after being soaked in water. He tried to vibrate his spirituality and extend his spirit, but it only made the image slightly clearer. As expected, the connection weakens. This is only the outskirts of Backland. If I were a bit further, completely outside of Backland's range, I probably wouldn't even hear this much of a prayer. After estimating the limit of his ability to respond to prayers, Xiang extended his spirituality, establishing a connection with the ethereal and hollow prayer in his ear, and responded. Well done. On a carriage parked by the roadside in the outskirts of Backland. House, dressed in a wool overcoat and a round felt hat, suddenly paused his prayer. A hazy glow flickered in his light blue and exceptionally clear eyes, and an illusory, layered voice echoed in his ears. Well done. One of the essentials of melee is to always observe your surroundings, without the slightest oversight. Melee itself is just a means, scholar is the core of this sequence. Remember it, practice it. This will help you digest the melee scholar potion faster. House's breathing quickened involuntarily, and he appeared exceptionally excited, muttering repeatedly. Praise be to you, the door above dimensions, I sing your praises, embodiment of art and fantasy. Even after the gaze, which seemed to come from an infinitely distant world, disappeared, he still did not stop his words of praise and commendation. Like the most devout, most fanatical worshipper. Above the dimension, Xiang, noticing this scene, frowned slightly. He seems to be getting more and more fanatical. Is this accumulated pollution, or a change brought by spiritual recognition? I have a premonition that his current fanaticism for faith has reached a point where he can trample his own moral bottom line. In his heart, there is nothing more important or noble than faith. After murmuring, he inexplicably thought of Father Utravsky of the Harvest Church. When helping him solve his negative personality issues before, in order to increase the success rate, Father Utravsky not only told Xiang about the Beander abilities of a Don Paladin but also fully recounted his past. From his self-description, Father Utravsky transformed from a cruel and vicious pirate into a gentle, calm, and life-loving priest in a very short time after meeting a missionary of the Earth Mother Church. I don't quite believe that anyone can truly lay down their butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly, but in this world, some people do go mad after facing an evil god, becoming their fanatical worshippers. Especially since Father Utravsky also happens to be a favored one of the Earth Mother. After murmuring a few words, he reached out and pulled a gold coin from the void in front of him, then flicked it into the air with a clink. After the coin flipped a few times in the air, he caught it steadily with his hand, then opened his palm. Heads up, indicating affirmation. As expected, the true gods and evil gods in this world have no fundamental difference. One merely advocates sustainable development, while the other leans more towards draining the pond to catch the fish. As he murmured, his figure rapidly became faint, collapsing downwards, and in the blink of an eye, he left this place above dimensions, his spirit returning to his body. Xiang stretched his body and stood up from the chair in front of the desk. After looking around, he lowered his head and murmured, Adam, are you there? I'm curious, what is the relationship between fanatical faith and personality changes? Are they both part of pollution? Father Utravsky in the Harvest Church, and now House, who fanatically believes in me, are they still the same person as they were before? His voice fell for a while before a slow, gentle voice sounded in his mind. From the essence of the soul and life, they have always been themselves, just with different leanings. A person's soul is like a clear, limpid lake. External influences are like pigments poured into the lake water. A small amount of color will be diluted, but a large amount of intense color will change the base color of the lake water. In the spiritual domain, I call this lake of the soul the light of the soul. Light of the soul, Syrian murmured thoughtfully. He suddenly had an intuition that the light of the soul Adam spoke of seemed very important to him. Adam's voice did not stop because of his murmur, continuing to speak in an unchanging tone. If the light of the soul of a newborn life is seen as a blank sheet of paper, then for those whose personalities have solidified and whose thoughts have formed in adulthood, their light of the soul is a colorful scroll. At this time, the light of the soul will still gain or lose some colors with time and growth, but overall, there won't be much change. But if it is an angel, a true God, or even an existence above sequence with sufficiently high authority and level, they can still easily change the base color of their light of the soul. This is a fundamental difference in the essence of life. The changes you mentioned in Father Utravsky and House belong to the base color of their light of the soul being distorted by an existence of a higher authority, thereby producing a new leaning. They will sincerely identify with the new ideology and constantly draw closer to it. This is an irreversible change, like a painting that has already been colored. You cannot make the existing colors disappear, you can only cover them with other colors. After a slight pause, Adam's voice in his mind added, "True death and rebirth can wash away all distortions of the light of the soul. This is similar to the concept of reincarnation in your memory. But on a spiritual level, this is more akin to a different person." Syrian blinked, asking curiously, "Does reincarnation truly exist in this world?" Adam, "Perhaps. This belongs to the domain of the river of eternal darkness. Salinger and the underworld Taoist from the West Continent in your memory might know something." Syrian nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Do I need to pay a price for this knowledge?" "You have already paid the price." Adam's voice remained gentle but gradually became ethereal, as if drifting away. "I've already paid the price." "When?" Adam, who has answered my questions these past few times, seems a bit different from before. "Is it a personality issue with the virtual persona?" Syrian frowned slightly, thoughts flashing through his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. On the other side, half a street away, Verdu Garcia, dressed in a black robe with a classical charm, wearing a semi-tall top hat, and spectacles with gold rims on his nose, exuding the aura of a university professor, stepped out of a public carriage. He raised a hand to adjust his semi-tall top hat, quickly scanned his surroundings, then pinpointed a direction and walked towards the end of the street. Half a minute later, he stopped in front of the gate of a 3-story house with red walls and a pointed roof. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his azure eyes. He both hoped that this young Abraham, who had just contacted the Elders' Council, had a way to solve the terrifying whispers during the full moon, and worried that this was a trap targeting the Abraham family. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his emotions, he raised his hand to ring the doorbell, but the door clicked open from the inside. Owen, carrying a cross-body bag and wearing a round hat, appeared behind the door, ready to go out. He was not surprised to see someone standing outside the door. The clown's intuitive premonition had allowed him to sense the other party's presence and visualize his appearance in his mind before opening the door. His gaze lingered for a moment on the other party's azure eyes, then he nodded politely and said, "Hello, may I help you?" Verdu also observed Owen, especially the azure eyes that were just like his. Hearing Owen's question, he smiled and replied, "My name is Verdu Garcia. Are you Owen?" "That's me." Owen's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for the other party to enter the house. Verdu didn't go straight in but first glanced around, then stepped across the threshold. In the living room, Owen cautiously closed the doors and windows, and drew the curtains, before returning to the sofa with 2 freshly brewed coffees. He looked at this member of the Abraham family's Elders' Council with curiosity. He had originally expected an elder from the Elders' Council to be an old man with white or black hair, but he didn't expect him to look only about 30 years old. "Are all the elders of the Elders' Council as young as you?" Verdu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, but there are more and more young elders like me. The family's situation is far worse than you imagine." Chapter 173 Tracking. Chapter 173 Tracking. Thump, thump. The brief knocking sound had just echoed when the tightly shut door creaked open on its own. Outside the door, Owen curiously looked at the self-opening door, then turned to Syrian. "How did you do that? Is that a trick too?" "No." Syrian, sitting on the sofa, shook his head slightly and pointed behind the door, where Owen couldn't see, saying, "There's a creature from a painting behind the door. it can handle opening and closing it. After a slight pause, he looked at the elegant and refined middle-aged man behind Owen. And this is... Oh, he's from R. Abra. Hello, my name is Verdu Garcia. The elegant and refined middle-aged man behind Owen interrupted him, his gaze scrutinizing Syrian for a moment. Then he smiled and nodded. Owen's grandfather's generation was a branch that separated from our family. We only recently reconnected, and I didn't expect that this branch here now consists of only him. I originally planned to take him back to Intersea County to live, but he's not very willing. As an elder, I'm not comfortable leaving him alone, so I wanted to first understand his life and social circle in Backland. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the 3 still steaming cups on the coffee table in front of Syrian, and he suddenly paused, asking in surprise. You seem to have known in advance that we would be visiting. Syrian nodded slightly. I did a divination for myself not long ago. Owen looked at Verdu, whose expression was clearly different and somewhat wary, and awkwardly said, Ah, Mr. Verdu, Syrian knows about the Abraham family and he knows you. He was there when I summoned the messenger yesterday. He even helped open the box that contained the method to contact the Elders' Council. Verdu, underscore. He looked at Owen, who was beside him, and then at Syrian, who was sitting on the sofa, his expression exceptionally vivid. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to compose himself, then looked at Owen with a serious expression. I think I need an explanation. You're not yet sequence 7, why did you contact the Elders' Council prematurely and expose the family's information? Owen lowered his head. I just wanted to tell the Elders' Council the method that could help us safely pass the full moon's whispers. Verdu's tense expression softened a bit, but he was still displeased. Please, both of you, sit down and talk. Syrian raised a hand, gesturing to the sofa beside him. Then he looked at Verdu, whose face was serious and exuded a low-pressure aura, and calmly said, Mr. Verdu, since you didn't teleport away immediately, that means we can still communicate, right? Let me explain for Owen first. He never actively exposed any information about Abraham, it was just that some immature words and actions allowed me to guess it. As for Owen contacting you prematurely, it's indeed because he found a way to safely pass the full moon's whispers, but that method may not be applicable to all of you. Verdu asked in a deep voice, why? Syrian looked at Owen, asking in confusion, didn't you tell him? Owen nodded glumly. No, I forgot to ask you earlier if I could privately spread the honorific name of that great existence. Ah, Syrian was at a loss for words. Great existence. Verdu's expression, which had just softened, became serious again, his spirituality surging. If he hadn't prepared himself mentally before coming, he would have teleported away the moment he heard the words, great existence. The harm that the Aurora Order and the true Creator had brought to the Abraham family was too profound, the current Abrahams could not withstand a second such blow. Noticing Verdu's reaction, Owen felt a pang of sadness but still answered honestly. Yes, I almost lost control during the full moon's whispers before. To help me, Syrian told me the honorific name of that great existence. Since then, I have safely passed 3 full moons. Mr. Verdu, if you have any doubts about this, you can wait until the next full moon and watch how I overcome the full moon's whispers interference. Verdu looked at Owen with a complicated expression, his brows furrowed into a frown. After the living room was silent for about 10 seconds, Verdu took out a clear crystal ball from his pocket and looked at Syrian. You don't mind if I do an astrology reading, do you? Syrian nodded gently and made a, please, gesture. In the evening, as Syrian was preparing his dinner, a dense gray fog suddenly permeated his vision. Then he saw Sherlock Moriarty praying in a dim room. Respected Mr. Fool, please convey to Mr. Destiny that I wish to borrow his 2 mystical items now, and I will return them before dawn tomorrow. Syrian looked up at the magnificent figure above the boundless gray fog, then responded. I understand. After his response, the dense gray fog in front of him instantly vanished, as if it had never appeared. He glanced at the unfinished dinner in the pot, sighed helplessly, and turned off the gas stove. My cooking skills aren't great to begin with, and then I was interrupted midway. Klein is 80% responsible if tonight's dinner isn't good. Above the gray fog, Klein suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose, an irresistible urge to sneeze. He raised a hand to rub his nose, muttering softly. Is someone talking about me behind my back? No sooner had he spoken than the gray fog suddenly vibrated. The crimson star representing Syrian continuously expanded and contracted, sending out ripples, and the ethereal prayer echoed in this space above the gray fog. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Your loyal servant prays to you. Prays that you open the door to the kingdom. Prays that you accept his offering. As Klein responded, the surrounding gray fog instantly surged, condensing into a slightly ethereal bronze-colored door. The next second, a magnificent bright silver pistol inlaid with gems and a brass ring flew out from behind the ethereal door, landing in Klein's hand. After a brief inspection, confirming there were no issues, he waved his hand forward, making the door of sacrifice and bestowal disappear. Then he too left this space above the gray fog. Soon, this space above the gray fog vibrated again. After a few seconds' delay, Klein reappeared there, responding to his own prayer, opening the door of sacrifice and bestowal, and sending the peacemaker and the interrogator's ring that Syrian had just sacrificed to his side in reality. At night, on the sparsely populated street outside Green Cemetery in the North District, Verdu, wearing a classical black robe, a semi-tall top hat, and gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, walked quickly towards the brightly lit area ahead. About half a street behind him, Syrian stood in a spot untouched by the gas streetlights, curiously gazing in that direction. He had originally planned to go to the docks to watch Klein and his companions battle members of the Rose School of Thought's indulgent faction, but while traveling in the mirror world, he saw Verdu. Out of curiosity, he followed him for a while. As a result, he followed him all the way to the cemetery where he had met Will Anseton before, and witnessed the entire process of him searching for and paying respects to the deceased members of the Abraham family. Only divining for the deceased members of the Abraham family and paying respects to each one, is it to avoid disturbing the Abraham family members living incognito, or is it to guard against potential tracking? He muttered softly, then tossed a gold coin he was fiddling with into the air and caught it again. After several repetitions, he finally stopped tossing the coin and chased in the direction where Verdu's figure had disappeared. By the Tassoc River, where the sound of rushing water could be heard, Verdu cautiously looked back in the direction he had come from. After confirming that no one was following him, he reached out and pulled at a door-shaped pattern on his classical robe, composed of 3 rubies, 3 emeralds, and 3 diamonds. The next moment, the various rice-sized gems embedded in the classical robe sparkled with brilliant starlight, outlining an ethereal, starlit door in the void. Verdu stepped through the ethereal door, and immediately after, the ethereal door shattered, turning into scattered specks of light that dissipated into the air. Amidst the rushing water, not far from where Verdu had teleported away, a layer of lightless, black curtain fell, and Syrian's figure emerged from the darkness. Chapter 174 Unexpected Melee. Chapter 174, An Unexpected Melee. Dockside, abandoned West Barham Shipyard Warehouse District. The cold, wailing wind swirled continuously, and countless transparent specters flickered in and out of existence within it, like a school of sharks smelling blood in the ocean, poised to strike. On the ground, soft soil was repeatedly overturned, and expressionless zombies sat up one after another. In the center of the howling, cold wind and the numerous zombies and specters, 2 equally pale figures faced each other, their eyes brimming with malice. The next second, they both turned their heads, looking towards the outermost perimeter of the encirclement formed by the zombies and specters. Shards of brilliant starlight flew out of the void, quickly coalescing into an illusory door covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. Immediately after, Verdu's somewhat faint figure emerged from behind the illusory door. The howling, cold wind made his body tremble uncontrollably, his hair stood on end, and immense fear surged into his heart, stiffening his thoughts for half a second before he reacted. The expression on his face was bewildered and terrified, his throat constantly bobbed, swallowing the saliva that had secreted due to his extreme emotional fluctuations. At the same time, one hand tremblingly reached for the door pattern on his clothes, composed of rubies, emeralds, and diamonds, wanting to teleport away again. But precisely at this moment, the classical-looking black robe he wore tightened without warning, wrapping him layer by layer like a zongzi, making it impossible for him to move even a finger. How could this be, at this time, damn it? The two people who were in a standoff were momentarily stunned by the sudden intruder, then simultaneously raised their right hands, thumbs up, resting beside their index fingers, and pointed their index fingers at the suddenly appearing Verdu. Silently, the air where Verdu stood exploded, churning upwards into wisps of black gas. The few zombies and specters that had been around him instantly evaporated, leaving only a few clumps of withered yellow shredded flesh and bones on the ground. Verdu looked around, bewildered and terrified, whether it was the lifeless soil beneath him, or the churning blackness in the air and the silently disappearing zombies and specters. Everything told him that the attack he had just experienced was real and incredibly terrifying. But precisely because he was at the center of the attack, he did not suffer any harm, as if both sides were in different dimensions, able to see but unable to touch each other. "It's you." Marich's voice was hoarse, his brown eyes containing extremely suppressed malice as he looked behind, Caterpillar, Verdu. Noticing the gazes from the two beyonders opposite him, who gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, Verdu, who was bound into a caterpillar by his clothes, turned his head with difficulty. Following that malicious gaze, he saw a slender, bony hand resting on his shoulder. He didn't know when it had appeared. His gaze moved up, and he saw the owner of this hand. He knew the person. It was Syrian, whom he had just met that day. "How could you?" He pursed his lips, swallowed his question, and said solemnly. "Thank you." Syrian raised an eyebrow at him, sighing. "No need to thank me. You're quite lucky. I was hiding here watching the show, and you just happened to fall right in front of me." "Lucky Verdu. If I were really lucky, I wouldn't be here at this moment." Syrian didn't pay attention to the smile on Verdu's face, which was uglier than a cry. His gaze passed over him to the pale-faced Marich, and the other zombie, Jason, who made no secret of his malice, and chuckled. "Sorry, the negative effects of my friend's mystical item have erupted, and he accidentally got lost and ended up here. You two continue fighting, please ignore us." As soon as he finished speaking, Syrian clearly felt the malice directed at him intensify by several degrees. Verdu, whose shoulder was pressed by him, kept swallowing his saliva, his voice trembling as he said, "If you pull the door pattern made of gems on my clothes, you can teleport. Let's leave here quickly." Perceiving his fear, Syrian comforted him, "Trust me, they can't touch a single hair on you. This is the best spectator seat, a rare opportunity, let's watch a bit longer." "Hey, how arrogant." The zombie Jason looked at the two with greedy and malicious eyes. "It's boring to be a spectator, why not join us?" As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory skull, wreathed in black gas and carrying a heavy aura of death, attacked Syrian and Caterpillar, Verdu. Then, to Verdu's gasp and everyone else's gaze, the illusory skull passed directly through their bodies, landing on the warehouse's outer wall behind them with a dull thud. HMPH. Jason, whose attack failed, snorted coldly. A chilling wind immediately swept through, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and beautiful, dreamlike snowflakes began to fall in the air. Amidst the howling cold wind and snowflakes, a rapidly moving figure suddenly appeared. With tufts of gray short fur, long, sharp, and sturdy greenish-yellow claws, more like wolf paws than human hands, two claws stopped less than a centimeter from Marich's throat, unable to advance any further. In the eyes of this werewolf, who had launched a surprise attack on Marich using the cover of the cold wind and snowflakes, a beautiful figure appeared in each eye. It was Miss Sharon, wearing a dark black Gothic court gown and a small black soft hat. Seeing this, Syrian, who was quietly being a spectator on the side, nodded almost imperceptibly. After Verdu's sudden intrusion and his subsequent need to reveal himself to save him, he knew that tonight he would inevitably be drawn into the battle between the Rose School of Thought's hedonist faction and the Temperance faction, so he had subtly hinted at the location of the Crimson Moon crown to Miss Sharon, who was hidden in the shadows. For a revenant who could directly communicate with the spirit world, a small gesture with the hand behind his back was enough. Not far away, in the shadows on the warehouse roof, Klein looked at the battlefield, which was developing in an unpredictable direction, hesitated for a moment, and chose to remain hidden, waiting for an opportunity. The werewolf, Tyrell, possessed by Miss Sharon, plunged one hand into his own throat, attempting to cut off his windpipe, while the other hand reached into his pocket. After some fumbling, he pulled out a crown shaped like a full moon from his pocket. Snap! A crisp snapping sound suddenly rang out. The crimson crown, inlaid with one crimson gem after another, and covered in moon symbols and numerous mysterious markings in the center, was pulled by an invisible force, flying autonomously towards Syrian. Object manipulation trick. Marich and the zombie Jason simultaneously pushed off the ground with both feet, their bodies rocketing towards the crimson moon crown like cannonballs, attempting to intercept this mystical item. Before they collided, a figure in a black tailcoat and dark red cloak suddenly appeared, easily reaching out and grasping the crimson moon crown, which was being moved by the object manipulation trick. The second hidden revenant had appeared. Those black eyes with a hint of green held no emotion, extremely cold, and brimming with malice as they looked at Syrian. They recognized each other. It was the revenant, the strange guy with a disabled little boy they had encountered in the mirror world before. The next second, the surroundings suddenly brightened, and scarlet moonlight filled the entire abandoned warehouse area. The full moon appeared. Under the scarlet moonlight, the revenant Sharon's power rapidly receded, forcing her to withdraw from her revenant possession state. Verdu, wrapped like a caterpillar by his classical robe, trembled uncontrollably, twisting his body in pain, with egg-sized lumps bulging on his body, and faintly visible creeping worms beneath his surface skin. Syrian's hand, resting on his shoulder, tightened, preventing him from falling to the ground and wriggling in the darkness. The next second, Syrian's movement to withdraw his hand suddenly paused. In both of his eyes, a figure in a black tailcoat and dark red cloak was simultaneously reflected. Revenant possession. Syrian was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing, "Ha ha, you're the bravest revenant I've ever seen, though I haven't seen many revenants in total." As he spoke, his body became stained with a layer of colorful starlight, his figure turned illusory, and behind him, pairs of transparent, dragonfly wing-like membranous wings stretched out, and he himself floated directly into the air. In his eyes, the expression on the revenant Steve's face went from fierce to bewildered, and finally to terrified. He found that he couldn't control Syrian's body at all. No, not only that, he was now trapped inside it. Syrian's eyes were like an unbreakable cage, firmly imprisoning him within. No matter how he struggled, it had no effect, and he couldn't even call for help. Silently, a sacred, bright, pure, and warm light descended from the sky, enveloping Syrian. But the two seemed to be in different dimensions, passing through each other. On the roof of the warehouse not far away, Klein was stunned for a moment, then gave up on helping Syrian, and instead fired at the zombie Jason, who had completely suppressed Marich. Bang! Bang! Bullets glowing with a faint golden light cut through the air, shooting towards the zombie Jason, but he easily dodged them, leaving only a few bullet holes on the ground. He looked provocatively at Klein, who was firing from the shadows, and raised the scarlet moon in his hand. After reclaiming the crimson moon crown and activating the full moon, the revenant Steve had directly thrown this mystical item to him, then went to deal with the others. Withdrawing his gaze, a dense black mist emanated from his back, forming a pair of illusory bat wings, and then he disappeared from Klein's sight at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 175 1 verses 3. Jason, who wielded the crimson moon crown, erupted with unimaginable speed and recovery, defeating and severely injuring Marich in a very short time, even as he endured the purification bullets Klein fired from his gun. After severely injuring Marich, he did not continue the pursuit, but instead rushed towards Syrian with incredible speed. He had finally noticed that something was amiss. Steve, as a revenant, should not have been deadlocked for so long. Even if the revenant possession failed, he should have appeared, not remained completely silent as he was now. A chilling, desolate wind howled, carrying snowflakes that passed through Syrian's body, then suddenly exploded, stirring up layers of air currents. Jason, the zombie, broke through the frost-laden air currents and extended his index finger towards Syrian, who was floating in midair. Wisps of illusory black smoke, imbued with the aura of death, formed a skull that appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Syrian and exploding the moment it passed through his body. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, several wisps of blackness repeatedly rose and fell in the surging air currents, while Syrian remained steadily suspended in midair the entire time. He seemed to exist between existence and non-existence, visible but untouchable. As the surging air currents slightly calmed, Syrian looked down at Jason, who was still trying to attack him. The figure of Steve, the revenant, in his eyes suddenly magnified until the two pairs of eyes overlapped. He abruptly extended his left hand forward, and the ground beneath Jason, the zombie, instantly turned black, becoming a muddy abyss. Vague and transparent figures emerged from the mud. Some were incomplete, some were covered in blood, some had charred skin. Some were pale and chilling. The summoned ghostly shadow grabbed Jason's ankles, some pressed down on his head, and some bit his shoulders, paralyzing and stiffening his body, making it difficult to move, and dragging him into the muddy abyss. In just a breath or two, half of Jason's body had been dragged into the muddy abyss. As Syrian used the power of the Revenant, the figure of Steve, the Revenant, in his eyes became flickering and extremely unstable. Upon reaching a certain limit, Steve finally broke free from his cage, and half of his body emerged from Syrian's eye sockets. Steve looked at Jason, who was trapped in the muddy abyss, his lips constantly moving, emitting a hoarse, low, and terrified voice. "Save me, save." His plea was cut short as he suddenly froze, his transparent, illusory body covered from the inside out with a layer of colorful starlight, then uncontrollably retreated, returning to Syrian's eyes and once again falling deep into the cage. Syrian lowered his head and chuckled, "Since you're already here." As he murmured, white frost condensed on the ground beneath his feet, and a cold, transparent layer of ice rapidly spread outwards, freezing all zombies, wraiths, and beyonders attempting to approach him. HMPH. Jason, whose body was deeply embedded in the muddy abyss, let out a muffled snort through his nose, and air currents mixed with wisps of blackness surged, instantly shattering the ice crystals covering him. The wraiths lingering around him and clinging to him were silently vaporized before they could even let out a scream. Syrian watched him expressionlessly, the figure of Steve, the Revenant, in his eyes once again magnified until their eyes overlapped. A silent, spirit-piercing shriek emanated from his half-open mouth. Jason, the zombie, who had just broken free from the ice crystals and had not yet pulled his submerged body out of the ground, paused. His bloodshot eyeballs bulged like dead fish eyes, as if they would burst the next second. Dark red blood slowly trickled from his ears and nostrils. After Syrian used the Revenant's shriek, Steve, the Revenant, once again broke free from his cage, and his pale, transparent, almost disappearing figure materialized out of thin air before him. The moment their gazes met, Steve, the Revenant, performed a mirror-like flash at the fastest speed of his life. Not far away, the figure of Steve, wearing a black swallow-tailed coat, appeared in the eyes of Jason, the zombie, whose lower half was frozen underground. But the next second, he detached from the possession, and at the same time, a crimson moon appeared in his hand. The Crimson Moon crown could grant its wearer unimaginable recovery abilities, which he desperately needed now. As for Jason, who also needed to recover, he was not in his consideration. After obtaining the Crimson Moon crown, Steve's pale, transparent body finally solidified somewhat. He turned to look at Syrian, who was floating in midair. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness and bloodlust. "Now, let's begin the second round." As he whispered, the darkness and shadows beneath his feet squirmed, condensing into illusory but solid black chains that swept towards Syrian from all directions. Syrian, floating in midair, did not dodge, allowing the black chains to pass through his body, yet they were unable to truly touch him. He looked down at the increasingly arrogant Revenant and casually snapped his fingers. Steve, the Revenant's body suddenly stiffened, and colorful starlight, either fragmented or flowing, continuously gushed out from within him, like an overturned paint bucket. Losing Steve's control, the black chains entwined around Syrian quickly disappeared, and then his body quietly solidified. Clap, clap. Syrian clapped his hands rhythmically, and one by one, sheets of paper flew from his body, unfolding in midair. Each painting exuded a rich spiritual glow and was a mystical item with extraordinary effects. Each sheet of paper depicted different content. Some were composed of pure light, like giants supporting heaven and earth. Some were giant snakes with white feathers growing between their scales, pale flames burning in their eye sockets, and a pair of exaggerated, thick wings spread behind them. There were also huge silver-white long snakes, gray-white giant dragons, fire giants charging with long swords, and vague figures surrounded by storms and lightning. They were lifelike, as if living creatures. No, to be precise, they were alive, but not life in reality. For a painter, his blood, flesh, and spirit are the best materials. Therefore, These paintings, which Syrian depicted using his own fresh blood as material, possessed various incredible qualities, and each image within them became a vivid living being within the painting. Syrian gently rubbed his fingers, and the painting depicting the feathered snake suddenly ignited. Silently, the crimson flames turned pale, like the flames in the feathered snake's eye sockets. The feathered snake in the painting, with its exaggerated, heavy wings, twisted its body, extending half of its head beyond the paper. At this moment, it awakened in the flames, emerging from the painting. Whoosh! A chilling wind, like a gasp, swept through, instantly stiffening everyone present, as if they were facing a supreme ruler, their very souls trembling beyond their control. Especially the two revenants and the zombie, the soul-shaking pressure brought by the feathered snake caused their bodies to uncontrollably prostrate on the ground, their teeth chattering and their hands and feet trembling. Under the immense fear and pressure, the colorful starlight constantly overflowing from Steve's body stopped, and the revenant's transparent body once again became extremely faint, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Snap! Syrian raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Several paintings, manipulated by him, flew separately before Steve, the revenant, Jason, the zombie, and Tyr, the werewolf. 2 seconds later, as the paintings burned to ashes, the fear from the feathered snake, originating from the depths of the soul and the instinct of life, quietly disappeared. Having just escaped from fear and not yet fully recovered, Steve saw a new painting appear before him. In the painting, a huge silver-white long snake with crimson and cold eyes stared at him from outside the canvas, as if alive. Bang! Bang! Steve pressed his hand to his chest. Since experiencing the zombie stage, he realized for the first time that his heart could beat so fast, approaching, or even exceeding, that of a normal human. Under the gaze of the silver-white giant snake in the painting, he felt an ill will of being abandoned by fate and rejected by the world, and he stood frozen in place. On the other side, after Jason, the zombie, saw the painting before him, a rumbling sound of thunder continuously echoed in his ears, and his body felt as if it had been struck by an endless barrage of lightning, leaving him numb and unable to move. The only part of his body that could move were his eyeballs, which rolled wildly in their sockets, trying to avert his gaze from the blurry figure surrounded by storms and lightning in the painting. The moment his gaze shifted, he saw a word, half erased, at the bottom of the painting. L-O. As his thoughts began to stir, he saw the dark clouds around the blurry figure surrounded by storms and lightning in the painting part slightly, and those eyes brewing with thunder looked towards him. At this instant, immense panic indiscriminately assailed everyone's hearts. Whether it was the Beyonders with keen spiritual intuition, the Revenant, the Astrologer, the Seer, or the Beyonders with average spiritual intuition, the Werewolf, the Zombie, they all seemed to perceive the shadow of death. Chapter 176, Harvest. A thick, silvery lightning bolt tore across the sky, illuminating most of Baklan's night. Whether they were already asleep or just beginning their all-nighters, everyone was startled by the sudden lightning, but when they looked up, they found the sky clear with few stars and no clouds. At the Holy Wind Cathedral, God's singer Ace Snake, dressed in a black robe embroidered with storm symbols and a matching soft cap, sat before the storm holy emblem. The moment silver-white light shone simultaneously from the door behind him and the stained glass windows around the hall, his previously relaxed brows instantly furrowed, and he looked at the storm holy emblem with confusion. Who has angered the storm? Boom! In the dock area, illuminated by the silver-white lightning, the air-shattering thunder rumbled a second later. Syrian raised a hand to pat his slightly frizzy hair, turning his head to look at the spot where zombie Jason had been. Jason's figure had vanished, leaving only a completely charred crater, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, with an unknown depth. Within the charred crater, fine, silver-white electric snakes writhed, crackling and popping. Aside from the vanished zombie Jason, Revenant Steve, Werewolf Thale, and Marich, who were not far from him, were also affected. They stood rigidly in place, unmoving, with several tiny electric snakes occasionally shooting out from their bodies. Gulp. Swallowing non-existent saliva, Syrian looked up at the cloudless sky, his lips slightly pursed. Tisk, a bit petty. I even specifically erased the name. He paused, then lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the charred crater, muttering. But this seems exploitable. It only requires one Beyonder scroll to create a demigod-level lightning strike. As he murmured, he snapped his fingers with a good mood. A blank piece of paper floated down from midair, covering Steve's stiff, transparent body. The latter's body instantly cracked, continuously overflowing with colorful starlight, scattering onto the blank paper, leaving distorted marks that were either pale, eerie green, or dark blue-black. Help. Steve tried to struggle, but his body cracked even faster. In 5 or 6 seconds, his limbs and head all disappeared, and most of his body melted into colorful starlight, leaving only an irregular oval shape wrapped in the paper. A few more seconds passed, and Steve completely vanished, leaving only a piece of paper laid flat on the ground. On the paper, the previously blank space now showed a distorted, screaming portrait, with a similarly distorted cosmos as its background. Beside the paper, a crimson moon lay quietly, while pale specks of light continuously precipitated from the air, slowly converging towards the paper. Xiang took a few steps closer and picked up the crimson moon. The moment it touched his hand, an unusual coldness spread through his entire body along his blood, intensifying with time. Accompanying it was a rich vitality and an affinity for darkness. With a thought, the crimson moon in his hand silently extinguished. At the same time, the crimson moonlight that illuminated the surroundings, bringing spiritual growth and life, also silently disappeared. The extinguished moon transformed into a crown shaped like a full moon, with crimson gems embedded all around, and moon symbols and numerous mysterious markings covering its sides and center. Holding the crimson moon crown in his hand and examining it for a while, he turned his head to look at the other side, at Werewolf Thale, the only remaining member of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction. The latter stood calmly in place, unmoving. In front of him was Klein, holding the Peacemaker. The two seemed to be in a standoff, or perhaps the battle had already ended. Under Xiang's curious gaze, Werewolf Thale's head suddenly rotated 180 degrees, his neck making a clicking sound of bones breaking. The face covered in coarse, short fur was lifeless, only a pair of wide-open gray eyes remained, as if unwilling to rest in peace, reflecting Sharon's figure in an elaborate court gown. She held her skirt up slightly with both hands and curtsied to Xiang. The next moment, Sharon's figure appeared in front of Werewolf Thale's corpse. "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome, but this is my spoil of war." Xiang shook his head slightly, simultaneously raising the crimson moon crown in his hand. He paused, then added, "If you really need it, you can buy it from me." "Okay." Sharon nodded lightly, then said nothing more. Seeing that no one continued to speak, Xiang also fell silent. After waiting for about half a minute, all the pale light specks precipitated from the surrounding air had merged into the distorted, screaming scroll. As the white light faded, the originally yellowish ordinary paper turned into cold, pale human skin, and the distorted, screaming portrait on it became even more realistic, with a more lifelike feeling than before. A living mystical item. Xiang raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly in a rather good mood. For him, living mystical items were easier to use, especially those with their own contamination. They didn't even need threats, they would lick up to him on their own. Just like now, the distorted, screaming portrait on the paper looked around, then its gaze fell on Xiang, and it greeted him with a respectful and humble posture. "Respected, exalted, noble and great master, thank you for granting me life. May I follow you and be your most loyal servant." Xiang frowned slightly, the voice of this painting was a bit unpleasant. Noticing his expression, the distorted, screaming portrait on the paper made a pitiful expression, like an abandoned puppy, but this guy's voice was not only unpleasant, but he was also ugly. Collecting his slightly wandering thoughts, he nodded gently at the scroll on the ground. "You may, but be quiet." The distorted, screaming portrait on the scroll instantly changed from sorrow to joy. At Xiang's request, it said nothing, but made a zipping motion over its mouth with its hand. After picking up the scroll, which had merged with the revenant characteristic, he turned and walked towards the charred pit created by the lightning strike. At the bottom of the pit, he saw a gray-white light cluster shaped like a miniature brain. After estimating the depth of the charred pit in front of him, Xiang gently snapped his fingers. At the bottom of the pit, the gray-white light cluster, shaped like a miniature brain, bounced up in defiance of physical rules, landing precisely in his hand. Having put away his spoils of war, Xiang quickly glanced around. Because of the sudden lightning strike, several of his scrolls were destroyed, and many scorched yellow fragments were scattered on the ground. Sighing helplessly, he gently rubbed his fingers, igniting all the damaged papers. After doing all this, he quickly turned and walked over to Verdu. The unlucky astrologer was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. The danger has been eliminated. Do you need me to send you back? Suddenly hearing Syrian's voice, Verdu instinctively flinched back, then, slightly embarrassed, he said somewhat haltingly. No, no need, I can, thank you. Syrian nodded lightly, not caring about the other party's reaction, then said. Then you send me back. Teleportation is more convenient. Ah, Verdu's expression stiffened for a moment, then he nodded. Okay, no problem. Receiving the answer, Syrian bent down and extended his hand. Verdu hesitated for a moment, then took his hand, and Syrian pulled him up from the ground. Then Syrian turned his body and looked at the three people gathered together on the other side, saying with a smile. Well then, the three of you, goodbye, and I wish you a good dream tonight. As he finished speaking, Verdu reached out and pulled the door pattern on his robe, which was composed of rubies, emeralds, and diamonds. His classical robe instantly shimmered with dazzling starlight, and pieces flew off, outlining an illusory door covered with mysterious patterns in front of the two of them. The illusory door appeared only for a moment before disappearing, and with it, Syrian and Verdu's figures also vanished. Klein looked in the direction where the two had teleported away, murmuring. Teleportation really is convenient. Not far behind him, Sharon said with little change in her tone. The negative effect of that mystical item should be getting lost in dangerous places, and intermittently tightening, strangling the wearer to death. Klein nodded thoughtfully, remembering the unlucky fellow who had just stumbled into their battlefield. He suddenly felt that teleportation wasn't so convenient after all. Who knew if the next place they appeared would be their destination or someone else's battlefield? Chapter 177, Are you sure you want to know? Klein looked at Marich, whose face was extremely pale and half his body bore charred marks, and asked. How are your injuries? Marich weakly shook his head, not fatal. I won't die. Klein nodded slightly, then said. We should leave quickly too. The sudden lightning strike caused too much commotion. Official Beyonders are probably already on their way. All right. Sharon nodded slightly, while throwing a brown translucent bottle and a dark green object resembling a large canine's tusk towards Klein. Yours. The Book of Secrets has been placed on the coffee table in your living room. After a slight pause, Sharon added. That person just now was very dangerous. He killed Steve by relying on the corruption on his body. To be precise, Steve died from a collapse after the corruption on him erupted. In the Rose School of Thought, only a child of the bound god can so precisely manipulate the residual power from the bound god and the mother tree of desire. He is very likely a favored one of an evil god. Favored one? Who's favored one? Adams. Is Miss Sharon telling me this because she realized I know Syrian, and she's subtly warning me to stay away from him? As thoughts flickered, he asked with some curiosity, what corruption? A barely noticeable trace of fear flashed across Sharon's pale face, then she shook her head slightly and said. I don't know. My spiritual intuition warns me not to look, not to think, otherwise. I'll die. Perhaps it's related to paintings. The paintings he displayed were very peculiar. The figures in them were alive. I've never seen such a Beander. It seems not to belong to any of the known 22 Beander pathways, at least not that I know of. She paused, then stiffly changed the subject. It's time to leave. I'll do one last thing. Klein nodded lightly, answering as he took a few steps forward. Then, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, boom. Red flames erupted one after another from the ground in front of the surrounding warehouses, sending dirt flying and creating waves of heat. Klein raised a hand to press down his half-top hat, which was almost blown off by the heat wave, then turned and bowed to Sharon and Marich. The next second, crimson flames spread over his body, rapidly expanding until they completely enveloped him. Amidst the flickering flames, Klein's figure abruptly vanished. Sharon looked at Marich, nodded slightly, then her figure quickly faded and disappeared. After Sharon disappeared, Marich turned his body, stomped his feet hard, and sprinted faster than a full-speed steam train, then vanished into the darkness beyond the streetlights' reach. 2 or 3 minutes after everyone had left, A mournful gust of wind suddenly swept through the air above this warehouse area, and an exceptionally robust figure, borne by the gale, slowed down and landed. At the same time, at the end of the street, several figures with steam backpacks and auxiliary power devices on their feet rapidly approached. After they approached, several more robust figures appeared at the end of the street. In a hotel located on the edge of Wildy Street, south of the bridge. Shimmering starlight flew out of the void, quickly condensing into an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns. Then Syrian and Verdu walked out from behind the illusory door. Syrian surveyed the surroundings and casually asked, "Why aren't you staying at Owen's house? Are you not at ease?" Verdu was momentarily stunned by his blunt question, then replied with a bitter smile. "Maintaining a certain distance is good for everyone. The Abraham family can no longer withstand any blows. Tonight, thank you for your help. Although you probably don't need my repayment, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Syrian raised an eyebrow slightly, asking curiously, "What if I want the traveler's potion formula?" "You can have it." Verdu nodded firmly without the slightest hesitation. After speaking, he turned and walked to the desk by the window, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and began writing quickly. In less than half a minute, he put down his fountain pen and walked over with the still wet sheet of paper. With one hand, he handed the paper to Syrian, and with the other, he pointed to his own head, chuckling. "I clearly remember all the potion formulas for the apprentice pathway below sequence 4, although this knowledge has never been put to use before." Syrian did not immediately reach for the paper with the traveler potion formula, but instead asked curiously, "Don't you think I'm taking advantage of the situation? And by exposing your wealth like this, aren't you worried I might not resist the temptation?" Verdu shook his head slightly. "I personally believe that your act of saving me from danger is worth a sequence 5 formula. Besides, since Owen considers you a close friend, I suppose I can also try to trust you. And didn't you just rescue me from danger?" Syrian tilted his head slightly. He intuitively felt that this wasn't the other party's truest thought, but he didn't refute it. Instead, he smiled and took the paper with the traveler potion formula. Main ingredients: 1 Siskoun demonic worm, 1 heart of a shadowless demonic wolf. Auxiliary ingredients: 10 grams of powdered trapped ghost remnants, 10 grams of bomb powder, 1 star chart drawn with spiritual blood, 80 milliliters of shadowless demonic wolf blood. Advancement ritual: establish special coordinates in 4 completely different and distant locations deep within the spirit world. The essence of this ritual is to return to the real world by means of those 4 special spirit world coordinates, and thus it can also be replaced by a mystical item that allows one to return directly from the spirit world to reality. His gaze quickly swept over the contents, and after memorizing them, Syrian gently rubbed his fingers together twice. The paper instantly ignited, rapidly turning to ash and scattering into the air. After burning the paper, he looked at Verdu, and said in a calm yet slightly curious tone, "That mystical item that can create a full moon is with me now. Do you want to try the method Owen provided you to avoid the full moon's whispers?" "No, no need." Verdu's eyes widened, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "Waiting until next month's full moon is the same. I'm not short on time." "Hey." Syrian chuckled softly and nodded slightly to him. "All right, then I wish you a good dream tonight." As he spoke, he took a few steps back, his body touching a mirror embedded in the wall. A faint blue light rippled out in layers behind him. Then he silently merged into the mirror's surface. Verdu's eyes widened slightly, looking at this scene with a mix of surprise and relief. A normal apprentice couldn't possibly possess the ability to enter and exit the mirror world at sequence 7, nor could he easily defeat so many powerful beyonders alone. But his previous performance didn't seem like he was using a mystical item. Power beyond potions, is it the grace of a great existence mentioned in some travelogues passed down through the family? Could Owen's ability to receive the protection of that existence after chanting his honorific name be related to him? If so, would that existence be willing to protect the entire Abraham family? And if so, what price would the Abraham family have to pay? After a moment of muttering to himself, he turned and sat back at the desk, picking up a pen and paper to quickly write a letter. In the abandoned warehouse clearing where a battle had just taken place, a group of Storm Church Punishers and Machinery Hivemind members from the Steam Church had cordoned off the area, repeatedly searching for any possible clues. Originally, by area division, this place should have been investigated by the Steam Church's Machinery Hivemind Squad, but because of the lightning strike that might involve the Lord of Storms, the Storm Church's Punisher Deacon arrived even faster than them. In front of the charred deep pit in the center of the clearing, the Punisher Deacon, with short brown hair, bronze skin, rugged features, and muscles that completely filled out his loose Storm Church priest robe, frowned as he gazed ahead. Behind him, Icons, the captain and deacon of the Machinery Hivemind, approached quickly, holding an ancient patterned silver mirror. "Clifford, have you found anything?" The mature man named Clifford was silent for a moment, then said. "It can be confirmed that this charred deep pit was caused by the power of my lord, but it is unknown whether it was achieved by relying on a special item, or because someone here suffered divine punishment. The surrounding wind tells me that several Beyonders once lingered here and a battle occurred, but the specifics are unknown." Icons nodded slightly, interjecting, "We found remnants of death and curse power, and also found several spent casings of Beyonder bullets in a corner of a warehouse. The scene was too severely damaged to obtain more information, but it's likely that many mid-sequence Beyonders, perhaps even Sequence 5 ones, were involved." He paused, then looked at the silver mirror in his hand. "However, in the mystical world, nothing is absolute, even if those guys completely destroyed the scene." As he spoke, he gently stroked the mirror's surface 3 times. "Respected Erodes, my question is, who were the participants in the events that just took place here?" The surrounding darkness suddenly became thick, and layers of water ripples spread across the silver mirror's surface, then a line of crimson words appeared. "Are you sure you want to know?" Chapter 178. Emperor Rosal, I'm sorry. Icons was slightly stunned when he saw the words appear on the mirror's surface. As the wielder of sealed artifact 2-111, he had never seen Erodes respond with a counter-question after asking one. After a moment of silence, he thought this might be due to the lingering aura of the Lord of Storms at the scene, so he carefully said. "Avoiding anything related to the Lord of Storms, what I want to know are the ordinary participants involved in the events that took place here." As his voice fell, ripples of water light spread across the mirror's surface, and then new words appeared. "As you wish." The words floating on the mirror's surface quickly dispersed, and then a scene of rising flames appeared. Against a backdrop of alternating fire and light, a figure in a double-breasted long formal suit and a semi-tall silk top hat stood amidst the flames. He pressed one hand to his top hat and kept the other behind his back, bowing towards the outside of the mirror. His figure was distorted and indistinct, his face obscured by a layer of crimson firelight and smudged with grease paint, making him hard to see. As he finished his bow and straightened his back, fire snakes surged around him, quickly engulfing him and vanishing in an instant. Then the scene in the mirror suddenly darkened. Amidst the shimmering water light, a distorted figure appeared, stained with colorful starlight, somewhat illusory, with pairs of brilliant light wings on its back, suspended in midair. This figure's form and appearance were also unclear, but it had a pair of extremely bright and striking eyes. As Icons and Clifford watched closely, the figure in the mirror suddenly turned its head and looked towards them. Even though the figure in the mirror was so distorted that its facial expression couldn't be seen, both of them instinctively felt that the other party was smiling at them. Gulp. He's not greeting us, is he? As this thought flashed through his mind, Icons, wearing a round felt hat, saw the figure stained with colorful starlight in the mirror wave at him. Then he saw fragments of starlight fall from the figure, dancing in midair, outlining a line of shimmering words on the mirror's surface. "Good evening, gentlemen." Whoosh whoosh. The wind around them suddenly intensified. Clifford took half a step back, enveloped by the wind, and looked warily at the ancient silver mirror in Icons' hand. Although Icons held mirror Erodes steadily, his heart was pounding wildly at this moment, and he felt an unprecedented tension. If not for his caution and responsibility, and the fact that his spiritual intuition had not warned him, he would have thrown the mirror in his hand when the starlight-stained figure in the mirror turned its head. Fortunately, the scene displayed by mirror Erodes did not last too long. Amidst the shimmering water light, the figure stained with colorful starlight disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged man in a dark red cloak. His head was hidden in darkness, impossible to see, but his body was cracking in places, exuding a sapphire blue glow, like starlight. The scenes in the mirror constantly alternated. Afterwards, a woman in a complex black court gown appeared, but her face was completely transparent, having vanished. There was also a figure lying on the ground, struggling to twist its body, stained with crimson, distorted starlight, completely indistinct. A man covered in short, coarse fur, with abnormally long and thick arms, and sharp, strong nails. His face was always covered by a shadow, making it impossible to clearly see the fur. And two men covered in black fur, whose faces were also indistinguishable. By the end, Ikon's already heavy mood was made even worse. Not to mention that strange starlight-stained fellow, every single one of the remaining people had means to interfere with divination. Coupled with the severe damage to the scene, this essentially blocked their possibility of continuing the investigation. He paused, then turned his head to look at Clifford, who was half a step behind him, and said gravely, "In the Church's experiments with 2 to 111, even Archbishop Holymick could not actively interfere with Mira Rhodes's questions and answers." Upon hearing this, Clifford's breathing hitched slightly, feeling an absurd sensation like an adult college student appearing among kindergarten children. After half a second of silence, he asked, unwilling to give up. "Even a saint can't do it." Icons shook his head slightly. "Perhaps saints of certain special pathways can do it. Besides that, it can probably only be achieved by violent suppression at the angel level." He paused, then sighed and added, "Report it further." As the two conversed, the surface of the silver mirror in Icons's hand suddenly darkened, and then several lines of ancient Phosic words appeared. "According to the principle of reciprocity, it is now my turn to ask. If you answer error, or lie, you will be punished." Seeing the bloody punishment on the mirror's surface, Icon subconsciously reached up to touch the top of his hat. His facial expression twisted slightly, then became exceptionally solemn, as if he were facing death. Clifford, seeing Icon's constantly changing expression from the side, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is there something wrong with its question?" Icons fell silent for a moment, unsure how to answer. "You'll know soon." As soon as his voice fell, layers of water light rippled across the mirror's surface, and then a new line of words appeared. "Regarding the one you like, do you prefer his muscular body, or his rich and profound soul?" Clifford's expression, upon seeing this, changed from curious to calm, then to puzzled, and finally, with a look of horror, he retreated several steps. In the quiet bedroom, layers of faint blue ripples suddenly spread across the full-length mirror in the corner, quickly solidifying into an illusory door. Then Syrian walked out from behind the door. "You had a good harvest tonight." A mature, clear, and very familiar female voice suddenly sounded in the room. Syrian's expression stiffened for a moment, then he turned to look towards the desk by the window. Bernadette was casually leaning back in a chair, holding a steaming cup of black tea. She wore comfortable beige trousers, black leather boots of moderate height, and a light brown knee-length dress, the hem of which fell diagonally, showing a hint of unrestrained elegance. Withdrawing his gaze, Syrian turned his head to look at the wall clock. As expected, it had been over 10 minutes past the time he usually taught Bernadette Chinese characters. Sorry, I got caught up in a fight and was delayed for a while. Do you want to add today's study time to tomorrow, or start now?" After a brief moment of thought, Bernadette handed over a page of Rosel's diary that she had placed beside her, saying, "Since time has already been delayed, why don't we change the content of our study? Translate this page of the diary completely for me, and that will be tonight's study content. How about it?" Syrian reached out curiously to take the diary Bernadette handed him. The ink on it hadn't completely dried, clearly indicating that she had just copied it a minute or two ago. When he saw the full content of this diary page, his expression gradually stiffened. "Are you sure you want to know the content of this diary page? Emperor Rosal didn't record any effective information on it." Bernadette nodded expressionlessly. "I can guess, but I'm curious why you skipped it before. You seemed very certain that I would be angry because of the content on it." "Don't worry, even if I get angry, I won't take it out on you. I still have that much self-control." "Syrian, you won't take it out on me, but your old man, who's still in the process of resurrecting, will." After a few seconds of silent deadlock, seeing that Bernadette had no intention of backing down, Syrian sighed helplessly. "All right, if you insist. Emperor Rosal, I'm sorry." He took 2 steps back, brought the still wet paper close to his eyes, and read in lowness. April 23. These nobles are truly chaotic. I thought Lady Karen was attracted to my inner substance when she seduced me into bed. Who knew, her husband, Count Champagne, was actually peeking from the next room, and even seemed very excited. Clack! A crisp snapping sound interrupted Syrian's reading. He looked up expressionlessly and saw Bernadette's pen, which had bravely sacrificed itself, in her hand. You may continue. Bernadette said expressionlessly, her tone somewhat low. Syrian withdrew his gaze from the broken pen and looked back at Rosal's diary in his hand. Given the content of this diary page, I suspect Bernadette might redecorate my room. Syrian battlefield style. He paused, then lowered his head slightly and continued to read. April 25. Just returned from Countess Valerian's masquerade ball. My heart suddenly feels a bit empty. He looked up at Bernadette, confirmed that she was sufficiently calm, and then continued to read. One woman, another woman. Monotonous and mechanical movements, indistinguishable perfume scents. Chapter 179, Bernadette's Prophecy. Bernadette's emotions were more stable than he had imagined. Even after he finished reading the entire page of Rosal's diary, the only thing lost was the initial few seconds of silence from her pen. Bernadette stood up from her chair and asked in an even tone. How much of his diary contains content like this? Syrian recalled the Rosal's diary entries he had seen and answered honestly. Most of it. Hearing his answer, Bernadette's expression remained unchanged, she simply looked at him calmly. A deep shade of purple suddenly flickered in her azure eyes, becoming extremely profound, like the sea before a storm. In this state, her eyes clearly lost focus, appearing blank. A few breaths later, Bernadette, having come back to herself, furrowed her brows slightly and murmured. I foresaw a vague future. You might encounter a crisis or perhaps an opportunity soon. Syrian, O_O. A crisis, or an opportunity. Bernadette shook her head slightly. All I saw was a blurry corner of fate. I couldn't discern the origin of the disturbance, much less the specific details. The hint I can give is, do not blindly follow fate. Whether it's a crisis or an opportunity might stem from your own choices and efforts. Syrian pondered for a moment before speaking. When will that be? Before he could finish his sentence, thick, greenish-blue vines, as white as bulls, descended around him, engulfing Bernadette's figure before retracting and disappearing. Looking at the spot where Bernadette had vanished, Syrian pouted and muttered. While your habit of speaking in riddles is mysterious, I really dislike it when you leave before I finish my sentence. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled a gold coin from his pocket and flicked it into the air with a clang. After repeating this a few times, he put away the coin, took off his coat, and lay directly on the bed, his mind constantly replaying the details of tonight's battle. Judging from tonight's battle, with sufficient preparation, I can directly defeat most Beyonders below Sequence 6. But against a Sequence 5, unless they are as foolish as that Revenant, launching a suicidal attack, I probably can't win, but self-preservation should be fine. Converting it, my current strength is probably between Sequence 6 and Sequence 5, which is consistent with the incomplete power of the Otherworld Traveler. It's a pity I can't actively use my own status and uniqueness to corrupt others, otherwise, I wouldn't even be afraid of an angel. His thoughts wandered for a while, and amidst the rustling sound of the roadside trees being blown by the evening wind outside the window, Syrian fell into a deep sleep. The next day, still in the hazy state before waking up, Syrian inexplicably saw the rich gray fog quietly surging before his eyes, the magnificent figure of the fool, seated above the gray fog. And, whirled Sherlock Moriarty, praying in a low voice at the fool's feet. Respected Mr. Fool, please convey to Mr. Fate that he can hold the ritual to retrieve those two mystical items at any time. Also, I have received the Book of Secrets and will share its contents with him within these 2 days. Finally, I'm somewhat curious if those strange paintings he used last night were mystical items. If so, can I purchase them? If not, to which Beyonder pathway do their powers belong? After World finished his prayer, under the gaze of Mr. Fool, Syrian finally woke up. He looked at the figure above the gray fog with a complex expression, muttering softly. It's just barely dawn. Is it really necessary to be so diligent? He paused, then recalled the prayer he had just heard and replied. I understand. Those paintings are considered mystical items, and I made them myself, but I have no intention of selling them at the moment. The powerful effects of the paintings Klein saw were entirely due to him using his own blood as paint for each one. Those few paintings took him over half a month to accumulate, and now he felt as if he was on the verge of anemia. After he responded, the fool, seated above the boundless gray fog, did not disappear directly as before. Instead, he spoke to remind him. Try not to display your abilities in front of beyonders from the Orthodox churches. As the words fell, the gray fog in Syrian's vision quickly receded, and then he saw the sky, which was just beginning to lighten outside the window. Syrian. The detective profession is too demanding. He sighed softly, then rolled over, pulled the blanket over his head, and fell asleep again. Achoo! Klein, who had just left above the gray fog, couldn't help but sneeze. He pulled out a tissue, wiped his nose, and muttered. Did I catch a cold? No, it's more likely Syrian, whose sleep I disturbed, is cursing me. That guy definitely wasn't a corporate slave before he transmigrated. He's still lying in bed now, without an ounce of the workhorse spirit. Forget it, if I complain any more, I'll start feeling sorry for myself. After muttering a few words, he walked to his desk and opened the Book of Secrets, bound with parchment. Then he saw the beginning of the book, a phrase he was somewhat familiar with. We worship the moon, not the Evernight goddess. Seeing this familiar phrase, Klein couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. This is very similar to the life school of thought. But according to Miss Sharon's description, and the clues I know about the life school of thought, it shouldn't be possible for Shaman King Karaman, active on the southern continent, to have contact with the life school of thought, active on the northern continent. Achoo! Suddenly, Klein covered his mouth and nose with his hand, sneezing. At this moment, he realized that he really seemed to have caught a cold, and it wasn't someone talking about him behind his back. How could this be? I'm already sequence 7. City of Silver. Following the method taught by Alger, the hanged man, Derek had continuously pushed his spirituality for 2 days, keeping it in a relatively dry state, and finally began to show signs of losing control. He immediately reported his auditory and visual hallucinations. After a series of examinations and confirmations, he was taken to the bottom of the round tower, used to house residents showing signs of losing control and to attempt treatment. In the gloomy, dim corridor, Derek was escorted deeper and deeper by 2 tall knights. At one point, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, and a sense of unease and panic surged within him for no reason. He instinctively looked around, trying to find some sense of security in his surroundings, but unfortunately, the dark environment only intensified his unease. Fortunately, he didn't walk in the gloomy, dim corridor for too long. The 2 Dawn Paladins escorting him stopped in front of an iron door with a barred window. One of the Dawn Paladins pointed to the door and said, You will stay here for this period. We will bring you food and potions. As he spoke, he took out a small, iron-black bottle and handed it to Derek. The latter took it and immediately brought the small bottle to his mouth, gulping down the liquid inside. After the cool liquid slid down his esophagus into his stomach, he became completely calm within a very short time, and the auditory and visual hallucinations in his ears and before his eyes simultaneously weakened. This was a potion developed by the City of Silver for Beyonders showing signs of losing control. Although the liquid didn't actually have the effect of curing loss of control. It was merely like a tranquilizer, forcing Beyonders with signs of losing control into a calm state. Of course, this special tranquilizer could indeed provide some relief to Beyonders experiencing signs of losing control. As long as they could adjust their own state in time, Beyonders showing signs of losing control could naturally return to normal. However, for the City of Silver, only a few people ever walked out of the bottom of the round tower. The harsh environment caused varying degrees of contamination to accumulate in their bodies. This might not have any impact during normal times, but once they showed signs of losing control, this accumulated contamination in their bodies could very likely become the fuse that detonated them. Clang! The sound of the iron door closing and being locked echoed. Derek lowered his head and, by the light of the flickering yellow candle in the room, clearly saw his surroundings. A low bed with a straw mat, a chair, and a stone square table. There was nothing else. Because his emotions were suppressed by the tranquilizer he had just taken, Derek merely glanced at the room and then lay directly on the bed. In the dim room, after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a violent thumping on the door, vaguely mixed with sharp wails and crying. The sudden change stirred Derek's emotions, which had become calm due to the tranquilizer. He nervously and carefully watched the metal wall separating the two rooms not far away. Chapter 180, The Sanguine's Invitation. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the chaotic and disorderly knocking, bumps appeared one after another on the metal wall in front of Derek. The metal used to forge the wall seemed to possess a certain activity. After the force from the other side stopped, the bumps slowly receded. Even though his emotions were calm, the hairs on Derek's body stood on end, and he appeared extremely nervous. Just as he was about to pray for holy light, a silvery white light, like the morning sun, suddenly flashed around him. Then, the space seemed to be cut, and the sound of banging on the wall next to him abruptly disappeared, and absolute silence returned to his surroundings. Derek stood silently in place, unable to recover for a long while. Thump, thump, thump. In the deathly silence, the metal wall behind him suddenly began to be knocked upon. Who is it? Derek's voice involuntarily rose significantly, carrying a hint of suppressed fear. Sunday afternoon, above the gray fog, within the ancient palace that seemed to have remained unchanged since time immemorial. Syrian tilted his head to glance at the empty seat at the very top, then withdrew his gaze. While flipping through the parchment-bound book in front of him, he casually asked, "What do you think Mr. Fool is up to?" At the very end of the mottled long table, Klein, playing the role of world, subconsciously glanced at the seat directly opposite him at the very top, then quickly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, "One should not speak ill of a god." No. Syrian opened his mouth, but in the end, didn't say a single word. Shaking his head, he refocused his attention on the Book of Secrets in front of him. In the preface of this book, Syrian saw the recorded honorific name of Primordial Moon. The unique crimson moon, symbol of life and beauty, mother of all spiritual powers. He silently recited it twice in his heart, but it had no effect. He lowered his head to look at the quietly flowing gray fog beneath his feet, sighing in his heart at the power of Saphira Castle in certain aspects. Noticing his gaze lingering, World, Klein asked, "What are your thoughts on worshipping the moon instead of the Evernight goddess?" Syrian shifted his gaze from the Book of Secrets, turned his head to look at World, at the far end, and said, "Didn't you meet a sanguine at Harvest Church? If you had talked to him, you would know that they worship the moon itself, Lilith, the sanguine ancestor who represents the moon even more than the Crimson Lord. When it comes to worshipping the moon, no sanguine or artificial vampire would choose the Evernight goddess." "Why?" Klein asked curiously. Syrian returned his gaze to the Book of Secrets and said in a somewhat casual tone, "Because the sleepless pathway, which the Evernight goddess controls, doesn't include the moon, and the adjacent pathways are also unrelated to the moon. The title, Crimson Lord, is more likely to originate from a certain Grade 0 sealed artifact that she possesses." Klein nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silent contemplation, he asked again, "Does the honorific name for praying to the moon, recorded in the Book of Secrets, refer to Lilith, the sanguine ancestor?" Syrian shook his head, "Of course not. It can only satisfy the first two lines. To become the mother of all spiritual powers, one must at least control." After a slight pause, he directly skipped this topic and said instead, "This is the honorific name of the primordial moon, an evil god detested by all true gods and evil gods alike. She has some followers in both the Life School of Thought and the Rose School of Thought in the southern continent. However, due to the recent turmoil in the Life School of Thought, these two factions of believers have now merged." Primordial Moon. Klein asked curiously, a name of an evil god he had never heard before. Syrian frowned, then nodded and warned, I don't recommend reciting or recalling her honorific name outside of Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. If you do it too many times, you'll eventually hit the jackpot. Then you'll see your clothes, your hat, the dirt beneath your feet, the air around you, and even yourself, everything, living or dead, will become pregnant and give birth." Klein. Degree. Imagining the scene Syrian had just described, he couldn't help but shiver. "I've never found giving birth so terrifying before." He shook his head, casting off the chilling images that had subconsciously flashed through his mind, then shifted the topic from mysticism to real-world issues. This morning, I saw an intense parade in the East Borough. It was a group of textile workers. They wanted to smash the newly introduced machines in the factory because the efficiency of the machines would put most of them out of work. Without that cheap and arduous job, they might not be able to survive, or they might have to become streetwalkers. Noticing the subtle hint of sadness in Klein's words, Syrian closed the book of secrets in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and carefully recalled for a moment before remembering this particular plot. He mused, you sympathize with them and want to help them. Or do you simply want to hear my opinion? Klein gave a bitter smile. I don't have the ability to help all of them, and I also know that this is an inevitable consequence of society's development towards industrialization. It's just still a bit hard to accept. He paused, then added, also, I have another concern. The East Borough in such a situation has become a hotbed for evil gods. Evil gods, huh, Syrian murmured, then scoffed contemptuously. Unless an evil god truly descends and causes massive losses to this city, those nobles and politicians won't easily make changes. Or, a second Emperor Rosal appears. However, after the lesson learned from Emperor Rosal, the high-ranking officials of various kingdoms should be highly vigilant against the emergence of such a person. Klein, at the very end, opened his mouth, let out a soft breath, and then leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as the short knocking sound began, Syrian twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Emlyn, dressed in black trousers, a white shirt, and casually draped in a long tailcoat, stood at the door, his knocking hand not yet lowered. Syrian looked at the young sanguine standing at his doorstep, frowning slightly. Why are you here again? Emlyn's face darkened. Do you think I want to be here? He paused, then composed his expression, tilted his chin slightly, and said with an air of looking down his nose at someone. A prominent figure from our sanguine wants to meet you. A truly prominent figure, a marquis who has lived from the fourth epoch until now. After speaking, he lowered his chin, and curiosity, doubt, and even envy flashed in his crimson eyes, as he scrutinized Syrian up and down with the gaze of someone examining a rare item. A string of question marks floated above Syrian's head. He truly couldn't understand why a sanguine marquis would want to see him. He paused, then asked in a very surprised tone. How did your sanguine big shot know that I just acquired a mystical item corresponding to a sanguine viscount these past 2 days? Viscount. Emlyn's eyes widened. Gulp. He swallowed the incooperative saliva in his mouth. If he wasn't representing the sanguine to deliver a message now, he doubted he could restrain the impulse to rob the other party. That's a viscount, too bad I can't afford it. Collecting his thoughts, he cleared his throat and said with a mix of guilt and confidence. Cough. Our sanguine is one of the oldest races, isn't it normal for us to possess some special information channels? Syrian smiled and didn't respond. From Emlyn's reaction, he could guess that the sanguine marquis wanted to see him, probably not because of the crimson moon crown. I can't figure it out, but there shouldn't be any ill intent, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Emlyn to find me. After muttering to himself, he asked, when and where does your sanguine big shot plan to meet me? Upon hearing his question, the curious look on Emlyn's face immediately receded, and he replied seriously. The time is up to you, but it's best not to exceed a week. The location is a manor in the North Borough of Backland. This is Backland after all, and that big shot can't be too active. Can't be too active, or is it too old to be active anymore? Syrian muttered to himself. There should only be one sanguine marquis in Backland, Nibbeth, who has lived from the fourth epoch until now and has to sleep in a coffin every day. He paused, then looked at Emlyn and replied. I understand. Once I've decided, I'll find you at Harvest Church. All right. Emlyn nodded lightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. After watching Emlyn's figure disappear, Syrian closed the door and sat back down on the sofa in the reception room. A sanguine marquis suddenly wants to see me. Could this be the danger Bernadette foretold? As he murmured, he pulled a gold coin from his pocket, muttered a few words, and then flicked it into the air with a clang. The coin spun a few times in the air before falling back into his hand. Tails up, indicating a negative. After half a second of contemplation, he tossed the coin again, repeating it several times, with each result being the same. Is it really unrelated to the sanguine, or is the divination being interfered with? Chapter 181, The Uneasy Sun. Monday, 3 in the afternoon. Dense, gray-white mist appeared on time, engulfing Syrian's vision. He suppressed his instinctive resistance, yielding to the pulling force that appeared in his mind, his vision blurring slightly before he found himself in the ancient, unchanging, magnificent palace. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice was still the first to rise and greet the Fool. After a simple greeting, which the Fool acknowledged with a slight nod, she turned to greet everyone else, including Syrian. After simple greetings and mutual nods, Justice Audrey turned back to address Fool Klein at the head of the table. "Mr. Fool, I have 3 new pages of Rosal's diary." Fool Klein nodded slightly, chuckling. "Good. What do you wish to exchange for those 3 pages of the diary?" Audrey fell into contemplation, 2 invisible figures on her head debating fiercely. After several seconds of silence, she chose to satisfy her curiosity over acquiring some helpful mystical knowledge. "Mr. Fool, may I take a look at that heresy slate? I know the value of these 3 pages of Rosal's diary is far less than the information on the heresy slate. I only need a quick glance. And, I will continue to search for and memorize more of Rosal's diary to make up for the difference in value later." Fool Klein looked at the frank Miss Justice, and chuckled. "Hey, you may." Audrey's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement and barely concealed elation welling up in her heart. That's a heresy slate that records the secret of becoming a god, although I probably already know what the secret of becoming a god refers to." Her thoughts drifted slightly. She took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and with the Fool's help, materialized the 3 pages of the diary. Fool Klein at the head of the table extended a hand, and the 3 materialized diary pages appeared directly in his grasp. February 23, 1143. It's been over a week since I transmigrated to this world. I need to write something, to pour out some things, otherwise, I feel like I'll go crazy. The 3 pages of the diary submitted by Miss Justice did not contain much effective content. He quickly finished reading them and made the diary disappear from his hand. Then, under Justice Audrey's expectant gaze, he tapped the table with a finger, making the face-down card disappear from thin air. Then, it reappeared in front of Audrey. This change caused everyone at the mottled long table to turn their gazes towards Justice Audrey, with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of subtle envy. Audrey held her breath and reached out to touch the card floating before her, no larger than a palm, its surface depicting Emperor Rosal in black full-body armor, a dark cloak, and a crown. The moment she touched the card, she felt a spiritual fluctuation, and then lines of ancient Phosic words appeared on the card. Sequence 9, Lawyer. Sequence 8, Barbarian. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition. Audrey's gaze quickly scanned the name of each sequence, but she did not deliberately try to memorize the potion formulas. Although this was a complete meander pathway, it was not that important to her, who had already chosen her pathway. Knowing the names of the various sequences was already enough to satisfy her curiosity. Of course, if it were related to the secrets of the gods, I would still be very interested. As thoughts drifted, her gaze fell on the last few lines of small print. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Main ingredients. 3, Prince of Abolition, meander characteristics, Black Emperor, uniqueness. Auxiliary ingredients. Just as she was engrossed in reading, the card in front of her suddenly disappeared. That fast. Feeling a slight disappointment, Audrey quickly composed herself, glanced at the Fool at the head of the mottled long table, and then sat up straight. Klein's gaze swept around everyone, then he slowly said, "You may begin." Upon hearing Mr. Fool announce the official start of the gathering, son, Derek, who had been appearing anxious from the start, quickly turned to Syrian and said, "Mr. Fate, because I was imprisoned at the bottom of the round tower after showing signs of losing control, I am temporarily unable to help you acquire the Soul Eater's stomach." Hearing this, Syrian waved his hand indifferently, responding, "It's all right, I'm not in a hurry. But I am in a hurry. I've been stuck at the apprentice sequence for so long, and I've only just seen hope for advancement." Magician, Furs screamed inwardly, but maintained a lukewarm smile on her face. Beside her, the observant, Justice, Audrey suddenly interjected, asking, "Mr. Son, you seem to have something on your mind. Is the matter of feigning signs of losing control not going smoothly? Derek shook his head, then said with considerable hesitation. No, that went very smoothly. It's just, the bottom of the round tower where I am currently quarantined for treatment is guarded by a powerful holy relic. That is the key to our city of silver enduring in the darkness for so long. I am worried that holy relic might discover my departure. He paused, then turned to look at the fool at the head of the table, asking with curiosity and concern in his eyes. Don't look at me, I don't know either. I don't even know what this holy relic you speak of is. Klein muttered a few words inwardly, then tapped the edge of the long table with a finger, answering with a feigned ease. Normally, it wouldn't notice. But some mystical items do possess peculiar effects. Derek nodded in acknowledgement, then added. I also don't know the specific effects of that holy relic. It's one of the highest secrets of the City of Silver. After he finished speaking, Syrian raised his hand, asking curiously. Can you describe what you saw or felt about that holy relic? In close proximity, you should have been able to notice some unusual things. Derek hesitated for a moment, but out of trust in Syrian, he still shared some of his discoveries. On the first day I was confined to the bottom of the round tower, a Beander next to me completely lost control. At that time, he furiously attacked the walls of the room, and I saw one slow bulge after another appear on the thick metal wall separating our two rooms. Just as I was about to give in and use my Beander abilities, I saw a flash of silver light, and then the room next to me fell silent, as if space had been cut. After the surroundings became quiet, I heard footsteps in the distance. That's all I observed. Syrian nodded almost imperceptibly, deep in thought. Perhaps his contemplative look was too focused, too serious. For a moment, no one around spoke. Everyone was quietly watching him, waiting for this member, whom everyone silently agreed was the most knowledgeable besides Mr. Fool, to offer his insights. Snapping out of his daze, Syrian looked at the quiet crowd with a puzzled expression, then turned to Little Sun and said. There are many pathways that could achieve the scene you described, but considering your City of Silver's characteristic of primarily using the giant pathway, the holy relic you mentioned should be a high-sequence sealed artifact belonging to the giant pathway. To be called a holy relic, it should be at the angel level. In the presence of the god of combat, it should correspond to glory of sequence 2 of the giant pathway. This pathway tends towards direct combat, with almost no flashy or strange Beander abilities, therefore, it would not possess the special ability to detect your presence. Hearing Syrian's explanation, Derek finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As he murmured, he suddenly remembered the Beander next door who had been confined for 42 years, and recalled his conversation with him, so he asked. Mr. Fate, have you heard of Amon? Not only have I heard of him, I've met him. As his thoughts raced, an indescribable sense of unease suddenly welled up in Syrian's heart. Just as he was about to investigate, that feeling quietly disappeared. He frowned, looking down at the quietly flowing gray-white mist at his feet. Was it the power overflowing from Saphira Castle that obstructed my spiritual perception? After a brief thought, he gave up on the exploration. Now was not the right time. Taking a deep breath and calming himself, he turned to Derek, answering his previous question. Amon is the second son of the ancient sun god, and also one of the 8 king of angels who followed him. He is a blasphemer, and also the god of deceit, a dangerous figure whom even the gods must guard against. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Fool Klein at the head of the table. Chapter 182, Amon's Goal. Why are you looking at me? Is there some connection between Amon and me, or rather, between Amon and the Fool? Klein, the Fool, at the head of the mottled long table, felt an inexplicable shiver when he noticed Syrian's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he whirled to look at Derek and asked. Did your City of Silver exploration team encounter Amon, or someone claiming to be Amon, in the darkness? Yes. Derek nodded and recounted everything he had discussed with the prisoner in the adjacent cell at the bottom of the round tower, adding at the end. This was 42 years ago. The Beander imprisoned next to me is the sole survivor of that exploration team, and he has been confined at the bottom of the round tower ever since. However, from my previous conversations with him, he showed no abnormalities. No abnormalities is the biggest abnormality, Syrian retorted simply and directly. That's what I wanted to say. With his thoughts racing, Klein, manipulating the world alt, added. A normal person confined in a small, dark room for so long, even if not insane, would surely be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Having no abnormalities and being able to converse normally with you is the greatest abnormality. Exactly, Justice, Audrey echoed. Being in a small, dark environment for an extended period constantly amplifies one's negative emotions, leading to anxiety, irritability, and unease. It's impossible to be as normal as that Beander next to you. Derek opened his mouth and said with difficulty, so, he's actually already insane. He shouldn't be insane, Syrian interjected. Why? On both sides of the long table, the Tarot Club members showed varying degrees of surprise, all looking at Syrian, awaiting his further explanation. Syrian leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table edge and clasping his hands under his chin. His tone was slow and calm, and he said word by word, anyone who encounters Amen and survives has a high probability of having become Amen. After he finished speaking, a deathly silence fell upon them. After a long while, Derek, whose hair was standing on end, finally came to his senses and stammered in response. Become. Amen. Yes. Syrian nodded. Seeing no one interrupt, he continued. To be precise, it's called parasitism. Amen can separate worms of time from himself and parasitize beyonders, ordinary people, animals, inanimate objects, and even microorganisms in the air. Anything that is parasitized becomes his clone. The only explanation for your cellmate maintaining a good mental state after being imprisoned for 42 years is that he became Amen long ago. Another period of silent stillness passed until Klein, manipulating the world alt, broke the silence. Amen should be able to leave the bottom of the round tower, even if it's just a clone, and even silently parasitize everyone in the City of Silver. Why would he allow himself, or rather, his clone, to be imprisoned for 42 years? Syrian turned his head to look at son, Derek, and said gravely. Probably because they still maintain their original beliefs. As for letting his clone be imprisoned for 42 years, mythical creatures and our concept of time are different. To Amen, this is merely waiting before the game begins. And now, the target he was waiting for has appeared. As his last sentence finished, Hanged Man, Alger, who had managed to maintain an outward calm, could no longer do so, his thoughts churning within him. The waiting target, does he mean, son? No, the wait isn't enough. Amen must be waiting for Mr. Fool. As a member of the Tarot Club, Sun, who carried the aura of Mr. Fool, was undoubtedly Amon's interim target. Thinking of this, he could no longer control his expression and turned to look at the figure at the head of the mottled long table. Seeing that Mr. Fool gave no reaction to the topic of Amen, he was momentarily conflicted about whether to speak up and remind him. Perhaps, Mr. Fool had already noticed, already knew, but simply didn't care. But Mr. Fool, not caring doesn't mean we shouldn't care. This is an opportunity to show ourselves, to state our position and attitude. As his thoughts churned, he looked at the figure of Fool, and spoke. Mr. Fool, I also know some information about Amen. Klein, the Fool, who had been observing everyone's reactions, had noticed, Hanged Man, Alger's abnormal emotional changes just now. Seeing him speak voluntarily, he immediately nodded and said, if you deem it necessary, share it. I understand. Hanged Man, Alger nodded gravely, his gaze sweeping around, then he said. In the fourth epoch, during the Four Emperors era, there was an Amen family. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty and were on par with the Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara families, making them one of the 5 great families, second only to the Blood Emperor. Very little history of the Amen family remains, seemingly distorted and concealed by some power. At this point, he suddenly paused, turned his head to look at Syrian, and said, half guessing, half asking. From the information Mr. Fate just shared, perhaps the Amen family consisted of only Amen himself, or a few individuals, from beginning to end, which is why so little history remains. Without waiting for Syrian's response, he continued on his own. A message once came from king of the 5 seas Nastor, the Amen family is a family of blasphemers. He, Amen, holds the secret to stealing the power of gods. Amon's target in the city of silver might be Mr. Sun. To be precise, he probably wants to steal your power, Mr. Fool, through Sun. Magician, Furs, who had listened quietly, subconsciously retorted. But it's been 42 years since that exploration team member was parasitized by Amen. Mr. Sun hadn't even been born then, so how could Amen have targeted him? Hanged man, Alger sneered and said leisurely, in the mysterious world, foreseeing the future is not impossible, especially for high-sequence beyonders. Perhaps Amen cannot foresee the future to such an exaggerated extent, but at certain times, in certain places, under certain specific conditions, it is not impossible to gain premonitions at the level of spiritual intuition about the future. Perhaps Amen merely had a premonition at some point that someone who could help him would appear in the City of Silver in the future, so he left a clone. This person Amen is waiting for could be anyone, it just so happens to be Sun, who has now made contact with Mr. Fool. I understand. Magician, Furs nodded meekly, while repeatedly sighing in her heart. The dangers of the mysterious world are truly everywhere, one can even be targeted before birth. While she was lamenting the dangers of the mysterious world, son, Derek was already restless due to Hanged Man's words. Compared to the other members who could still sigh, he, as the person involved, was clearly more panicked. Mr. Fool, Don't panic, because this fool, also have no solution. Klein looked at son, Derek, who was already in a state of panic, unease, and self-blame. While complaining inwardly, he lightly tapped the edge of the table in front of him and said, "Don't worry about it, just proceed as usual." Derek took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. Okay. Don't worry about it. Mr. Fool has indeed noticed Amen and has a plan to deal with him. Hanged Man, Alger's thoughts churned in his mind as he silently lowered his head a little. Across the mottled long table, Justice, Audrey and Magician, Furs also thought the same, and couldn't help but glance at the figure shrouded in gray fog at the head of the table. Syrian was also looking at the fool at the very top. He even felt that fool Klein was also looking at him, and the two were silently exchanging glances. HMPH, as expected of a top-tier con artist, even slacking off can be so fresh and refined. The heavy topic of Amen came to a close, and the Tarot Club fell into a brief silence. It wasn't until Magician Furs broke the silence, raising the first request of today's Tarot Club meeting. Everyone, does anyone have any clues about the blood of a deep-sea spearfish? Syrian, sitting opposite her, lazily raised a hand. I just happened to be in contact with the Abraham family recently. I can help you ask. Furz's eyes lit up, then she politely nodded. Okay, thank you. Chapter 183, Amon's Attack. After receiving Syrian's promise, Magician, Furs remembered a very serious matter. She no longer had the money to buy deep-sea Gungar blood. It's still a long time until the next royalty payment, and Zio doesn't have any extra money to lend me recently. After a moment of thought, she looked at the members of the Tarot Club around her and asked with exceptional sincerity. Everyone, do you have any good ways to make money? Her answer was the silent silence of everyone. Glancing at the silent crowd, Syrian raised his hand after 2 seconds of thought. If you want to make money, I have a long-term commission. What commission? Magician, Furs immediately pressed. At the same time, the world, at the bottom, and Hanged Man, Alger to Syrian's right, also looked over. Syrian glanced at them, then said, "Help me collect materials rich in spirituality, preferably blood, or plants that I can easily turn into pigments." After his last battle with the 3 Beyonders from the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction, most of his Beyonder paintings were damaged, and he urgently needed to replenish them. The pigments capable of depicting Beyonder paintings became a problem. Before, he relied on bleeding himself to paint, but over time, with increasing quantity, he couldn't sustain it. Turning paintings into mystical items, what a practical ability. With a sigh in his heart, Klein manipulated his alternate account, the world, and asked, "Are there any requirements for the richness of spirituality in the materials?" Syrian, Of course, the richer the better. In fact, Viander's fresh blood is the best. As long as you can collect it, I will buy it at a price higher than the market rate. Klein, manipulating the world, nodded in response. I will keep an eye out and help you collect it. Hanged Man, Alger also followed, saying, I will also try to collect. I know a special ritual that can refine and concentrate ordinary flesh and blood into a special liquid rich in spirituality, and there are fish in the ocean that can be consumed at will. Wait, isn't this my commission? Magician, Furs was momentarily bewildered, then quickly said, I'll help collect too. The topic of making money came to an end. Seeing that no one else spoke, Klein again manipulated the world, and said, help me keep an eye out for the brain-mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter, as well as the characteristics of the human-skinned wraith, and the hair of the deep-sea naga. After he finished speaking, everyone responded, okay, no problem. City of Silver, inside a dark, narrow room at the bottom of the round tower. Derek, lying on a low bed with a straw mat, suddenly sat up straight. After sitting still for a few seconds, he looked intently at the metal wall opposite his bed, pondering how to convey the news that a member of the exploration team had long been parasitized by Aemon to the elders of the City of Silver. How did you recognize me? A senile and ethereal voice suddenly sounded behind him. Derek leapt up from the bed, and while still in midair, he clasped his hands together, resting them on his chin, attempting to pray for the holy light to descend. This might not harm Aemon, but it would be enough to attract the attention of the Round Tower guards. As thoughts raced through his mind, he landed steadily on the ground, retreating continuously while vigilantly turning around. During the process, he never gave up praying and calling for the holy light, but there was no sign of the holy light descending. His Viander abilities had failed. Gulp. How could this be? Derek was horrified, retreating repeatedly until his back pressed against the thick, cold metal wall. The cold sensation on his back briefly brought back some of his thoughts, and his eyes quickly turned golden, as if they held two miniature suns. With the help of his light supplicant ability, he finally saw the figure in the darkness. It could no longer be considered human, it was simply a talking, moving corpse. Its head was split vertically, its body completely naked, crisscrossed with dark red wounds. White teeth grew from the cracked flesh, resembling many mouths. At this moment, this monster was speaking to him, literally with many mouths. How did you recognize me? We were chatting so happily just now. Who has been speaking ill of me to you in the meantime? Look, don't I seem very normal? Why don't you believe me? Who are you praying to? Mr. Fool. Can you let me meet that Mr. Fool too? The dense, high-pitched words made Derek's scalp tingle, as if sharp needles were piercing his scalp from top to bottom, making him want to scream, to run away. Ah! The moment he cried out in collapse, the surroundings suddenly lit up with brilliant, resplendent, clear, and pure light. This brilliant and pure light shone into his eyes, causing him to shed 2 lines of physiological tears, making him involuntarily want to close his eyes. Vaguely, he saw a featureless light person separate from the resplendent light and pounce on the monster that Aemon had parasitized. Amidst the silent, pure silver white, the monster in front of Derek trembled and melted away. Rumble. Silver-white lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating a barren hill below. At the very top of the hill, a figure dressed in a black classical robe and wearing a pointed soft hat lay lazily on a giant rock, moved from who knows where. During one flash of lightning, he suddenly sat up straight and looked in the direction of the City of Silver, muttering, Crown of Glory. Hey, Ormir has been dead for so many years, and this broken thing still hasn't been shattered into characteristics. What a pity, the remaining clone probably won't succeed either. But, I see you. Calling yourself, fool, are you? And that little fellow specially cared for by the paranoid one, Mr. Fate. It's impolite to talk about others behind their backs. Too bad I didn't find the Great Serpent, otherwise it would have been even better if I could steal some luck from him. As he muttered, he suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and his figure abruptly vanished into the darkness. Backland, south of the bridge. Syrian, who had just finished the tarot club and woken up on the sofa, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Before he could figure out what was happening, he suddenly lost himself, and illusory stars lit up in his eyes, connecting with each other. Appearing deep and mysterious. In this state, he saw a chaotic and blurry light and shadow, and a single word occasionally popped into his mind. Danger, fate, chaos. This strange state lasted for less than 2 seconds. The stars in his eyes disappeared one after another, and he returned to his senses, bewildered. Who? Exhaling a long breath, he placed his right hand on his left chest, feeling his heart pounding faster. Is this the astrologer's premonition of danger? This has already exceeded the scope of an astrologer, hasn't it? Is it the blessing of a higher authority, or a warning given to me by someone? As he murmured, he took out his usual gold coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air with a clink. Slap! A slender hand reached out in front of him, catching the coin he had thrown a step ahead. Syrian subconsciously stepped back, while vigilantly sizing up the person who had suddenly entered his home. It was a male wearing a white coat. He wore a pair of white gloves stained with fresh blood, had a mask on his face, and a surgical cap on his head, looking as if he had just come out of an operating room. What was more eye-catching than this operating room attire was a monocle made of crystal worn over his right eye. Syrian. Amen. Long time no see, Mr. Fate. Although he couldn't see the face of the Dr. Amen in front of him, Syrian always felt that he was smiling in a way that just begged for a punch. He paused, then spoke expressionlessly. What are you here for? Aren't you going to take care of your patient in the operating room? Dr. Amen chuckled softly. Don't worry, I left a worm of time for that lucky fellow. The surgery was very successful, he has officially become a member of the Amen family. Syrian. What the hell do you mean? The surgery was very successful. Under Syrian's vigilant gaze, Dr. Amen reached out and pressed the monocle over his right eye. His figure flickered like a television with bad reception, then transformed into Amon's true form, wearing a classical robe and a pointed soft hat. Amen, in his changed appearance, looked at him unblinkingly and smiled. It seems you're more used to me like this. So, can we have a good chat now? What do you want to talk about? Syrian asked, feigning ignorance, while repeatedly calling out Adam's name in his heart. Amen raised an eyebrow at him. Of course, we should talk about things adults talk about. Syrian. When a question mark appears above my head, it's not that there's something wrong with me, but that I think there's something wrong with you. Amen. Rosal was also once a person Adam paid attention to. It's normal for me to be curious and knowledgeable about him, and to know some strange, so-called memes, isn't it? Also, you don't need to keep calling Adam in your heart, he can't hear you. Syrian frowned, not because of Amon's words, but because he felt his nose itching, as if something was drilling in and out. Cough. He raised his hand to cover his nose, coughed lightly, and a sticky, slender object fell from his nostril. Chapter 184, Tug of War. Syrian's face darkened as he looked at the thing that had just fallen out of his nose into his palm. It was a small worm, transparent and translucent in alternating sections, with 12 rings on its body, still wriggling in his palm, trying to burrow into his flesh. Don't you feel disgusted? Amen adjusted the monocle on his face, his gaze repeatedly scrutinizing him as if examining a rare object he had never seen before. Why should I feel disgusted? This human body is merely a skin that binds you. Beneath this skin, is it an ancient sun god who has fallen and returned, or a spirit and personality separated from some animated thing? You guess. Syrian narrowed his eyes, not directly answering Amon's question. Amen shook his head. I don't want to guess. Compared to your identity, there's something else I'm more interested in knowing right now. Who is the true identity of the fool? As he spoke, he stared at Syrian without blinking, as if trying to see through him. Syrian didn't answer, nor did he ponder related questions, he simply called Adam's name over and over in his heart. Amen couldn't parasitize him, but he wasn't unable to steal his thoughts, ideas, and memories. The more he thought, the more mistakes he would make. Since you don't want to say, then, let me guess. As he spoke, Amen conjured a notebook and a fountain pen out of thin air, like a reporter conducting an interview, asking questions unhurriedly. First, is he in Backland? Syrian shrugged. I don't know. You didn't deny that it's him, and not him, did you? Amon's lips curved into a smile, seemingly in a good mood. Syrian's face darkened, and he immediately decided to stop speaking. As if already knowing his intention, Amen put away the notebook and fountain pen in his hand, and while looking around the room, said, "You're not the only one living in this house, are you? It's getting late now. If you don't want to introduce me to your family, why not try to get rid of me? For example, tell me some information that I'm very interested in and would have to leave to investigate." A flicker of panic crossed Syrian's heart, but he quickly calmed down, looking at Aemon with an exceptionally serious expression, enunciating each word. "I do know some news that you're very interested in, such as the ancient sun god's true resurrection trump card." Before his words finished, Aemon suddenly pressed close to his face. Dense, shimmering light and shadows moved and wandered around them. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. "You, speak." He bit out the word with emphasis. Syrian grinned. "I suddenly don't feel like talking." In an instant, the wandering light and shadows around them suddenly solidified, transforming into transparent worms of time, each with 12 segments, swarming towards him. An echo, as if from the deepest part of the soul, resonated, causing all the worms of time, including Aemon, to fall into a brief state of stagnation. At the same time, the space in the room continuously expanded, and a 100-meter-tall cross smashed down with force. The moment it hit Aemon, this gigantic cross, surrounded by white bones, shifted backward a distance out of thin air, landing behind him. Simultaneously, all around the room, black stone pillars silently rose. Walls covered in frescoes, stained glass windows, arched doorways, marble floors, and a dome and arches embedded with countless bones appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, Syrian's living room transformed into Adam's bone church. On the walls, windows, and doors of the church, transparent, distorted faces protruded, as if countless spirits were sealed within. Their faces were hideous, and they continuously let out sharp, shrill, spirit-piercing roars, seemingly from reality, yet also originating from illusion. These sounds carried a distinct and strong will, surging like a tide into the deepest hearts of all living beings within the bone church's hall. Any existence caught within it found their body, mind, and spirit in an uncontrollable state. After a brief tremor and stunned, the roaring echoing in Syrian's heart suddenly vanished, blocked by an invisible barrier outside his mental island. The next moment, Adam's gentle voice sounded in his mind. "Use fantasy to conceal yourself. Do you really have to say these things in front of me?" Amon's voice suddenly rang out from behind him, layered, ethereal, illusory, and full of terror. This was the pollution of a mythical creature, a language that could cause a Beander to lose control. Syrian's body stiffened for a moment, a chill running down his spine, as if countless wriggling worms were twisting their bodies on him. Hiss. His gaze fell upon himself, and Syrian gasped. It wasn't an illusion, there really were transparent and translucent worms crawling all over his body, clinging to his skin. Some tried to burrow into his mouth, others into his nostrils, ears. Syrian's body was somewhat rigid. He wasn't worried about being parasitized by the worms of time on him, but having so many worms clinging to him and trying to burrow into his mouth caused him physiological revulsion and disgust. He inexplicably thought of a phrase, not very damaging, but extremely insulting. "This is probably the moment in my life I've hated insects the most. Damn it, they're so disgusting." In a flash of thought, Syrian's body subtly thinned, losing weight and thickness, transforming into a 1-to-1 scale portrait. Some of the worms of time that had been clinging to Syrian fell off, turning into wandering light and shadows that vanished in midair. Others clung to the painting, beginning to burrow in and out. 1 second, 2 seconds. The Syrian in the painting conjured a crystal monocle out of thin air and placed it over his right eye. Then, with a slight smile, he looked up, staring unblinkingly at the shadowy corner behind the gigantic cross surrounded by countless skeletons. "I see you." In the painting, cracks like a spiderweb suddenly appeared on Syrian's body, who was wearing the monocle. Brilliant starlight, like smoke and mist, flowed out from the cracks, then surged towards the monocle. Crack, crack. The sound of illusory glass cracking rang out, gradually becoming clearer, gradually denser. The monocle on Syrian's face in the painting quickly developed cracks, then shattered with a crash, scattering across the floor. In the hall, the light and shadows that had been wandering and drifting paused slightly, then quickly coalesced into one Aemon figure after another. They all looked in unison at the spot where the monocle had shattered, then simultaneously turned their heads to look at the gigantic cross, surrounded by countless white bones, at the front of the hall. How interesting. Can an ordinary portrait be equivalent to one's true body to a certain extent? Where did you find such a monster? That level of pollution, in essence, has already surpassed those beyonders of sequence 4 in the astral world. As the Amun's words fell, a purely golden human figure materialized out of thin air in front of the gigantic cross. He glanced at the Amun's surrounding him, sighed softly, and the light on his body suddenly became dazzling, like a scorching sun slowly rising from the ground. Under the illumination of the scorching sun, the space within the bone church hall was continuously stretched, like an independent world capable of encompassing everything. Immediately after, the scorching sun that had ascended transformed into a colossal light and shadow, seemingly capable of supporting heaven and earth. The Amun's looked at the enormous golden light and shadow before them, their expressions suddenly grave, even somewhat displeased. You really are, as stubborn as ever. Amidst a sigh, the Amun's once again transformed into wandering light and shadows, then coalesced, eventually becoming an equally tall figure. The giant-sized Amun raised a hand to adjust the monocle over his right eye, looking at the vast and resplendent golden light and shadow before him, and smiled. I wonder if this virtual persona of yours can stop a Sequence 2 Beander clone of mine. As he spoke, the golden light and shadow opposite him suddenly spread its arms halfway, as if embracing the world, embracing the light. Let there be light. Pure and clear rays of brilliant sunlight erupted out of thin air, accompanied by countless sacred golden flames, showering down with a scorching temperature that melted everything, illuminating the bone church with extraordinary brightness, leaving not a trace of shadow. Under the scorching, brilliant, and sacred light, Amun's figure continuously disappeared and reappeared. Each of his movements would create a blank space in the light that illuminated the entire hall, which would then be quickly filled by the surging brilliant light, like a constantly repaired firewall and a virus that ceaselessly created loopholes. Chapter 185, Illusion and Fancy. Bathed in brilliant, dazzling sunlight, Syrian, forced to close his eyes, felt his body thrown through the air by an invisible force. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he landed on the living room floor with a thud, but first. Oh my, I feel like I've been kicked. Do you want to go ask that fanatic to apologize to you? The sudden voice made Syrian pause in his action of rubbing his backside and getting up from the floor. He stiffly looked up and saw Amun leisurely sitting on the sofa, playing with a leather wallet. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Syrian's face. Adam was no longer by his side, yet Amun still hadn't been shaken off. Adam. He opened his mouth, but the words wouldn't come out. His voice had been stolen. On the sofa, Amun casually tossed the wallet in his hand. Inside, tiny worms, thumb-sized, with alternating transparent and opaque segments, and 12 joints, tumbled out, transforming into light and shadow as they merged into his body. As the worms of time merged one by one, a palpable pressure gradually emanated from Amun on the sofa, making the air viscous and spirituality sluggish. Witnessing this scene, Syrian decisively abandoned his plan to fight. This Amun was already beyond his ability to defeat. If only I had attacked with full force the moment I first saw him. Perhaps there would have been a chance to heavily wound him. Wait, why didn't I have any thought of attacking then? Amun rose from the sofa, looking down at him, and smiled. Your thoughts were, of course, stolen by me. I also conveniently gifted you some fear. He paused, then tossed the wallet, from which the worms of time had just emerged, towards Syrian. The latter instinctively dodged, and at the same time, he finally got a clear look at the wallet's design and recognized it. This was the Jacob's wallet Amun had given him before. After using it a few times, he had forgotten about this mystical item. If Amun hadn't thrown it in front of him, he wouldn't even have remembered he had such a thing. This isn't normal. Did it steal its own sense of existence, or was it a psychological suggestion Adam planted in me? As thoughts flickered, he heard Amun's slightly smug chuckle. Hey, that fanatic thought I tampered with this wallet, but he was also worried that if he disposed of it, I'd send a second, then a third. So he chose to put a seal on this wallet and leave you with a psychological suggestion to gradually ignore it until its existence was forgotten. But I understand him too well, so I didn't tamper with it at all. As long as the item stayed by your side, that was enough. Syrian. Degree. Just pretend I believe you. He paused, then opened his mouth again, and this time, a voice came out. How did you hide those worms of time just now? Eamon shook his head slightly. Hide? No, merely hiding them wouldn't fool that fanatic. The true purpose of this wallet is to steal worms of time from my avatars that are not in Backland. This allows a weakened me to quickly replenish power, and it's discreet enough not to be detected or destroyed. Syrian nodded thoughtfully, then asked, then why are you telling me all this? To stall for time. Wouldn't you know if you looked around? Amon's playful answer gave Syrian an ominous premonition. He quickly looked around but found nothing unusual. As he wondered, his pocket suddenly opened by itself, and folded drawings flew out, unfolding in midair. On all the portraits, the right eye either wore a perfectly sized monocle or had an extra ring around it. Syrian's eyes widened. When? Eamon curved his lips. Of course, when I was talking to you. A very interesting ability. Is this how it's used? He paused, then looked at the drawings unfurled in midair and snapped his fingers. Snap. To Syrian's horror, the portraits, wearing monocles or with rings around their eyes, stepped out of the paintings one by one, entering reality. His Beyonder power had been stolen. The next second, the terrifying giant, holding a straight sword and with its body filled and entwined with massive flames, half-turned and violently swung the straight sword in its hand at Syrian. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of air being torn, Syrian's body split in two, but not a drop of blood splattered. Instead, it rapidly faded until it disappeared. Disappearing with him were the portraits Eamon had summoned from the paintings, as well as the paintings themselves. In front of the sofa, Amon's expression suddenly darkened. A product of fancy, when, as he muttered, a huge, ancient, mottled stone wall clock's phantom appeared above his head. The clock face was divided into 12 unequal segments by interlacing gray, white and dark green, each segment containing a different symbol, representing a different time. At the core of the wall clock, 3 hands, seemingly made of worms of time, one long, one short, and one medium, were filled with a sense of antiquity. Click. The longest hand suddenly rotated one segment counterclockwise, and an invisible torrent instantly surged, sweeping through the entire room. Inside the room, mottled light and shadow began to flow backward, forming a continuously rewinding scroll until, at a certain moment, the rewinding scroll suddenly stopped. Eamon, who had been watching the scroll, reached up and pressed the monocle over his right eye. So it was fake from the beginning. Using the illusion of an alternate dimension and the fancy from the mind, a very clever connection and a little bit of coincidence, it just managed to deceive my eyes. The god of trickery was actually tricked. This is getting more and more interesting. As he muttered, Eamon took a step forward, and his figure silently vanished. In the mirror world, on a dim, illusory, and not quite real road. Syrian rolled a piece of drawing paper into a stick, using it as a divining wand, constantly tossing it to find the safest and quickest direction to the Church of the True God. As a collective of doors, the mirror world contains mirrors that connect almost all places in the world, as long as there are reflective surfaces that can form a mirror in that area. And the Bone Church, with its stained glass windows, was naturally included. However, due to the characteristics of the Bone Church, the corresponding mirror world was mostly sealed. The moment Adam threw him out of the Bone Church, he felt the door corresponding to the mirror world, so he directly transferred himself into the mirror world by opening a door. He hadn't communicated with Adam about this matter from beginning to end, but the moment he opened the door, he saw another version of himself appear out of thin air. After that, he entered the mirror world, but Amon's avatar did not catch up immediately. I hope the fancy version of me that Adam created can stall for a bit longer. As he mumbled, his steps suddenly paused, and colorful starlight flickered in his eyes. He sensed his portrait. He saw Eamon standing in front of the portrait. Through Amon's eyes, he saw himself wearing a monocle in the portrait and heard his voice. I found you again. N airy summation degree 21. Snap. Syrian snapped his fingers, and instantly, crimson firelight engulfed the vision he saw. He remotely controlled the portrait to self-destruct through the connection with his own portrait. Having done this, he didn't hesitate, chose a random direction, and pushed hard in the air. Azure light rippled out in layers, constantly intersecting, solidifying into an illusory door in midair. Syrian stepped through the illusory door, and in an instant, he arrived at another mirror world, then repeated this process until he reached a somewhat familiar mirror world and saw the palm-sized, pure white, jade-like statue of the primordial demoness. Syrian, winking face. I ran for so long in the mirror world, only to end up back at my own home. What kind of luck is this? Wait, luck, perhaps. After a brief moment of contemplation, he directly chanted the honorific name of the fool. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. I implore you, I implore fate. After praying, he stood in place and waited for a while, receiving no response. So he decided to leave this mirror world first, to get away from his home, in case a fierce battle broke out, he wouldn't be homeless. The moment he lifted his foot, his surroundings suddenly brightened. He saw the wooden floor and the sloped roof, and Eamon sitting on the attic windowsill. Chapter 186 Adam's Script, one more chapter today. Chapter 186, Adam's Script, an extra chapter today. Looking at Eamon, who was smiling and waving at him not far away, Syrian suddenly felt a calm like he had drunk expired pesticide. After a brief silence, he asked curiously, "When did you catch up to me?" Eamon jumped down from the windowsill and said with a smile, "Just now, when you were praying to the fool." Unfortunately. He didn't say what was unfortunate, but Syrian guessed he regretted that the fool hadn't responded to him, otherwise he might have been able to perform some operations to try and lock onto him, though it would most likely fail. Clap. Syrian raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Not far away, sheets of paper stacked on the desk floated up. Most of them were blank, but some already had portraits drawn, only now these portraits all wore a monocle. Syrian saw the mocking monocles in the portraits but didn't pay them any mind, still summoning them out. "Are you trying to give yourself a dignified suicide?" Eamon asked curiously. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly illuminated the cloudless sky outside the window. Boom! The air-shattering thunder took a moment longer to reach their ears. The silver-white lightning, filled with violent destructive intent, only lasted for less than half a second before fading away with the booming thunder. In that half second, the attic's roof, walls, and floor, as well as the surrounding objects, carbonized and disappeared under the terrifying lightning, leaving only scattered, crackling, fine currents. Syrian and Eamon stood opposite each other in midair, as if unaffected by gravity, completely unbothered by the surrounding currents. One of them had an illusory body, stained with colorful starlight, with pair after pair of transparent, film-like wings behind him, appearing extremely mysterious. The other's classical long robe fluttered in the wind, looking casual and unrestrained. Eamon raised his hand, adjusted the monocle on his face, and suggested with a smile, "Do you want to consider cooperating with me? Don't you think we're very similar? Besides, do you think a lunatic would choose the fool between me and that fool?" Syrian looked up at the rapidly gathering dark clouds above and frowned slightly. "Let's talk about that after we survive." Before he finished speaking, a spherical lightning bolt, the size of a public carriage, fell, splitting in midair and simultaneously striking Eamon and Syrian. Facing the rolling silver-white lightning, even in a dimension outside of reality, Syrian still felt his whole body tremble, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He would die, he would definitely die. He could clearly feel the power contained within the violent and chilling spherical lightning bolt rapidly approaching him. That extreme power was enough to tear through space and attack him in another dimension. Adam. As thoughts flickered, a pure, warm golden light appeared in front of him. The moment this light appeared, it enveloped him, then directly faced the rolling spherical lightning. Boom! Amidst the dull, continuous sounds, terrifying silver-white lightning raged across half a street, completely destroying it, leaving no trace of residue. Syrian, enveloped in the warm golden light, watched this scene blankly, feeling a sense of unreality. Previously, the battle between Eamon and Adam hadn't affected much, so why did the Lord of Storms directly destroy half a street instead? Although for a sequence zero true god, this was probably the result of extreme restraint of power, Syrian still found it hard to accept. Anger, self-blame, and other emotions brewed and surged in his heart. "Look closer," Adam's voice gently echoed in his mind. In that brief moment, the surging emotions in his heart were soothed. Calmed down, he looked around again. The charred ruins receded like a curtain, revealing the unharmed street below. It was a figment of imagination. No, not just that, he also felt the charm of fantasy within it. Boom, boom. Thunder rumbled continuously from the ominously pressing dark clouds. Silver-white lightning struck down one after another, each time precisely hitting an anonymous passerby, or a street tree, a street lamp, a bird hiding under the eaves, an ant hidden in a crack. Of course, more lightning struck Xiang, or more accurately, the golden light that enveloped him. But before these lightning bolts hit that pure golden light, they were annihilated or deflected by various coincidences. As the golden light moved leisurely, Amen, who was being chased by lightning, suddenly appeared. He frowned, gazing at the figure in front, seemingly composed of pure light, his brow furrowed deeply. I'm starting to doubt, are you really that lunatic's virtual personality? The figure of the golden light, moving through the lightning, paused. Its head, made of pure light, without features or a face, looked at Amen and asked curiously. Why do you ask that? Is there anything about me that doesn't resemble Adam? Amen. Besides the abilities you've shown, nothing at all. Boom. The silver-white lightning striking from the sky instantly engulfed Amen in the golden light. 2 seconds later, the lightning dissipated, revealing a pitted, charred, and carbonized street, while Amen and the pure golden light had long since vanished. Above the sky, within the thick, layered dark clouds, electric snakes silently moved for a while, then gradually dispersed. Inside the grand and magnificent bone church, in front of the huge cross surrounded by countless white bones, a crack, like a door but not a door, silently tore open. Beyond the crack was a deep, dark sea, where every drop of water splashed by waves hitting the reefs was like a light, seemingly representing a point of consciousness, an imprint. Above the deep sea, a pure golden light quietly appeared, passed through the crack, and entered the bone church. The moment it entered the bone church, the figure composed of pure golden light silently disintegrated, scattering a layer of clear and brilliant gold across the bone church's hall. Xiang's figure quietly appeared amidst a sea of gold. He first looked around in a daze, then his gaze quickly locked onto Adam, who was sitting in front of the huge cross, holding a quill pen, and writing something on a floating white paper. Hesitating for less than half a second, he stepped closer, craning his neck to curiously examine what Adam was writing on the paper. In the ripples stirred by fate, Xiang, who had escaped the bone church, coincidentally returned home and was discovered by a clone left by Amen. Overly confident, Amen overlooked the hidden danger of the painting he had already parasitized, which would lead to the false image of the Lord of Storms summoned by Xiang enraging the true Lord of Storms. The repeatedly offended Lord of Storms cast his gaze, bringing down divine punishment. In the process, he discovered Amen, and out of his own stance and necessary vigilance, directly cleared out most of Amon's clones in Backland from afar. Having gained something, lost many clones, and being targeted by the Lord of Storms, Amen will not return to Backland in the short term. Fluctuating in the ripples stirred by fate, encountering and resolving crises, Xiang completely digested the astrologer Beander potion under the gaze of multiple powerful spectators. As Adam finished writing the last word, Xiang heard a phantom-shattering sound, and before his eyes, a hazy cosmos outlined by countless illusory stars appeared. Among those fleeting illusory stars, he felt an aggregation and attraction from the bottom of his heart, from his very instincts. In less than a second, all the anomalies disappeared, and Xiang, with everything back to normal, felt a sense of ease from his spirituality to his mind to his body. At this moment, he had completely digested the astrologer Beander potion. Though he still didn't even understand how his experiences today conformed to the astrologer's acting principles. In front of the huge cross, Adam made the quill pen in his hand disappear, then handed the paper, covered with the author's script, to Xiang. The latter took it and reread it carefully, from beginning to end, still having many questions. What are the ripples stirred by fate? Adam looked up at him and asked with a smile, haven't you already guessed? Xiang. The fate weaver, in the cosmos, the circle of inevitability, or fate itself. Adam answered unhurriedly, to some extent, they can be equated with fate. Didn't that little snake tell you before that fate dislikes you very much? This dislike will erupt at certain times, forming a chain of misfortune. You can regard it as fate's self-correction. To prevent fate's self-correction from erupting at certain critical moments, bringing unpredictable changes, I arranged a performance for you with Amon's arrival this time. Fate's self-correction is not constant, after this eruption, you can pass a period of time relatively peacefully. Syrian nodded thoughtfully. So that's it. So that's how it is. His exclamation was interrupted by a very familiar voice sounding from behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, Syrian rushed behind Adam at the fastest speed. In the spot where he had just stood, Aemon, dressed in a classical long robe and wearing a pointed soft hat, in the guise of a classical warlock, appeared out of thin air. He and Adam looked at each other silently for a long time, then chuckled aloud. Since I cooperated with your performance so well, shouldn't I also receive some reward? Chapter 187 Father and Son. Chapter 187, Father and Son Showdown. I've cooperated with your performance so much, shouldn't I also receive some compensation? Adam looked at Aemon calmly, without saying a word. Aemon chuckled, not caring, and continued on his own. I originally wanted to find the Great Serpent to steal some luck, but it happened to not be in the forsaken land of the gods. Plus, I detected the aura of Saphira Castle in the City of Silver near the Giant King's court, so I was a little late. Although I missed your script just now, it seems I didn't completely miss it. By the way, this shouldn't have been in your script, the fact that my true body would come here. Adam's golden eyes, as pure as a baby's, showed no change in emotion. He calmly watched Aemon for a while before saying, when the time is right, he will help you summon Bethel, who was exiled by Evernight and Storm, back. This is a necessary condition for the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries, and neither you nor the Fool have the ability to deal with the primordial moon's contamination and the inevitable erosion on Bethel. Bethel's return from exile fulfills the door's advancement ritual. The convergence between the Beander characteristic and uniqueness on his body will no longer be sealable, and this perfectly fulfills the heir's advancement ritual. Before that, you cannot cross Evernight to interfere with the Fool. After a slight pause, he asked, not looking at anyone. Do you accept such an arrangement? Aemon adjusted the monocle on his face and chuckled. I want to say I don't accept, but I can't seem to find a reason to refute it. He paused, then looked at Syrian, who stood behind Adam. What about you? Me. Syrian's gaze shifted between Aemon and Adam. Although it seemed like they were consulting him, it was clear that at this moment, his opinion was not important. I think. Before he could finish his sentence, a deep, silent, and extremely dangerous darkness quietly descended. Rumble. Within the thick, dark clouds, lightning occasionally flashed. In the deep darkness beneath the clouds, pairs of eerie green eyes emerged, and countless malicious, sinister creatures were being bred. Amon's voice drifted through the darkness. This is the darkness I stole from the forsaken land of the gods. I hope you are satisfied with this gift. Shit. Syrian complained in his heart while replacing himself with a portrait. Silently, a nearly real sun rose from the ground, its blazing golden sunlight making Syrian completely unable to open his eyes and difficult to form any extra thoughts. In the brief gap he couldn't see, the scorching light and super high temperature flames cast by the sun in the sky dispelled all the darkness and the dangers hidden within it. Below the sun, a blurry figure rapidly expanded, reaching the size of a small mountain in the blink of an eye. He stretched out a hand towards the sun in the sky. The next second, the sun disappeared. Light and temperature returned to normal, but the bone church became incredibly vast. Adam's dense, light golden beard, which covered the lower half of his face, and his rather simple white robe swayed continuously with the wind that seemed to blow from nowhere. Behind him, the giant cross, surrounded by countless bones, grew even taller, reaching several hundred meters high. Syrian belatedly realized that the place he was in had, at some point, become the summit of a towering mountain. Adam, standing in front of him, now had 12 pairs of illusory, overlapping wings of light on his back. And there were 7 others with similar overlapping wings of light around him. Some were as dazzling as the sun, some were enveloped by storms and lightning, some held straight swords with flames swirling around them, some stood majestically above a deep, dense ocean of shadows, some stood indifferently above a silver river that connected end to end. At the forefront, surrounded by the kings of angels, a gigantic light and shadow, seemingly capable of supporting heaven and earth, walked out of the void, looking down at Aemon, who had expanded his body to the size of a small mountain. Syrian silently took 2 steps back, trying to minimize his presence, while curiously examining every corner of the battlefield. This round is a father-son showdown in every sense of the word. As his thoughts drifted, he saw one of the kings of angels, bearing cyan black wings of light, who was circling the gigantic light and shadow that seemed to support heaven and earth, suddenly turn back and appear behind the king of angels enveloped by storms and lightning. In an instant, darkness descended again. Unlike the darkness Amen had released earlier, this was pure, death-like darkness, and it only covered the king of angels surrounded by the storm. In this pure darkness, all existence became quiet, falling into the deepest slumber, and from slumber, into death. The next moment, the gigantic light and shadow, as if supporting heaven and earth, raised its hand, and pure, holy, and magnificent light spilled down, dispelling all the darkness. Along with the darkness, the two kings of angels, the one surrounded by storms and the one with cyan black wings of light, also disappeared. Dong! A long, ethereal bell chime suddenly rang out. Above Amon's head, the pointer of a huge, ancient, mottled stone clock phantom rotated, and an indescribable, invisible torrent emerged, instantly sweeping over everything around. Everything enveloped by the invisible torrent became slow, unable to make a single movement or turn a single thought for a long time. Only Amen remained unaffected. His figure silently disintegrated, turning into countless wandering light and shadows, moving normally in the area where time was slowed, making the characters Adam had woven disappear one by one. By the time the surrounding time began to flow normally, only the colossal light and shadow connecting heaven and earth remained of the characters Adam had woven. Amen seemed to have deliberately not dealt with it. The colossal light and shadow looked down at Amen, then took a step forward. Its body silently disintegrated, erupting into extremely brilliant, extremely hot, magnificent and pure golden light, as if it wanted to transform into a sun, illuminating the world. Is he treating me as the giant king in this fight? Amen twitched his mouth, muttered to himself, and his mountain-like figure disappeared without a sound, as if melting into the terrifying light, or as if finding a loophole and escaping this space. In an instant, the blindingly bright light engulfed everything in sight. Syrian felt his thoughts slow to a standstill, as if a very long time had passed, yet also as if it was just a brief moment. When he came to his senses, the bright, scorching light had disappeared. The majestic, towering holy mountain, the vast sky, and the wide, curved horizon were also gone. The surroundings had returned to the appearance of the bone church. Amen and Adam sat facing each other on two chairs in front of the giant cross. Neither spoke, but it seemed as if they had been conversing for a long time. As Syrian pondered what was happening, Amen suddenly turned his head and looked over, chuckling. Hey, finally back to your senses. Was the dream woven by the fanatic so captivating to you? According to the fanatic's suggestion, I will not appear again for this period. The price is that you will need to cooperate with me on some matters later. Oh, and I will wait for you in the forsaken land of the gods. After speaking, Amen leaned back. Silently, his figure abruptly vanished, leaving only a small worm, transparent and opaque in alternating sections, wriggling in the air. Under the gaze of Syrian and Adam, subtle, invisible ripples spread in the air, and then the wriggling worm also disappeared. Syrian looked at the spot where Amen had vanished, then at Adam, his expression solemn. Clearly, while he was lost in the dream, Adam had already reached some agreements with Amen, and even the father-son showdown just now was a performance for him. What exactly did Amen, who came and went so quickly, discuss with Adam? And what was the purpose of the battle that just occurred? Perhaps the relationship between Amen and Adam was far less tense than it appeared on the surface. They were now like the Evernight goddess and Lilith, putting on a show for everyone. Suppressing the thoughts swirling in his mind, he hesitated for a moment, then asked. What are some matters, Amen mentioned? Does it refer to helping Mr. Dorr return? Adam seemed not to have paid attention to his drifting thoughts, and nodded slightly. That is just one of them. Syrian nodded slightly, remaining silent, quietly awaiting Adam's subsequent explanation. When necessary, you will need to relinquish the Beander characteristics of the door pathway you occupy and support the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries. And, if the Lord of the Mysteries, once born, is in an unstable state, you will need to enter the West Continent, retrieve some items, and create conditions for this world to give birth to more sons and resist the apocalypse. Syrian frowned in thought for a moment, then asked. I can understand the last condition, but why do I have to give up all the Beander characteristics of the door pathway? Do you think I will eventually occupy all the key of stars Beander characteristics, and even the uniqueness of door? Adam calmly replied, that is just a possibility. For you, becoming a sequence 0 is a necessity, and the door pathway is your best choice. Additionally, during the period before the Lord of the Mysteries is truly born, this world also needs a sequence 0 door. Chapter 188 Ending and Unexpected Visitors. Chapter 188, The End and Unexpected Visitors. Under Adam's calm and gentle gaze, Syrian finally nodded. I understand. When necessary, I can give up my characteristics to support the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries. But I also need the Lord of the Mysteries' help. I need a fate beacon to open a new branch of fate for me, to help me contend against the high-dimensional overseer. Adam smiled and nodded. Haven't you already invested in the two most likely candidates to become the Lord of the Mysteries? Syrian looked at the faint smile on Adam's face, paused slightly, and subconsciously said, You can smile. I mean, you seem to be in a very good mood today. Adam didn't mind his words and changed the subject. Leodoro has already noticed you. He might target you. In this regard, you can show a certain inclination towards Evernight and Steam. I don't think they would mind protecting you during this period. I understand. Syrian nodded slightly, his mind churning with thoughts. After a brief silence, Adam continued. You seemed to have many questions before. You can continue now. Syrian was startled, then realized Adam was referring to the conversation that had been interrupted by Amon's main body suddenly appearing. He recalled the content of their earlier discussion and organized his words to ask. I'm a bit confused. I didn't deliberately act as an astrologer, so why did I digest the potion so quickly? Was this a script forcibly written by the author? Adam shook his head slightly. No, this is a very reasonable script. The script I wrote merely settled the feedback from your acting in advance. Even without my script, you would have fully digested the astrologer potion within a day or two. There's no need to doubt, you did indeed guide fate to change. Or rather, every decision you make, every action you take, guides fate to change, because you yourself are a variable in fate. It's just that this kind of change usually produces very little feedback, which you might have overlooked. But during this time, you've come into contact with Rosal's eldest daughter, that little snake from the life school of thought, that fool from Saphira Castle, Aemon just now, Leodoro, and me. Sufficiently powerful Beyonders can bring about stronger feedback, which, to a certain extent, compensates for the gaps and deficiencies in your acting. So even if your acting isn't complete, under the witness of high-quality spectators, you can still successfully digest the potion. As for more specific reasons and acting rules, I don't think I need to explain them. I understand. Syrian nodded thoughtfully. An astrologer can, to a certain extent, foresee fate and guide others, but when truly facing the waves stirred by fate, they appear weak and powerless, only able to drift with the current. Just like me today, I was almost helpless when facing Aemon, only able to passively wait for Adam's rescue. In their struggle, I was merely a spectator who couldn't make a sound. My greatest effort was probably using the false image of the Lord of Storms in the painting to draw out the real Leodoro, bringing down divine punishment to clear out a large number of Amon's avatars. This indeed allowed me to escape my predicament to some extent, but it also brought new problems. I am now truly being watched by Leodoro. Moreover, I suspect that even without this accident, Aemon wouldn't have actually done anything to me. He and Adam have always had a tacit understanding. The only variable that might have occurred is that he could have found Klein, who is also in Backland, through me. But with the Evernight goddess watching over there, even if Aemon knew, he would have little chance of succeeding. After a few moments of contemplation, the expression on his face suddenly became serious, and he asked very earnestly. Was that golden phantom I saw before really you, or your virtual personality? Did Amon's main body suddenly appear just now and fight you, partly to confirm this matter with you? Adam answered almost without hesitation, he is me sometimes. As for Aemon, this might be one of his goals. Syrian's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Adam to actually answer that question, but the answer was a bit vague. Adam didn't mind his reaction and said leisurely. Since he looks like me, acts like me, and has the same Beander abilities as me, then he can be me, and should be me, shouldn't he? Syrian. He felt like Adam was trying to fool him, but looking at the pair of clear, innocent golden eyes, like a baby's, that were gazing at him. He suddenly felt that what the other party said made perfect sense. Then it should be Adam, and can only be Adam. As thoughts floated, he saw all the surrounding objects quickly fade away. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his own home, on the sofa in the living room. He reached out to brace himself on the sofa, and just as he was about to get up, his hand slipped, and a black leather wallet fell to the floor. He looked down, and his expression suddenly froze. That was the wallet from which Eamon had poured out a pile of worms of time earlier. Can this thing still be used? Should I find someone to sell it, or give it to Pales as a snack? After a moment of hesitation, he still picked up the wallet from the floor and sealed it in a metal box. Although Eamon was not very trustworthy, Adam's credibility was still good. He believed that he would not encounter Eamon again for a while, so this item could be kept for now. As his thoughts drifted, a dense gray fog suddenly emerged before his eyes. Crimson light rose amidst the gray fog, and a tall angel with 12 pairs of silver-white light wings emerged in the light. It stood calmly before Syrian, with pairs of light wings behind it, enveloping Syrian in layers, bringing the purest and most peaceful protection. Immediately after, the fool's voice echoed leisurely in his ear. After this is over, come see me. Syrian looked at the layers of light wings enveloping him and fell silent for a moment. To be honest, the paper man angel at this point was completely unnecessary. A paper man angel with the power of fate might even bring me new trouble. As his thoughts drifted, the gray fog and the angel with silver-white wings faded away before his eyes, and then a strange figure was outlined in thin air before him. It was a tall, thin man wearing a simple, plain linen robe, with silver hair reaching his waist. His facial features were soft, his face beautiful, and his silver eyes gazed at Syrian with a gentle yet somewhat indifferent look. It was as if he wasn't looking at him, but through him at something else. After a period of silent mutual observation, Syrian tentatively asked, Ouroboros. The tall, thin man in the linen robe nodded gently, without speaking, his eyes fixed on him without blinking. The two remained in a silent stalemate for a long time. Just as Syrian thought they would continue like this, Ouroboros suddenly spoke. You encountered Eamon. Do you need some luck? Syrian was a little slow to follow the other party's train of thought, but still asked seriously. Then, what do I need to pay? Ouroboros shook his head slightly. No need. He paused, then added, when you go to the forsaken land of the gods, come see my lord. Syrian raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, why are you so sure I will go to the forsaken land of the gods? This is fate. After a simple reply, a faint light seemed to flow in Ouroboros's silver-white eyes. Behind him, mercury-colored light emerged from thin air, interlocking to form a slowly rotating complex wheel. A few seconds later, the wheel behind him disappeared. Ouroboros frowned slightly, then apologetically shook his head at Syrian. Sorry, I cannot grant you luck. Syrian paused slightly, then nodded and smiled. Well, it's not too surprising. Then goodbye. Ouroboros nodded, and his figure in the plain robe quickly faded. I was going to ask if you wanted coffee or tea. Syrian looked at the spot where Ouroboros had disappeared, reached out and grabbed at the air, his face full of awkwardness. He retracted his hand, composed his expression, glanced around to confirm that the doors and windows were closed, then leaned back on the sofa and chanted the fool's honorific name. The fool who doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Gray-white mist surged, quickly engulfing his vision. After a brief daze, his vision cleared again, and he was already in the magnificent and ancient palace above the gray fog. Chapter 189 The fun of investing is all in. Chapter 189 The joy of investment is all in. Syrian's gaze swept around, then he rose from his seat and bowed to the figure shrouded in gray fog at the head of the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The fool, Klein, nodded slightly, then asked directly, where have you been? When he heard Syrian's prayer earlier, he was dealing with a problem concerning son, Derek. After that problem was resolved, he found that he couldn't contact Syrian anymore. He almost thought that the Tarot Club had suffered its first casualty due to his delayed response, feeling guilty and self-reproachful. Fortunately, he later learned from a divination that Syrian was still alive, just caught in some predicament. After that, he stayed above the gray fog, observing the crimson star representing Syrian. Not long after, the star, which had turned grayish-white, lit up again, and he responded and contacted him immediately. Facing the fool's direct inquiry, Syrian hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal everything. I was in Adam's bone church. It might be the embryonic form of a divine kingdom, extremely peculiar, capable of isolating the astral world and the spirit world. There, Adam and Amen had a battle, or perhaps a test. In the end, they reached some understanding. Amen left and will not come to Backland again for a short period. However, this could also be a deception, a way to transmit false information to you through me. Amen is in Backland too. Klein's expression failed him in his surprise, but because of the gray fog covering him, Syrian didn't notice anything amiss. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his swirling thoughts and quickening heartbeat, he then reconsidered the issue of Amen. So Amen targeted 2 members of the Tarot Club at the same time, and on 2 continents, the forsaken land of the gods and the northern continent, separated by vast distances. Such methods, should I say, are worthy of a king of angels. Even more critically, Amen seems to be after me, or rather, he is after this space above the gray fog. As thoughts flickered, he turned his gaze to Syrian. The information he currently had was still too little, both about Amen and his understanding of this space above the gray fog. But how can I inquire subtly? About Amen, it's a bit better, but regarding this space above the gray fog, I can't just have the fool or world ask, can I? Neither would be appropriate. If only I hadn't made the world identity a meander of the fool. Or, should I create another alt account? Seeing that the fool had not responded, and due to the obstruction of the gray fog, Syrian didn't know if he was thinking or simply didn't know what to say, so he continued to recount his experiences from today. I used a false image of the Lord of Storms summoned from a painting to attract the attention of the real Lord of Storms. Upon seeing Amen, he immediately unleashed divine punishment, killing most of Amon's avatars in Backland. However, because I summoned a false image of the Lord of Storms twice in a row, I am now also targeted by the Lord of Storms. I might face some trouble when dealing with the Storm Church in the future. Adam suggested that I could seek the balance of the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery, on this matter. Mr. Fool, what do you think? Me, do you want my advice, or my protection? I can think about the former, but for the latter, I can only suggest you prepare for death. After a few silent complaints, Klein felt his heavy mood lighten somewhat, then he spoke. A feasible suggestion. As for how feasible, I don't know. After a brief silence, Syrian continued to speak. After escaping the divine punishment of the Lord of Storms, I was pulled into the Bone Church by Adam, and Amon's main body also arrived shortly after. After that, I fell into a dream woven by Adam and couldn't determine the truth of those events. I don't know what they discussed. When I broke free from the dream, Amen greeted me and then left directly. At the head of the mottled long table, the fool, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the table with his finger, asking casually. Do you think they were deliberately putting on a show for you? I don't know. Syrian shook his head honestly. After a slight pause, he added. I have such a guess, but I also think they wouldn't go so far as to act for me. There's no need. Klein tapped the edge of the table twice, noncommittally, then retorted. Why would there be no need? You are very special, aren't you? Syrian suddenly froze. He felt that Klein's words made a lot of sense, but psychologically, he instinctively didn't want to delve into that aspect. Psychological suggestion. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he turned his head to look at the fool at the head of the table, and said somewhat with difficulty, yet very seriously. I might have been affected by psychological suggestion, Mr. Fool. Can I come to your divine kingdom every once in a while to sort out my memories and thoughts? The fool, Klein, nodded slightly. You may. Receiving the fool's approval, Syrian let out a soft breath, then leaned back in his chair, one hand rubbing his forehead, lost in thought. Should I warn Klein? Adam and Amen have most likely teamed up now, and his situation is very dangerous. During the period before he becomes an angel, this is Amon's best chance to seize Saphira Castle. The original Adam could repeatedly ignore and let Klein go for the first blasphemy slate of the Giant King's court, but I am also not afraid of the contamination of the Chaos Sea, so Klein's specialness is no longer irreplaceable. Although he and the Evernight goddess should have also reached some agreements, aren't agreements made to be broken? On the other side, the fool, Klein at the head of the table also lowered his gaze and fell into thought. How can I reasonably inquire about Amon's intelligence and the reason he's targeting me? After dozens of seconds of silence, Syrian suddenly turned his head to look at the fool, Klein, at the head of the table. The latter, sensing it, looked up and cast a gaze, smiling. What do you want to say? Syrian grinned, snapped his fingers, and loudly declared. I think the greatest joy of investing is going all in. Quote. Klein looked at Syrian with confusion. For a moment, he wondered if the other party had been driven mad by Amen. Withdrawing his hand, Syrian met the silent, hesitant gaze from the fool, Klein and said seriously. Amon's true target should be you, and Adam will help him in this matter. After a slight pause, he continued, so, can we communicate more frankly? Mr. Fool, or Mr. World? Or do you prefer the title Great Detective Sherlock? Klein, degree mouth winking face. Klein was momentarily stunned, not understanding why the topic had suddenly jumped to him. Facing Syrian's direct gaze, a sudden surge of panic, tension, and bewilderment, along with a sense of shame and a hint of imperceptible relief, welled up in his heart. It was as if a group of little people were fighting a gang war in his head, failing to determine a winner, but instead turning his brain into a muddled mess. At this moment, Klein felt his brain had become an overloaded computer, unable to process any more. Thoughts of evasion, skipping, admission, and misinterpretation popped up in his mind, arguing back and forth. As he pondered how to answer the question, Syrian spoke again. You hesitated. Klein opened his mouth but found himself unable to refute. After 2 seconds of internal struggle, he simply gave up. Why do you think that? Syrian pointed to his eyes and said calmly. I told you before that I could see the dense gray fog on you. I thought you were a Beander of Mr. Fool, at the time, and you didn't deny it. But later, I met Father Utravsky in the Harvest Church. He is a Beander of the Earth Mother. Comparing the two, I naturally noticed your uniqueness. That level of gray fog aura has already exceeded the scope of a Beander. Klein tried to struggle a bit. Perhaps, I just bestowed more favor upon, world. Syrian shook his head slightly. That level of favor is no longer that of a Beander. If I had to describe it, divine descent vessel, or God's avatar, would be more accurate. Also, I can see the gray fog aura clinging to myself, which is far fainter than yours, but precisely because of that, it's closer to the divine favor on Father Utravsky. Chapter 190 Frank Communication. Chapter 190, Frank Exchange. Facing Syrian's questions and explanations, fool, Klein neither admitted nor denied anything. He leaned back in his high-backed chair, chuckled, and said, anything else? Syrian replied, your actions in collecting Rosal's diary. Also, the identity your dependents, Mr. World, used in Backland, Sherlock Moriarty, who just happened to be a detective. Furthermore, while a person's appearance can be changed at will, their established worldview and some subtle habits are difficult to alter. When I interacted with you before, I noticed some small habits that didn't fit this era. Also, when you use the world identity to guide Miss Justice, to pay attention to the bottom-level workers in the East Borough, Docklands, and factory districts, this is very uncharacteristic of people who have lived in this world since childhood and have become numb to such matters. After a slight pause, he chuckled and said, of course, these are just corroborating evidence. The most important and crucial thing is that I can clearly see almost identical traits in Sherlock Moriarty and Mr. Fool. As soon as he finished speaking, Klein suddenly sat up straight, staring at him very seriously. So, the last time you gave me so many Rosal's diary entries about his romantic escapades, it was intentional. Syrian was momentarily stunned by the sudden question, then said sheepishly, that was partly the reason, but mostly because I really couldn't find many useful pages among those diaries. Besides, don't you think those less than serious diary entries are the true essence? Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers, making the gray fog that always enveloped him disappear. Syrian stared unblinkingly, only to see Sherlock Moriarty's face. All right, it seems he intends to keep the Klein identity hidden to the end. As thoughts flickered, he heard the fool Sherlock Moriarty at the head of the table ask, "Can you explain why Eamon is targeting me now? And what do you want to go all in on? Also, most importantly, how did you transmigrate to this world, and have you found a way to go back?" Facing Klein's barrage of questions, Syrian leaned back in his chair and calmly said, "Eamon targeting you is, of course, because of this place we are in. As a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, it's inevitable that he would target this place. This is an irreconcilable conflict, unless you are willing to give up everything. As for going all in, between Eamon and you, I naturally lean towards choosing you. Although rationally, with Adam's involvement, Eamon would be the better choice, emotionally, I still prefer you. For the last question, I don't know. Perhaps after becoming a door, it might be possible." Klein frowned, his thoughts involuntarily wandering. Door, Mr. Door. The full moon language Miss Magician heard most likely came from Mr. Door, who is trapped deep within darkness and storms. So, is that Mr. Door a sequence 0 of the apprentice pathway, or an existence close to sequence 0? Is that why you chose the apprentice pathway? Klein asked casually, not waiting for Syrian's answer, and continued, "When did you come to this world?" Syrian, mid-August. Hearing this answer, Klein's face clearly showed surprise, then he asked, "This August? Does that mean you became a sequence 7 in such a short time, and learned so much Beander world knowledge and secrets?" Syrian's gaze swept across the surrounding gray fog, and he chuckled, "Since I transmigrated, isn't it normal to have some cheat ability? Of course, more importantly, I met Adam as soon as I arrived and received his attention, cultivation, or perhaps experimentation." Klein was silent for a moment, not knowing whether to marvel at his fellow countryman's luck or misfortune. Transmigrating and immediately encountering a local big shot. In the novels I used to read, this would be the type of person who dies on the first day of transmigration, right? As thoughts flickered, he continued to ask, "Adam should lean more towards Eamon, but you prefer me. Are you sure this won't cause problems?" Syrian pondered and nodded, I don't think Eamon needs my investment either, unless I offer myself as a clone to him. And now Adam and Eamon have already reached a certain understanding. If things continue to develop, I'm a bit worried I might end up being sold out, so I hope you can defeat Eamon. More importantly, the struggle between you and Eamon won't affect my relationship with Adam, but your victory would make me feel more at ease. You're quite honest." Klein's mouth twitched slightly. After a pause, he continued, "While I appreciate your inexplicable confidence in me, don't you think the gap between Eamon and me is a bit too large? Or, do you already have a way to help me deal with Eamon?" Syrian nodded seriously, "You can pray for the Hidden Mother's protection." Klein was a beat slow in reacting, realizing that the Hidden Mother Syrian spoke of should refer to the Evernight goddess, who holds the title of Hidden Mother. But, does this mean I was actually exposed to the Evernight goddess's eyes long ago? Or are the Evernight goddess and Eamon enemies, and she is willing to help me restrain Eamon? As he pondered, he heard Syrian's words, as if he was comforting himself. "Actually, as long as you don't directly run into Eamon, there won't be too much of a problem. Even if he parasitizes other Tarot Club members, as long as you don't directly bring the parasitized member here, there will be no problem, even Eamon won't be able to smuggle himself up here." Klein nodded noncommittally, then continued to ask, "Do you know what this space above the gray fog is? Is it the Fool's Divine Kingdom, or the Fool's Uniqueness?" Syrian, "Neither. This is Saphira Castle." Klein, "Saphira Castle." Syrian nodded, "If you want to know more, you can ask me later after I've seen more content from the second blasphemy slate at Adam's place. After all, God Almighty is omniscient and omnipotent, not me. Is there really a God Almighty in this world?" Klein just asked casually and didn't dwell on the question, instead saying, "Since you said you're going all in, don't you have some more practical support?" As he spoke, he held out a hand and made a rubbing motion with his fingers. Syrian, "I can. Didn't you ask in the Tarot Club before about a method to purify the contamination within a Beander characteristic? Do you need me to find someone to help you shatter that contaminated Beander characteristic?" After a moment of thought, Klein shook his head, rejecting the suggestion, not for now. He didn't need to use that marionettist Beander characteristic for advancement yet. Maintaining the world alt account above the gray fog, even with the mental pollution left by the true creator, wouldn't affect him. Moreover, any angel Syrian could find would definitely be a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and the Twilight Hermit Order was an organization assembled by Adam, which made him uneasy. All right then, Syrian pouted with a regretful expression, then suggested, then I'll tell you 2 clues about the faceless materials. Would that be enough support? Klein's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, yes. Syrian recalled briefly and said, the sanguine in Backland have the mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter. You can ask the priest from the Harvest Church to help you purchase it. Additionally, somewhere along the Tassoc River on the outskirts of Backland, Marich knows the exact location. There's a ruin left by Aemon there, and it contains human skin shadows. A ruin left by Aemon. Klein looked at him with a resentful gaze. Do you think I dare to go there? That's true, Syrian chuckled and said. But it's not a big problem. You probably aren't in a hurry to advance, so you can go by the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter first. As for the ruin left by Aemon, I'll go there sometime soon to retrieve something, and I can help you kill a human-skinned shadow along the way. Klein looked at him curiously. Why sometime soon? Also, aren't you worried Aemon left an ambush there? Syrian raised an eyebrow. Don't you see I survived today completely unharmed? Amon's clone in Backland was just cleaned up by the Lord of Storms. This period is the best time to cause trouble in that ruin. I'll be able to advance to scribe in the next 2 days. By then, after recording a few powerful Beander abilities, even if there are 1 or 2 worms of time in that ruin, I'll be able to handle it. After a slight pause, he raised his chin slightly and added, everyone has their secrets. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein selectively skipped the topic of secrets, as everyone has secrets, and not prying into each other's is the best choice. Then he asked very curiously, why did you digest the astrologer potion so quickly? Syrian tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, looking up at the palace's dome, and said, this is probably talent. Klein, I still prefer your previous calm, wise, and serious demeanor. After a pause, he reminded, 1 page of Rosal's diary mentioned that in the mystical world, talent is not a good word. Chapter 191 You can call me. Chapter 191, You can call me. The two's conversation strayed further and further, eventually turning into a complaint about the food in this world and a nostalgic longing for the delicacies of the former great foodie empire. It wasn't until Klein felt his spirituality dry up that he ended the topic. Before sending Serene Gray away from the space above the gray fog, he asked curiously. When did you start suspecting my identity? Serene Gray, from the beginning. Klein's expression stiffened slightly, then he asked, why? Do you still remember Antigonus? Serene Gray countered, and without waiting for an answer, he continued on his own. My understanding of the fool is far greater than yours. The closest existing beings to the fool in this world are Zeratul and Antigonus. Before them, there was the destruction wolf, Phlegre, but that ancient god mainly followed the darkness pathway. You can consider that the true fool has never appeared, at least not in recorded history. At the same time, the number of high-sequence Beander characteristics in this world is limited, so it's difficult for an unknown fool to exist, even one that is only close to the fool. Under these circumstances, for you to still dare to call yourself the fool is enough to show that you are most likely just a newbie who has only recently learned about the mystical world. But for you to choose the tarot cards, and specifically the fool, from countless titles, perhaps this itself is a manifestation of destiny. It indicates a strong connection between you and the fool, a connection that might come from the past, or perhaps from the present. At this point, he paused slightly, lowered his head to glance at the silently flowing, boundless gray fog beneath his feet, and then continued. Or perhaps in the future. Perhaps you are the future sequence, the fool. You sound very confident in me. Klein lowered his eyelids, his thoughts churning. Sure enough, my disguise still has too many flaws. It can only fool newbies to the mystical world like Miss Justice and Miss Magician, and country bumpkins, like Little Sun who have never been exposed to the outside world. Mr. Hanged Man has suspected me several times, but fortunately, he doesn't know enough about the true big figures of the mystical world, and due to his cautious nature, I managed to deceive him with some advanced mysticism knowledge and the mysterious aura of this gray fog. But when encountering someone like Serene Gray, who has secrets, truly understands the mystical world, and possesses a lot of hidden knowledge, the previously inconspicuous flaws were instantly magnified and exposed. Thinking of this, he let out a light breath, rubbed his brow, endured the discomfort brought by spiritual exhaustion, and asked casually. I've already admitted my identity, what about you? Shouldn't you also be a little more frank? Me? Of course I can. He pursed his lips and chuckled. You can call me, the sublime from the unknowable, the door above dimensions, the embodiment of art and fantasy. In the office behind a precision machinery shop named Perpetual Gear, next to St. Hilern Cathedral, Clifford, a deacon of the Punishers, wearing a storm priest's robe adorned with symbols like waves, storms, and lightning, his muscular physique completely filling out the loose robe, was rapidly flipping through a small stack of documents. As he read, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Finally, he simply closed the documents in his hand, looking at Icons, who was drinking tea behind the desk, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is this all the information you can provide? A wild Beander active in Backland, registered by you, yet you don't even know his pathway or sequence. Even this meager information is from more than half a year ago, and besides simple life trajectories and relationships, there's no useful information at all. Icons waited until he finished speaking, then put down his teacup and said slowly but firmly. Serene Gray is a devout believer of my Lord and an important informant for our machinery hivemind. His information and safety are protected by the Church. If you can provide a reasonable explanation for investigating his past and private information, our machinery hivemind will naturally cooperate to a certain extent. Clifford stared directly at Icons for a long time, then finally sighed and said calmly. This is a direct order from Mr. God's Singer, a snake. I don't know the specific reasons, but it's probably related to the investigation into my Lord's 2 consecutive divine punishments. Icons shook his head slightly, also sighing. Protecting informants is the duty of the machinery hivemind, and it is also the will of Archbishop Holomic. Clifford's expression stiffened. After glaring at Icons, he said nothing, took the few thin documents in his hand, and turned to leave the office. Before he walked out of the office, Icons suddenly reminded him. During this time, Serene Gray will have protection from the machinery hivemind. I hope I won't encounter you on site then. Bang! A loud closing door was his only reply. Shortly after Clifford left, a knock sounded again at Icons's office door. Icons glanced at the door to his side and casually said, "Come in." With a creak, Holomic Haydn, dressed in a white priest's robe and wearing a soft clerical cap, walked in. The moment he recognized the person, Icons quickly shed his casual demeanor, stood up from his chair, reached out and repeatedly tapped his chest up and down, forming the shape of the triangular holy emblem, then greeted. Good evening, Your Grace, Archbishop. I have already sent away the Punisher deacon as you instructed. Holomic nodded gently, smiling. There's no need to overthink this matter, and even less to investigate it. We just need to obey the Lord's oracle. Oracle. Icons's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief and excitement. This was an oracle from the god of steam and machinery. From the time he joined the machinery hivemind until now, becoming a captain and deacon in the Backland diocese, this was his first time encountering an oracle. After a moment of excitement, he suppressed the urge of curiosity and investigation in his heart, then earnestly assured Archbishop Holomic in front of him, I understand. I will pay close attention to Serene Gray and not let anyone from the Lord of Storms' church interfere with him. Holomic shook his head slightly, just keep everything normal. All you need to do is to refuse certain requests from other churches or organizations, just like today, and provide some goodwill to that informant when necessary. Although Icons was puzzled, he didn't ask further, simply nodding in response. I understand. He paused, then asked curiously about another event that happened today. Your Grace, Archbishop, were those frequent lightning strikes this afternoon really the divine punishment of the Lord of Storms? Holomic nodded slightly. There was indeed the will of the Lord of Storms in those lightning strikes, but I don't know his reasons for doing so. It looked very much like he was clearing out some things hidden in Backland. Perhaps the Church of the Storm will provide an explanation later. Icons nodded thoughtfully. Could this be related to Clifford coming to me for Serene Gray's information just now? As thoughts drifted, he heard Holemic's gentle, smiling voice. The headquarters in Trier has approved your previous application. I will inform you of the potion formula for sequence 5 feet astronomer, but some of the ingredients may require you to collect them yourself. Backland is short on some ingredients, and it would take a considerable amount of time to negotiate their transfer from churches in other regions. Hearing that his application had been approved, Icons instantly snapped back to attention, looking at Holemic with pleasant surprise. No problem, I will try to collect the missing ingredients myself. At sea, in the deep night, a dark-colored wooden three-masted schooner sailed autonomously across the waves without a crew. On the deck at the bow, an adult man with dark blue hair, sharp features, a rugged profile, and tanned skin stood quietly. He held an empty glass in his hand, leaning against the ship's rail, gazing at the deep blue, almost black, sea below. What does Destiny want seawater for? Is there some deeper meaning, or is he actually trying to confirm my location at sea through the nearby seawater? He murmured a few words, then extended a hand forward. Guided by his spirituality, a mass of seawater about 10 meters away from the ship suddenly broke free from the surface and flew towards him, finally falling into the empty glass in his hand. After collecting the seawater, he turned and walked towards the cabin. At the same time, the Azure Avenger, beneath his feet began to accelerate, sailing towards the Rorstad archipelago. Chapter 192 Recorder. Chapter 192, Scribe. The fool, who doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Your devout worshipper prays to you. I pray for you to open the door to your kingdom. I pray for you to bestow your grace. As each syllable of ancient Hermes was uttered, the candle representing the fool, lit before Syrian suddenly took on a layer of gray-white, and the flickering, dim yellow flame instantly expanded, shooting up 2 or 3 meters high. Whoosh! The twisting flame was torn open from within by an invisible force, constantly distorting, forming an illusory, cyan-black door covered with countless mysterious patterns and symbols. With a faint, illusory sound, the cyan-black door slowly opened a one-person-wide gap, and a wide, gray fog hand, without visible end, reached out from behind the door, and slowly lowered to his feet. The hand made of gray fog dissipated in an instant, and a glass cup containing transparent liquid appeared at his feet. Glancing at the glass cup at his feet, Syrian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, extinguishing the 2 candles lit during the ritual of prayer for bestowal, directly interrupting the ritual. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the cyan-black door that had suddenly dissipated before him, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this a use it and throw it away situation? It must be, right? How realistic. Before, in front of Mr. Fool, it was always esteemed, and you, but now that my identity is revealed, I've directly become, hey, delivery guy. Shaking his head, he glanced at the somewhat empty hall, then wrapped himself in spirituality, simulating the sensation of falling, and directly left the space above the gray fog. In the attic, Syrian casually tossed the paintbrush in his hand into a small bucket full of water, then carefully, from top to bottom, examined the painting depicting mountains, melting snow, and glaciers before him. A moment later, he wrapped his hands in spirituality, then stretched them forward towards the still wet painting. The moment his hands touched the painting, they passed directly through it, but did not emerge from the other side of the paper. After some fumbling, he withdrew his hands from the painting, holding a handful of glacier water. After placing the glacier water from the painting into the prepared container, Syrian grabbed a towel to dry his hands, then pulled out the Loan gold coin he carried with him and flicked it into the air with a ding. The coin tumbled a few times in midair and then landed back in his palm with a thwack. Heads up, indicating affirmation. Syrian raised an eyebrow, in a rather good mood. It works. For this type of auxiliary material without spirituality, what's important during the potion concoction process is its symbolic meaning, not its inherent special properties. In this case, it's perfectly fine to use imagination to replace some auxiliary materials. As he muttered to himself, Syrian picked up the glass cup containing glacier water, then added lake water from an artificial lake in a park in south of the bridge, as well as the seawater from Hanged Man Alger, which was sent via Klein. He didn't deliberately measure it. With the astrologer's spiritual intuition, a casual pour wouldn't be much different from precise instrument measurements. After a slight shake to mix the 3 types of water, he then intuitively poured a certain amount of mercury and honeysuckle essential oil into the glass, and added 3 original pages of Rosal's diary. Finally, he dropped in a strange eye, which contained a complex gray-white pattern, felt unreal, and glowed with brilliant starlight. As he shook the cup, the materials, which had been solid, rapidly melted and mixed together, becoming transparent at a visible speed. A few breaths later, all the color in the cup disappeared, leaving only a transparent, clear, almost solidified liquid that filled most of the cup. Clink. The gold coin once again flicked from Syrian's hand, spun a few times, and landed back in his palm. After confirming the successful concoction of the potion, Syrian did not hesitate, immediately brought the cup to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, cool and refreshing, with no taste or flavor, and was completely absorbed by his body before it even reached his esophagus. Syrian, having drunk the potion, stood stunned in place, brilliant and colorful starlight emerging in his eyes, constantly shifting, appearing chaotic and distorted. At the same time, the skin on his body gradually became clear and transparent, just like the potion he had just drunk. Beneath his transparent skin, colorful, layered starlight floated, as if countless tiny insects formed a vast, intricate instrument. At this moment, Syrian felt as if his head had been split in 2. One half remained in his body, experiencing all the changes and pain, while the other half was constantly climbing to higher dimensions. These 2 completely different sensations caused mental confusion, making it difficult for him to calm down and focus on advancing. Until the climbing half of his thoughts finally stopped, finally reaching its destination, the very top of all dimensions. Whoosh! In an instant, his ears were filled with a sharp roaring sound, as if a steam train speeding at full throttle was crushing his head as it passed. Amidst the terrifying, guttural roar, he caught a few fragmented, malicious words, not belonging to any known language. Thief, outsider, cooperate, join me. Thief, vile one. Gradually adapting to the roaring sound echoing repeatedly in his ears, and the dizziness in his mind, Syrian finally saw the culprit behind it all. A freely wriggling shadow, blocked by an invisible, magnificent, indestructible and impenetrable barrier. As he watched, the shadow, which seemed omnipresent and shapeless, began to contract, eventually forming a vast eye that encompassed all things and looked down upon all. Their gazes briefly met, and the half of Syrian's thoughts that remained in his body suddenly felt a splitting headache, so painful that he could barely breathe, so painful that he suspected he had lost control. Even the half of his thoughts that had climbed above the dimensions fell into pain, beginning to tumble from the peak of the dimensions. It felt as if centuries had passed, yet also as if only a few short moments had elapsed, and Syrian's fragmented thoughts reunited. He suddenly sat up from the floor, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Who? The transparent skin on his body began to return to normal, and the distorted starlight in his eyes gradually coalesced and took shape, transforming into an illusory, slowly turning book. One hand constantly massaged his forehead, while the other gripped the floor tightly, using this to alleviate the throbbing pain in his head and organize the knowledge that had flooded into his mind in that instant. He sat still like this for several minutes, and once all the abnormalities on his body had disappeared, Syrian finally pushed himself up from the floor. He glanced around. The attic, which had been relatively tidy, was now a mess after his unconscious struggles during the advancement. Overturned easels, scattered drawing papers, shattered glass cups, and overturned paint buckets. Sighing, Syrian raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Pop! Asterisk. Amidst the crisp sound, the drawing papers scattered on the floor bounced back onto the tabletop one by one, the overturned wooden easel righted itself, and the broken glass cups, whether large or small, all jumped into the trash can on their own. Even the water stains from the overturned paint bucket on the floor dried up at a visible speed. These were the telekinesis and fog creation tricks, strengthened after the advancement. Current telekinesis can now perform precise operations and simultaneously manipulate multiple objects, but not exceeding a certain weight. The fog creation trick can rapidly vaporize liquids to create fog, and can also consume more spirituality to accelerate this process, causing subsequent fog to directly evaporate and disappear. In addition, other tricks he originally mastered have also been strengthened to some extent, no longer just purely flashy performance tricks. Of course, relative to Beyonders at Sequence 6, they are still flashy and not very powerful. Besides the enhancement of existing abilities, he also mastered the Scribe's core, record, ability, which has undergone a certain mutation. After the mutation, record can no longer only record Beyonder abilities, it can also record some special scenes and reproduce them when needed. The recording of scenes will also occupy different levels of record slots depending on the special properties contained within the scene. He can currently only record one Beyonder ability or scene with divine influence. For Beyonder abilities or corresponding scenes at Sequence 6 and Sequence 5, he can record 12, with half the original effect. For Sequence 7 to Sequence 9 or corresponding scenes, he can record 30, with an effect close to the original. This exceeds the ability limit of a newly advanced scribe. Chapter 193 Records worth £50. Chapter 193, a record worth £50. Sirian reached out and patted his cheek. He could clearly feel that the scribe potion inside him seemed to have been digested by a quarter to a fifth. Did I role play as a scribe prematurely? As he mumbled to himself, he recalled all his experiences during this period, and also the scribe's role-playing rules. Record various Beyonder abilities and local customs and scenery. I definitely haven't recorded Beyonder abilities, so it can only be customs and scenery. But I haven't left Backland, As his thoughts wandered, Sirian thought of a possibility. Perhaps, for me, everything I've seen and heard since coming to this world, the process of integrating into life here, counts as a form of record. If that's true, then wouldn't I be role-playing as a scribe all the time? As he spoke to himself, Sirian's eyes gradually brightened. He seemed to have already seen his bright future of rapidly digesting the scribe potion and advancing to Traveler. After envisioning the future for a while, he pulled back his thoughts and looked down at the colorful stains on the floor. These were the dried pigments left behind after the water from the overturned paint buckets had evaporated. These dehydrated pigments were like a layer of applied paint, difficult to clean. He tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, then half squatted down and placed his right hand on the floor. A quiet blue light spread like ripples from the center of his palm, quickly extending and covering the entire attic floor. A few breaths later, Sirian withdrew his hand, the quiet blue light dissipated, and the originally colorful floor had returned to its brand new appearance. It seems a little too new. Never mind, let it be. Anyway, no one else will come up here besides me. After muttering quietly, Sirian clapped his hands and stood up straight. This was not a trick, but a utilization of dimensions. If one were to calculate it carefully, it could also be considered a unique trick he developed himself. This was also a gain from this advancement. Besides the normal abilities a scribe should have, Sirian found that his control over dimensions had also advanced a step further. This manifested as him being able to relatively easily see and influence other dimensions, and thereby display various strange effects, even being able to construct a relatively complete world within a painting with the power of dimensions. This was partly due to his own special gains after advancing being more fully displayed, and also due to the help of a large amount of dimension and fantasy-related knowledge gained from that one glance at the high-dimensional overseer. In that brief moment of eye contact, he for the first time so intuitively experienced the pain that mystery priors face when pursued by knowledge from the hidden sage. No, I felt that I was even more pained than mystery priors pursued by knowledge at that time. If it weren't for my extremely high tolerance for this kind of knowledge, and having already mastered some of the otherworld traveler's power, I might have truly lost control directly under that terrifying influx of knowledge. However, although dangerous, the gains were not small. Otherworld traveler from different dimensions, different times, and other dimensions. String player, plucking the strings of dimensions, influencing reality, changing reality. Dimension shadow, becoming a complete high-dimensional being, a shadow of dimensions. Observer, climbing above dimensions, looking down on the world. Just recalling this knowledge, Sirian felt the surrounding dimensions subtly changing, as if an existence beyond cognition was about to descend from distant other dimensions. Before this change could fully materialize, Syrian quickly shook his head to stop his thoughts, interrupting the changes around him. After looking around and removing the spiritual wall, he reached out and pressed on the doorknob, connecting the door in front of him with the door to his bedroom through dimensions. Click. As he turned his wrist and pulled the door open, the scene that greeted him changed from what should have been a corridor to his own bedroom. The next day, 15 Minsk Street. To the sound of urgent knocking, Klein opened the door with an impatient expression. Seeing Syrian, who had come knocking early in the morning to disturb his sleep, his face was subtly dark. "I remember you like to sleep in the most, don't you? I clearly remember one morning, when I contacted you as the fool above the gray fog, your spiritual light was almost solid resentment." Syrian awkwardly averted his gaze, his face full of embarrassment. Was it? You must have remembered wrong. It was. Klein nodded with certainty. After a slight pause, Syrian decisively changed the subject. "I'm here to ask you to record some of the magician's Beander abilities. The payment will be deducted from the money you owe me." Hearing that a portion of his debt could be reduced, Klein immediately agreed. "No problem. Do you need me to introduce you to the Beander abilities a magician masters first?" Syrian shook his head slightly. "No need, I know them very well. Mainly record paper figurine substitute, flame jump, and damage transfer. Bone softening and air bullet can also be recorded. It's very simple, just demonstrate these abilities in front of me." After listening to Syrian's explanation, Klein couldn't help but exclaim, "All right, you really do know them very well. By the way, does your recording have a success rate? I can only use the damage transfer ability once on a single target. If I repeat it on the same person, I have to wait until at least the next day." Syrian nodded thoughtfully. "It's fine, it's just a sequence 7 ability. The success rate of recording is quite high. I shouldn't be so unlucky as to fail twice in a row." "That's good." Klein nodded lightly, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! An air bullet, with power and speed comparable to a custom revolver, shot out. Crash! Not far away, a vase placed on the cabinet shattered in response. The hand Klein had just snapped his fingers with froze for a moment, then he turned his head to Syrian and said, "This is an unavoidable expense within the commission. Can it be reimbursed?" Syrian, "It can." After speaking, he waved his hand towards the vase fragments with a bit of exasperation. With a crashing sound, the vase fragments on the ground instantly came alive, bouncing one after another into the trash can on the other side of the living room. "Leave air bullet to be recorded outside later, otherwise I'm worried you'll take the opportunity to redecorate your house." Klein waved his hands repeatedly. "How could that be? This is just a rented house, it's not worth doing all that." After the small interlude, Klein once again demonstrated Beander abilities such as flame jump, paper figurine substitute, and damage transfer. After recording most of them, they went outside and found a secluded corner to record the air bullet, which would cause some damage to the surroundings. He recorded over 20 Beander abilities from Klein, almost filling up his recording slots from sequence 9 to sequence 7. The most recorded was paper figurine substitute, followed by flame jump, which could achieve a flash-like effect, and air bullet, which could be used with a snap of the fingers. The other abilities were also recorded once or twice each. After briefly calculating the configuration of the abilities he had recorded, he turned to Klein and asked, "How about £50? "No problem." Klein nodded immediately. Earning £50 just by casually demonstrating Beander abilities was much easier than earning money as a detective. The only downside was that this money was directly deducted from his debt instead of being given to him. In the evening, Harvest Church in the south of the bridge. Syrian's eyes widened slightly when he saw Emlyn, dressed in a brown clergyman's robe, meticulously wiping a candlestick at the altar. If one ignored his sanguine identity, he now looked like a qualified and devout believer of the Earth Mother. If his sanguine identity was added, then it was double the devotion. Cough. Syrian lightly coughed. Emlyn, who was wiping the candlestick, instinctively turned his head. After seeing that the person who came was Syrian, the hand that was wiping the candlestick froze slightly, then he quickly stood up, subtly hiding the candlestick he had just wiped behind him. His eyes darted around for a moment, then he praised with extreme sincerity. "You are quite polite, knowing that when visiting a sanguine, You should choose a time when the red moon can be seen at night. That important figure is in the North District. Please wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes, and then I'll take you there. Syrian quickly raised his hand to stop him. Actually, I'm here to see Father Yutravsky. Blood times. Within a mere 2 seconds, he witnessed a spectacular change of expression on Emlin's face. Father Yutravsky is in the restroom in the back. Go find him yourself. After speaking, Emlyn sat back down at the altar table, losing interest. The candlestick he had been meticulously wiping became a toy he casually fiddled with in his hand. Watching Emlyn's actions, like a child sulking, Syrian shook his head speechlessly. At his age, for a long-lived species like the sanguine, he really was like a child. Oh no, this is a real child bro. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Under Emlyn's bewildered but resentful gaze, he lightly coughed and said seriously. I plan to see that important figure of your sanguine tomorrow night. I will come to Harvest Church to find you beforehand, or you can come to my house to find me first. As for tonight, I've just advanced and still need to adapt. Emlyn nodded perfunctorily, then reacted a beat later, his crimson eyes widening. You've advanced again. You're already a Sequence 6 Beander now. Syrian nodded lightly and said, Emlyn, with a deep sense of frustration, lay on the table and mumbled. How can it be so fast? How is this possible? I haven't even found a chance to get revenge yet. Chapter 194 The Middleman. Chapter 194, The Middleman. Behind the Harvest Church, in the clergy's lounge, Syrian saw Father Yutravsky diligently sorting herbs, so he quietly watched from behind, not disturbing him. It wasn't until Father Yutravsky stopped that Syrian stepped forward to speak. Father Yutravsky, I would like to ask you to demonstrate the Beander ability of a Don Paladin in front of me. Is that convenient? If so, what price do I need to pay? Father Yutravsky, while tidying his brown priest's robe, turned around and said leisurely. Have you been promoted to scribe? After a slight pause, he explained, I saw files about apprentices in the Abraham family when I was at the church headquarters in Fenabot City. Yes. Syrian nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Father Yutravsky nodded in response, no problem. As for the reward, please help me collect some spirit-rich herbs. Due to my status as a missionary, it's not convenient for me to be too active in Backland. No problem. Syrian quickly nodded in agreement. But does Father Yutravsky really need me to help him collect spirit-rich herbs? He has a gathering of wild beyonders that he assembled himself. For a collection task that isn't too difficult, couldn't he just post a commission? After a moment of thought, seeing Father Yutravsky walk out of the lounge, he quickly followed, arriving at an open space behind the church. A few seconds later, a silver-white, clear, and holy light of dawn suddenly lit up the dim night sky. A few minutes later, Syrian left the Harvest Church, satisfied. His luck was good today, he successfully recorded the Dawn Paladin's most powerful storm of light in one go. If it weren't for the fact that a Dawn Paladin could only use this ability once in a short period, he would definitely have recorded a few more. Even among the many Beander abilities at Sequence 6, the power of Storm of Light ranks in the first tier. In the house at 15 Minsk Street, Klein, who was enjoying dinner at the dining table, suddenly paused, then, as if sensing something, turned his head and looked at the half-closed glass window behind him. In the glass window, which was more like a mirror due to the difference in brightness between inside and outside, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Miss Sharon, wearing a complex black court gown, a small soft cap, with golden hair and blue eyes, and a very delicate appearance. Under Klein's gaze, Miss Sharon's figure passed through the mirror-like glass and quickly materialized in the dining room. Although a little confused as to why Miss Sharon would come to him at this time, Klein still rose gracefully, bowed slightly, and saluted, saying, "Good evening, Miss Sharon. Is there something you need from me?" Sharon nodded slightly, her voice flat and ethereal, saying, "That person who appeared in the battle that night, are you very familiar with him?" Ah. Klein was stunned for a moment before realizing she was talking about Syrian, so he nodded and said, "We are friends." "Good." Sharon nodded slightly, then said, "I want to make a deal with him. Can you help me contact him and act as a middleman?" Before Klein could ask for details, she explained on her own. I want to trade for the Crimson Moon crown he obtained after killing Steve. After Steve and the others died, the Rose School of Thought demigod who was originally pursuing us came to Backland. It's becoming increasingly dangerous here, and we need the Crimson Moon crown to create a full moon, allowing the holder to ignore the effects of the full moon. In exchange, I can provide a mystical item of the same level, as well as a clue to a fourth epic ruin, which is located in the suburbs of Backland. Upon hearing Sharon mention a fourth epic ruin, Klein instinctively thought of the ruin Syrian had previously mentioned, the one left by Aemon with a human skin wraith. Such a coincidence. Could that guy have prophesied or divined it in advance? However, Miss Sharon actually asked me to be the middleman. It seems Syrian is already a dangerous person in her eyes. Collecting his thoughts, he nodded slightly to Sharon. I will contact him. How should I contact you once there's a result? Sharon's voice was ethereal. Write the result on a piece of paper and place it on the coffee table in the living room. I will see it. After a slight pause, she added. If a deal is reached later, and you act as the middleman to transfer items and information, then the clue to the fourth epic ruin will also be your reward. No problem. Klein nodded slightly. Upon receiving his answer, Sharon took a step back, her body instantly becoming transparent until she disappeared from the dining room. After watching Miss Sharon leave and remaining silent for a while, Klein finally mumbled softly. Using the clue from the transaction as my reward. I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Forget it, at least this shows that Miss Sharon trusts me, although this trust is based on her having a notarized document in hand. In the quiet bedroom, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then Syrian walked in from behind it. Relying on the short-distance teleportation-like effect brought by the combination of the door ability and the dimensional belt, he quietly returned home without alarming anyone. As soon as he entered, he saw Bernadette sitting in a chair at the desk, holding a book and flipping through it. Noticing the movement behind her, she calmly turned her head and said with a smile. It seems you successfully weathered the crisis and even gained some benefits, Mr. Scribe. Hearing this, Syrian subconsciously looked down at himself, then asked in confusion. There shouldn't be any overflowing spirituality on me, so how can you confirm that I've been promoted? Bernadette leaned back in her chair and explained leisurely. The changes brought by promotion are not only reflected in spirituality but also in many details. For an experienced mystery prior, it's very easy to distinguish. Syrian looked at her in a daze. You looked at me with your eye of mystery prior. No. Bernadette shook her head slightly, then added. If I were still a mysticologist, I might not be able to resist my curiosity, but I am already a clairvoyant. In many matters, fate will give me certain warnings. Compared to the secrets on you, I am more curious about the content of those Rosel's diary entries, curious about where he is now and what state he is in. After a slight pause, she reached out and pointed to a yellowed piece of paper spread out on the desk in front of her. In an instant, that yellowed page came alive, its four corners twisted, growing illusory hands and feet, and it jumped and fluttered towards Syrian. Landing in his hand. Today's text study will be different. I need you to help me translate a page of the diary, completely, word for word. Okay. Syrian nodded, then lowered his gaze to the quiet, yellowed paper in his hand. He was already prepared to silently mourn for Emperor Rosal in his heart, but this time the diary was not about the great emperor's romantic escapades. After a short silence, he organized his thoughts and said, November 28th, I dreamed of Glyn again. He was the smartest of my subordinates, but unfortunately, during the exploration of that unnamed island, he was infected by an unknown entity and died in the fog sea, without even leaving a child. This dream should be my spirituality reminding me that I can go explore that small island, master its secrets, and finally put an end to Glyn's matter. November 29th. I gathered 3 subordinates, and with the help of Benjamin Abraham and some time searching, I finally found that unnamed island again. Unnamed island. Bernadette murmured, a faint purple spreading through her azure eyes, making them extremely deep, like the sea before a storm. Syrian held his breath, standing quietly to the side and curiously looking on. A few seconds later, the purple in Bernadette's eyes dissipated, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Cannot be divined. After a pause, she turned her head to look at Syrian, and said calmly but with certainty. What kind of Beander ability do you want to record? Syrian was not surprised that Bernadette guessed his thoughts. Anyone who understood a scribe could guess. After all, no scribe could refuse an opportunity to record a demigod-level Beyonder ability. Syrian thought carefully for a moment, then said seriously. I want to record that powerful magical ability that allows the user to display an incomplete mythical creature form. Bernadette nodded slightly. It seems you've already learned about the mystical reenactments I possess. This fairy tale magic is indeed very suitable for you, but are you sure you can directly look at my incomplete mythical creature form? Chapter 195 The Blood Clan's Oracle. Chapter 195, The Sanguine's Oracle. Hearing Bernadette's question, Syrian nodded, not entirely sure. Perhaps, it's possible. As soon as he finished speaking, thick, bowl-sized green vines suddenly dropped from the ceiling, covering the surrounding area like a downpour. They coiled and intertwined, quickly forming a lush green forest, layered so high that its top was invisible. Bernadette's gentle voice sounded from ahead, "Are you ready?" Without waiting for Syrian to nod, she casually reached out and gently pulled at the void in front of her. The surrounding green vines rapidly writhed, significantly increasing the distance between them. Then, she clasped her hands across her chest and slightly bowed her back. Silently, pure white, illusory feathers emerged from behind her, densely overlapping and clustering to form a pair of huge, white, illusory wings that slowly unfurled. As the wings slowly spread, Bernadette's body, like porcelain falling to the ground, cracked into countless large and small fissures, making her appear fragmented. Through the cracks in her body, a deepening blackness, as if absorbing all light, spread, and from it grew one cold, indifferent, lashless eye after another. At the other end of the green forest, 100 meters away, Syrian's eyes surged with starlight as he watched this scene, as if lost in thought. In his eyes, the black on Bernadette was not a color, but the void left after all information had been gathered and absorbed. And those cold, indifferent eyes were a manifestation of the knowledge she possessed in reality. As he watched, he saw a portion of the knowledge seemingly come alive, like a flood breaking through a dam, surging towards his mind. He saw the story of the ugly duckling turning into a swan, 100 ways to cook sea fish, the pirate code of the dawn, and even living mathematical equations. If my previous teachers had been this efficient, I would at least be a well-rounded, multi-talented individual, capable of conquering Peking and Tsinghua universities while simultaneously mastering Harvard. As his thoughts drifted, the knowledge that had come alive and swarmed towards him instantly quieted, like a toy losing its battery, and his somewhat chaotic mind regained clarity. This was not the shock of seeing an incomplete mythical creature form, but rather too much knowledge flooding into his mind, overwhelming his brain's CPU. By the time he had digested all the knowledge in his mind, Bernadette had returned to normal and appeared before him. She looked at Syrian curiously, then asked blandly, "Was it successful?" Hearing this, Syrian quickly lowered his head and carefully felt around. Then he shook his head, a little embarrassed. No. Bernadette didn't mind, simply stating, "You have one more chance. Even I can only use this ability twice a day at most." With that, she once again widened the distance between them, and pure white, illusory feathers condensed on her back. This time, Syrian ignored the knowledge that had come alive and was trying to assert its presence in his mind, instead carefully observing Bernadette's every movement. A few seconds later, he felt a faint, spiritual heaviness. Recording successful. Phew. Exhaling softly, he smiled and waved at Bernadette. "Looks like I'm lucky today." Bernadette nodded slightly, not saying much, only causing most of the green vines that had intertwined to form the forest to retract. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his bedroom. The next day, as the evening clouds along the horizon were tinged with orange-red. Before Syrian finished getting ready to leave, Emlyn arrived first and knocked on the door. Emlyn looked him up and down, nodding with a slight curve of his lips. "Your appearance is quite good. Let's go. If we take a carriage to that important figure's manor in the northern district now, it should be just about the time the moon comes out." Syrian raised an eyebrow. "What, am I actually attending a hidden matchmaking party, and my appearance is a requirement?" Emlyn subtly tilted his chin. "Hey, since the fourth epoch, we sanguine have been synonymous with handsomeness and beauty." "So?" Syrian asked curiously. Emlyn said as a matter of course, "So we don't like guys who are too ugly." Syrian. "Looks obsessed, and an entire race of them, so, is Lilith also looks obsessed." Come to think of it, the gods he was close to really weren't ugly. Reining in his increasingly straying thoughts, he followed Emlyn into the carriage. After nearly an hour of travel, the carriage finally stopped in front of a manor in the northern district, close to the outskirts. Led by Emlyn, Syrian entered the grand hall of the luxurious three-story villa. A middle-aged gentleman was already waiting there, dressed in a well-fitted tailcoat, wearing a bow tie, with impeccably styled hair, good looks, and a distinguished demeanor. The moment Syrian followed Emlyn into the hall, he came forward to greet them. Under Syrian's gaze, he directly ignored Emlyn, who was leading the way, and stopped in front of Syrian, smiling with polite hypocrisy. This must be Mr. Syrian. Hello, I am Casimir Odra, a baron, and also the grandson of Marquis Nibs. My grandfather, Marquis Nibs, is the one who wishes to see you today. I will now take you to him. After speaking, he gracefully turned half sideways and gestured for them to follow. Only after Syrian acknowledged him with a nod did he lead the way with a slight smile, subtly pushing Emlyn aside. Syrian silently took in the scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu, like watching a palace drama. As he passed Emlyn, he smiled at him and whispered, "You'll wait for me here, won't you? After all, I'm your guest." Emlyn nodded with a dark expression, of course. Although he didn't want to stay here at all, because of his volunteer work at Harvest Church, he was now the most famous sanguine in Backland, but unfortunately not for a good reputation. Anyway, he didn't want to talk to any sanguine now, those guys were either mocking him or waiting to mock him. Led by Casimir Odra, Syrian passed through a dimly lit corridor and down a staircase, finally stopping before a tightly closed iron door. "Please wait a moment," Casimir said, pulling a key from his pocket to unlock the door, then pushed it open with force. Screech. With a sharp sound, the iron door swung open, revealing a spacious hall as large as a basketball court behind it. In the center of the hall, a half-open iron black coffin was placed. Syrian approached curiously, sensing a vibrant yet utterly decayed vitality emanating from the coffin. The moment he drew near, a hoarse, ancient voice echoed from within the coffin. "Good evening, Mr. Syrian. I apologize, but my current state does not permit a direct meeting." "Good evening, Marquis Nibs." Although the other person was lying in a coffin and likely couldn't see his expression or actions, Syrian still bowed seriously in greeting. After a brief salutation, he had no intention of making too much small talk and went straight to the point. "Marquis Nibs, I wonder why you wished to see me. I don't seem to have any connection with you sanguine, well, besides Emlyn. But I see he's been volunteering at Harvest Church for so long, and you don't seem to care about it." As soon as he finished speaking, Nibs, lying in the coffin, sighed. "Father Utravsky of Harvest Church is a favored one of the Earth Mother. Until we can ascertain the Earth Mother's attitude, we dare not do anything, even if we wished to, especially since Emlyn has not suffered any harm. The sanguine no longer have the confidence to probe the attitude of a true god, even if the 7 gods reside in the astral world." At this point, Nibs's tone suddenly deepened. If this were the 4th epoch, under the protection of the Blood Moon Queen and the Night Emperor, what deity's followers or favored ones would dare treat a sanguine like this? Cough, cough. After a series of urgent coughs, the aura within the coffin seemed to weaken by another fraction. Syrian even wondered if this elderly marquis would suddenly drop dead in front of him, leading to him being hunted by the entire sanguine race. "Hey, forgive my outburst. Let's return to the main topic. The reason I wish to see you is simple. I received an oracle from the ancestor." Syrian. Chapter 196, Nibes's Goodwill. Chapter 196, Nibus's Goodwill. An oracle. About me. And from the sanguine ancestor. Serene Gray's head was a little muddled. He remembered Nibus had said something similar when he was trying to fool Emlyn, so why was it suddenly being used on him? Also, are you sure this oracle really came from your ancestor Lilith, and not from the moon? As his thoughts drifted, he heard Nibus's hoarse yet smiling voice from inside the coffin. "Yes, an oracle. Ever since the ancestor perished in the ambush by the King of Aberrants and the Destruction Wolf, in the 2nd epoch, dragging them down with her, the sanguine have been in decline. But fortunately, the ancestor did not truly fall. She can still protect and guide us to a certain extent. This is also the fundamental reason why, Even now, when other ancient races created by other ancient gods have almost vanished, we sanguine can still remain active and maintain a sufficient position in the mystical world. Cough. Don't cough anymore. I'm genuinely afraid you'll suddenly die in front of me, and then Lilith will blame me. And the real reason your sanguine can still be active in the 5th epoch is that Lilith isn't dead at all, and has been watching over you. In the 4th epoch, she probably even went easy on. No, let those of you who sided with the Night Emperor off the hook. After grumbling a few words in his heart, Serene Gray asked in a deep voice. May I know the specific content of the oracle? Of course. From the hoarse voice, a crimson moonlight shot out from the slightly opened gap in the iron-black coffin in front of him, intertwining in midair and condensing into a somewhat ethereal image. In the image, a blood-red full moon hung high in the sky. Then, a pair of bat wings, covering the sky and sun, stretched out from the depths of the darkness, from the mist, obscuring more than half of the sky, cradling that blood-red full moon. After one breath, the image darkened, and the blood-red full moon transformed into lines of small text. Serene Gray, favored by destiny. He will help the moon return to its rightful place. It is an end, and also a beginning. Serene Gray. I am favored by destiny. The kind of favor that wishes me dead. And the moon returning to its rightful place, does it refer to returning to Lilith, or returning to the mother? Lilith already has an understanding with the Evernight goddess, a shady deal that goes against the god of combat's wishes. She shouldn't need me to get involved, right? Or, does this, return to its rightful place, actually refer to something related to the mother nest? As his thoughts raced, he looked down at the iron-black coffin in front of him and said thoughtfully. To be honest, I don't feel like I'm favored by destiny. As for helping the moon return to its rightful place, if it's a dream, I can probably do it. From inside the coffin, which was open a crack, Nibis explained calmly. When I first received this oracle, I also found it hard to believe. Perhaps it's just a prophecy. Also, I learned about you through that little fellow Emlyn. Your ability to advance from sequence 9 all the way to sequence 6 in such a short time must mean you have your own fortuitous encounters and extraordinary qualities. Just based on that, I'm willing to believe that you are someone favored by destiny. Serene Gray shook his head and whispered. Is it destiny, or those truly great figures who can influence destiny? Nibis retorted, is there any difference? Serene Gray was silent for a few seconds, then he skipped this topic and asked instead. I'd like to know when this oracle appeared. Nibis answered without hesitation. During the last full moon, I received the ancestor's oracle in my slumber. Full moon, huh? Serene Gray murmured, looking up, but only saw the ceiling without a chandelier. He awkwardly withdrew his gaze and looked back at the iron-black coffin in front of him, asking curiously. So, what are your sanguine's thoughts on this oracle? From inside the coffin, Nibus's voice carried a hint of a smile. If I said we had no thoughts at all, you certainly wouldn't believe me. But for now, we sanguine truly have no thoughts. Your sequence is still too low. I asked Emlyn to bring you here just to meet you. It's not just me, all the sanguine who know about this are very curious about what the person favored by destiny mentioned in the ancestor's oracle looks like and what makes them special. But it's limited to that. In the long history of the sanguine, we have seen too many special, powerful, intelligent, and even great figures, including many who could be called protagonists of an era. Now, I just want to get to know you, and for you to get to know me, to let you know that we bear goodwill. Serene Gray nodded. He instinctively believed Nibus's words. The only thing worth doubting was the oracle itself. However, the matter of the oracle was not important, nor was it urgent. He could always go to Father Utravsky, the Earth Mother Lilith's favored, to confirm it. After a brief silence, Serene Gray asked curiously, can we talk about unrelated topics? Of course. Nibis answered readily. He was like a benevolent elder, aside from the fact that his lying in a coffin was a bit hard to comment on. After a slight pause, he directly initiated a topic. I heard from Emlyn that you have a mystical item corresponding to the Scarlet Scholar characteristic. I wonder if you would be willing to exchange it for gold pounds, or for a mystical item more suitable for you. Serene Gray pondered and shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. That mystical item is very useful to me right now. Its characteristics just happen to compensate for some of my own shortcomings. Good. Nibis didn't dwell on the topic, only adding at the end. When you have the idea of selling it, remember to find a sanguine first. I believe those wealthy barons will give you a satisfactory price. Definitely. Serene Grey replied casually, then moved past the topic. The Sanguine supported the Knight Emperor Truncest in the fourth epic. Do you know about the Ghost Empire from the Sea's Treasure Legends? From within the coffin, Nibus's voice, with a hint of a smile, echoed. Young fellows are always interested in such ancient legends, but I actually do know something about the Ghost Empire. At that time, I was still a very young count. After the Knight Emperor fell because of the Queen, I witnessed the final struggles of the nobles of the Truncest Empire. The Ghost Empire was just one of them, a desperate attempt by the Knight Emperor's bloodline descendants that ultimately failed miserably. The Knight Emperor's fall was related to the Blood Moon Queen. Serene Grey's eyes widened as if he had just heard a huge piece of gossip. But he quickly realized that his reaction seemed impolite, so he composed his expression and changed the subject. What were the Knight Emperor's bloodline descendants attempting? To resurrect the Knight Emperor. Nibis followed his words and replied, yes. Actually, it wasn't just the Knight Emperor, it was also related to the Queen. I'm not clear about their specific plans, and no one knew what happened at the time, but the final result was that the city, including everyone in it, evaporated into thin air. Later, a sanguine duke and the descendants of the Knight Emperor and the Queen searched for it, but found nothing. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Ghost Empire still exists somewhere in this world. The people there are not truly dead, but they are not alive either. Serene Grey raised an eyebrow. More than the information about the Ghost Empire, he was more curious about the fact that there were descendants of the Knight Emperor and the Blood Moon Queen among the Sanguine. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Nibis, lying in the coffin, smiled and said, after the Knight Emperor fell and the Truncest Empire collapsed, the Sanguine gathered and protected the portion of the Knight Emperor's descendants who belonged to the Moon Pathway. Serene Grey nodded noncommittally. As descendants of the Blood Moon Queen, this part of the Moon Pathway people would certainly be considered sanguine, and since it involved another fallen true god, Lilith would inevitably provide secret protection. Perhaps at some point in the future, she could even use this small branch of the Sanguine to obtain the Knight Emperor Truncest's legacy. Collecting his thoughts, he took the opportunity to chat with this old sanguine relic, who had survived the fourth epic, about many fourth epic secrets and history. It wasn't until Nibis in the coffin could no longer sustain such long-term activity and stated his need to continue his slumber that he had Kasimi, who had been waiting outside the door, led Serene Grey out of the underground. In the stairwell leading back to the surface, after a period of silence, Kasimi finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Serene Grey, did grandfather discuss the mystical item containing the Scarlet Scholar characteristic with you? Yes. Serene Grey nodded lightly, and after seeing a relaxed smile appear on Kasimi's face, he added. But I didn't agree to sell it. Kasimi's smile froze on his face. If they weren't still close to where Nibis was sleeping, Serene Grey had no doubt he would immediately rush up and shake his shoulders, yelling. Why won't you sell it to me? Afterward, the two returned to the hall in an awkward and silent atmosphere, where they found Emlyn waiting. Serene Grey looked at the energetic Emlyn in front of him and couldn't help but marvel at the Sanguine's talent for staying up late. This fellow had clearly worked all day at the Harvest Church, and now he had waited here for Serene Grey for so long, yet he seemed as refreshed as if he had drunk a sleepless potion. Chapter 197 Continuous Prayers. Chapter 197 Consecutive Prayers. After returning to south of the bridge from Nibus's manor in the northern district, Syrian didn't go home immediately. Instead, he had Emlyn take him to Harvest Church. In the hall illuminated by dim candlelight, Father Utravsky, wearing a brown priest's robe embroidered with symbols of flowers, wheat, and springs, sat bowed beneath the holy emblem of life. His hands were clasped together before his mouth and nose, and he was devoutly praying. Syrian and Emlyn exchanged a glance, then sat on a back bench in the hall, neither of them going forward to disturb him. Seeing that Father Utravsky had no intention of getting up anytime soon, Emlyn moved closer to him and whispered in his ear, "It's so late, what are you doing at Harvest Church? Aren't you here too?" Syrian retorted casually. Emlyn said righteously, "I'm keeping an eye on you, to prevent you from causing trouble here." Under Syrian's silent gaze, he averted his eyes slightly, then cleared his throat and stiffly changed the subject. What did Marquis Nibis say to you? Why did he want to see you? Did you sell him that mystical item containing the Scarlet Scholar Beander characteristic? Syrian looked at Emlyn, who was trying hard to appear uninterested, and chuckled, saying, Nibis said I would be the Sanguine's savior, and he decided to leave the Sanguine to invest in me. Impossible. You're so bad, and you're not even a Sanguine. Emlyn's eyes widened, his voice gradually rising. Syrian raised an eyebrow, smiling. Perhaps Nibis is old and his eyes are failing, or perhaps he has a discerning eye. Emlyn nodded seriously. He must have been lying in his coffin for too long, so his eyes are failing. After speaking, he suddenly felt something was off and quickly added. Marquis Nibis must have just been deceived by you. And, even Marquis Nibis cannot represent the entire Sanguine, unless... He suddenly paused, then swallowed the words that were about to spill out. Seeing that Emlyn had actually realized and didn't reveal more information about the Sanguine, Syrian shook his head with some disappointment, then turned to look at the table at the very front. Father Utravsky, over 2 meters too tall and powerfully built, stood up, walking towards them with a mountain-like oppressive presence. Before Father Utravsky could speak, he proactively said, I wish to receive some revelation from the Earth Mother. I want to know if the Sanguine's oracle is truly real or not. Emlyn, an oracle. The Sanguine's oracle. You come here to ask the Earth Mother if it's real or fake. Father Utravsky. I don't understand, but I respect it. So he nodded, I will mention this when I pray to the Earth Mother. If I receive a revelation, I will have Emlyn inform you. Thank you for your help. Syrian rose from the bench and bowed slightly. He paused, then turned to Emlyn and added, you can completely leave the night watch duty at the church to Emlyn. When it comes to staying up late, the Sanguine are far more gifted than humans. Moreover, I think he has fully understood the Earth Mother's teachings and is a qualified cleric. Emlyn was first bewildered, then speechless, then became indignant, finally pointing at his nose and shouting. You're talking nonsense. My faith will always belong to the moon. I will absolutely never betray the moon. Never. The next morning, before Syrian had even gotten out of bed, a thick gray fog suddenly surged before his eyes. Above the boundless gray fog, the figure of the fool was faintly discernible, as if sitting there eternally, looking down upon the world. As he looked up at the fool, Klein's voice echoed in his ears. Miss Sharon wants to make a deal with you, with me as an intermediary, without direct meeting or contact with you. Because she believes you are very dangerous, a favored one of an evil god. That last part wasn't really necessary, Syrian muttered under his breath. Klein's voice paused slightly, then continued to echo in his ear. She wants one of the spoils you took earlier, the mystical item called Crimson Moon Crown. Her compensation is a mystical item of the same level, a sequence 5 of the Corpse Collector pathway, which can open a door connecting to the underworld, sucking targets behind the door and bringing them to death. In addition, there is also specific information about a 4th epic ruin near Backland. I think this is very likely the ruin left by Aemon that you mentioned before. As an intermediary, my remuneration is to be able to share this information. If you agree to the transaction, the time can be chosen by you, but it must be before the full moon this month. The items for the transaction will be confirmed by me, and then handed over to you separately. Syrian thought for a moment and nodded, I understand. The transaction can proceed, but it needs to be in a few more days. I haven't recorded the abilities of the Crimson Moon Crown yet. All right. After a brief silence, Klein's voice echoed slightly, then the surroundings became quiet, and the dense gray fog gradually receded. In the ancient palace above the gray fog, Klein, who was about to leave, suddenly heard layers of illusory prayers, and the crimson star corresponding to the hanged man, Alger, continuously contracted and expanded, sending out ripples. Respected old gentleman fool, please help me ask old gentleman fate if I can exchange some valuable information for the wind-blessed Beander characteristic potion formula. After carefully listening to the hanged man's prayer, Klein clipped a segment from it and threw it into the crimson star corresponding to Syrian. After doing this, he couldn't help but complain. I always feel like I, old gentleman fool, have become the Tarot Club's delivery boy and part-time messenger. Forget it, I'll just consider myself a approachable part-time evil god. As he muttered to himself, another illusory crimson star above the boundless gray fog flickered, sending out layers of ripples. In Klein's silence, the voice belonging to Magician Furs echoed in this space above the gray fog. Fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the yellow-black king who controls good luck. I wish to pray to you and recount my encounter today. I met the elder brother of the husband of the old lady who made me a Beander. He is suspected to be a member of a certain family. I concealed matters related to the mystical domain, but I am worried that he possesses divination abilities and can uncover the full truth. Klein raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, exhaled lightly, then muttered to himself. Sounds like a member of the Abraham family. When I was chatting with Syrian earlier, he mentioned that he'd recently been in contact with people from the Abraham family. I can have him take a look. Miss Magician is indeed very cautious, but the astrologer's divination skills are indeed very high, and they can also perform anti-divination and anti-tracking interference. He paused, then extended his spirituality to touch the illusory crimson star representing Magician Furs, and responded. Old gentleman Fate will handle this matter. After responding to Miss Magician, he clipped a portion of her recent prayer and threw it directly into the crimson star corresponding to Syrian. In reality, Furs, who had just finished praying to Old Gentleman Fool and was about to pour herself a glass of red wine to alleviate the tension from her recent encounter with that old gentleman, suddenly saw a dense gray fog surge before her eyes. Then, Old Gentleman Fool's melodious echoing voice sounded in her ear. Old Gentleman Fate will handle this matter. Old Gentleman Fate will handle this matter. How will he handle it? Will he make that old gentleman disappear from the world? And Old Gentleman Fool actually handed this matter directly to Old Gentleman Fate to handle. Does this mean that his relationship with Old Gentleman Fool is more advanced than ours, these ordinary tarot club members? As she muttered, Furs's brows furrowed deeper. Her original intention was just to receive some protection from Old Gentleman Fool, to prevent that old gentleman from divining any problems. But now Old Gentleman Fool had directly asked Old Gentleman Fate to handle the matter, and she was a little worried if this would affect the old gentleman's safety, as she held no ill will towards him. Should I pray to Old Gentleman Fool again and explain the situation? But if Old Gentleman Fool's arrangement has deeper meaning, would this leave a bad impression of me with Old Gentleman Fool? Chapter 198 Memorial. Chapter 198, Memorial. At Green Cemetery, in front of a row of gray-white marble tombstones near the left wall. An old gentleman in a thick wool overcoat and a semi-tall black top hat walked at a steady pace, his gaze sweeping over the tombstones on his left. His azure eyes held complex emotions, a brewing sadness, and a thick, unshakable loneliness. After walking for about half a minute, his gaze suddenly paused, and his steps quickened a bit, finally stopping in front of an old tombstone that looked like it had been there for quite some time. The photo on the tombstone was no longer clear, but the name carved beneath it was still very distinct, Labro Nord. The epitaph beside it contained only a short sentence, "Sorry, I can't hold on any longer." The old gentleman stood blankly in front of the tombstone for a long time. His already deeply wrinkled, aged face seemed to have aged another 10 years at that moment, giving him a precarious, crumbling appearance. Finally, he let out a long sigh, raised his hand to remove the semi-tall black top hat he was wearing, pressed it to his chest, and bowed deeply. "Sorry, perhaps I should have come to see you sooner. I remember you were very fond of the golden leaf flowers from Intersea County. I came too hastily today, but tomorrow I'll bring you a bouquet." No sooner had he spoken than his sorrowful eyes suddenly narrowed, and he sharply turned his head to look behind him. In the breeze rustling the leaves, Serene approached, his footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves and twigs on the ground. He wore slim-fit black trousers, a white shirt, and a light brown long trench coat over it, with gold-rimmed glasses on his face, giving him a refined demeanor. He looked more like a scholar from Rouen than a gentleman from Loen. He continuously twirled a gold coin of an indiscernible denomination in his hand, leisurely walking up to the old gentleman and smiling. "Old gentleman, if you don't mind, I can lend you a bouquet of golden leaf flowers." "Who are you?" The old gentleman frowned, put his semi-tall top hat back on his head, and looked at him intently, both his actions and tone showing clear wariness. Serene shrugged, "A passerby who happened to be passing by. Luckily, I had good fortune." I happened to have drawn golden leaf flowers when I was practicing earlier. As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a folded drawing paper, and shook it open. On the paper was a sea of flowers blooming in the sunlight. The petals were a gradient from orange-red to golden yellow, spread out flat, shaped like a disc. From a distance, they looked like a cluster of suns at dusk. These were golden leaf flowers from the Intersea coast, symbolizing resilience, silence, and unyielding sacrifice. Under the old gentleman's wary and confused gaze, Serain extended his other empty hand into the drawing paper. After a brief pause, he withdrew his hand, now holding 2 bouquets of fresh golden leaf flowers that looked as if they had just been picked and were still dewy. He casually handed the golden leaf flowers to the old gentleman in front of him, smiling, "They'll last about a day. Within that day, they are true golden leaf flowers." After a short silence, the old gentleman reached out and took the 2 bouquets of flowers from Serain, placing them in front of Labero Nord's tombstone. After paying his respects, the old gentleman turned back to face Serain, took off his hat, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you very much for the golden leaf flowers. You are truly a generous and kind old gentleman." Serain smiled and nodded in return, "You're welcome. It's what a gentleman should do. My name is Serain Gray, old gentleman, how should I address you?" The old gentleman first straightened his overcoat, making himself look more presentable, and then replied, "Lawrence Nord." Serain nodded slightly, "All right, old gentleman Lawrence. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous, but I'd like to invite you to meet a friend of mine, near the Harvest Church and south of the bridge. How about it?" Lawrence's expression didn't change much. His azure eyes scrutinized him up and down, and he said calmly, "It sounds like you're not just a passerby. Can you tell me who this friend of yours is? And how did you find me?" Noticing the surging spirituality around Lawrence and the hint of a death wish in his words, Serain quickly said, "Old gentleman, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not from the Aurora Order, and I have no ill intentions. My appearance here was indeed by chance. I was just wandering around the mirror world nearby, and I saw you through a puddle mirror on the side of the road. The friend I want you to meet is a descendant of the Abraham family. He just recently reconnected with Elders Council. If you're still uneasy, you can first meet the member of Elders Council who just arrived in Backland." Lawrence frowned and shook his head, "I think you're mistaken. Although I am an astrologer, I am not a member of the Abraham family you speak of. If you insist." Serain spread his hands, then added, "However, in my eyes, people from your Abraham family are very easy to identify. Looking down from a higher dimension, the residual aura on you, which originates from the language of the full moon, is too conspicuous. Oh, and the member of Elders Council who rushed to Backland is named Verdu Garcia. Since you're still wary, I'll have him come find you later." With that, Serain stepped back a few paces and stepped into a palm-sized puddle of water. The expected splash did not occur. Amidst the rippling, ethereal blue light, Serain's figure quietly vanished. A traveler. But not quite. Some mystical item that can traverse the mirror world. Murmuring, Lawrence took out a baby's fist-sized crystal ball from his overcoat pocket, then gently placed one hand over the crystal ball. Silently, brilliant starlight flickered within the crystal ball, making it glow brightly. A few breaths later, all the light in the crystal ball disappeared, and Lawrence's face suddenly paled a bit. He looked at the crystal ball in his hand and whispered, "No result." He paused, then placed his hand over the crystal ball again, and the crystal ball, which had just dimmed, once again flickered with brilliant starlight. This time it lasted less than 2 seconds before the starlight in the crystal ball extinguished. Lawrence's already somewhat pale face grew even paler, and the wrinkles on his face deepened, making him look several years older. "For me, the outcome is positive. Perhaps there will be a broader future, or perhaps I won't die so lonely. Cough, cough. I can't use Beyander abilities again for a while, otherwise I'll fall into madness before the full moon of this month." After muttering to himself for a few sentences, he put away the crystal ball in his hand and walked towards the direction of the cemetery gate. In the hotel where Verdu was temporarily staying, Serain, quite at ease, used his Beyander ability to open the locked door. Verdu, who was hunched over a desk writing something, scrambled to his feet, one hand grabbing the paper he was writing on and crumpling it into a ball, while the other instinctively reached for the door pattern on his classical robe. Am I that scary? After realizing that the person who had intruded into his room was Serene, Verdu awkwardly stopped his attempt to flee, and complained with a resentful look, couldn't you knock before entering the room? Serene argued with righteous indignation, have you ever seen an apprentice knock? I just met someone from your Abraham family. He seemed very wary of me. Do you want to go meet him? From a spiritual perspective, he should be an astrologer, but his condition isn't very good, he's almost at the end of his life. Verdu, where? Upon hearing Serene mention a member of the Abraham family, Verdu's demeanor instantly became serious and earnest. At the Harvest Church, Father Utravsky, who was silently praying before the holy emblem of life, suddenly opened his eyes. He then rose from his seat, his hands cupped in front of him, as if cradling a non-existent infant. After bowing respectfully, he turned to look at Emlyn, who was cleaning dust from a corner of the wall. Noticing the inquisitive gaze on him, Emlyn squirmed uncomfortably, then looked up at Father Utravsky and asked, "What's wrong? I wasn't slacking off." Seeing the other party frown and remain silent, Emlyn shifted his body back and muttered softly, "You're not trying to find an excuse to secretly plant a psychological suggestion on me so I'll stay here and work, are you?" As Emlyn's gaze grew increasingly tense, Father Utravsky shook his head slightly and said, "Regarding last night's question, the Mother Goddess has already given an oracle. You can trust some of it, but you need to be wary." Ah! Emlyn was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing that Father Utravsky was probably referring to the oracle question Serene had asked last night. Then, he was even more bewildered. Why would the Mother Goddess give an oracle to the sanguine? Chapter 199 Are you willing to take a gamble? Chapter 199 Do you want to take a gamble? West District, inside a hotel near the Tassoc River. Tiny, shimmering starlight flew out of the void, quickly coalescing in the quiet hotel room, reforming into an illusory, star-filled door covered in mysterious patterns and symbols. As the star door formed, Syrian and Verdu emerged from behind the door. Verdu. On the other side of the room, Lawrence, holding a black-bound book, looked at the person who appeared from behind the door, his vigilance gradually turning into stunned surprise. Though surprised, he remained wary, a finger pressed against the edge of the book, ready to flip it open at any moment. Verdu noticed Lawrence's wariness towards him but didn't mind. For descendants of the Abraham family like them, who possessed considerable knowledge and mystical items but were themselves very weak, only sufficient vigilance could ensure a longer life and prevent danger to themselves and their family. He quickly scanned the room, then dragged a chair to the small round table by the window and sat down. So the Abraham family member Syrian mentioned was you. Why did you suddenly come to Backland? Hearing this question, Lawrence's eyes dimmed. Because I haven't heard from my younger brother, Robero, for several years, so I decided to come to Backland to find him. Unfortunately, I came too late. He passed away several years ago, and even his wife, Anneliza, has also passed away. Verdu, who understood Lawrence's situation, fell silent, deeply regretting asking such a foolish question. He suddenly understood why Syrian had said that Lawrence's life was nearing its end. This was not only due to the hidden injuries left from the Abraham family's past turmoil but also the mental trauma caused by the departure of his loved ones. The latter was even more severe. As for Beyonders, their mental state was always fragile and sensitive. Cough. In the unspoken silence, Syrian suddenly coughed lightly. After attracting their gazes, he carefully chose his words and spoke. "Gentlemen, would you be willing to hear a proposal from me?" "What proposal?" Although Verdu was somewhat displeased by Syrian's action of breaking the heavy atmosphere, considering the disparity in their strengths, he still asked politely. Lawrence didn't speak, merely casting an inquiring glance. Syrian looked at Lawrence, whose complexion was paler than when they had met before, and asked seriously. "Old gentleman Lawrence, I can see that your body is not healthy, and your mental state is not very good. Your life could end at any moment. So, do you want to take a gamble?" Lawrence looked at him very calmly, his voice a little hoarse. "Gamble on what?" "Syrian, a possibly existing opportunity." Saying that, he turned his head to look at Verdu. "Anyway, your life is also nearing its end. Why don't you try the method old gentleman Verdu didn't dare to try before, and see if you can safely pass through a full moon without relying on external objects?" Verdu, who didn't dare to try, glared at Syrian, then looked at Lawrence and persuaded him. Don't listen to him. I just plan to try it when this month's full moon appears. You don't need to take risks, after all, you. Lawrence didn't answer Verdu, but looked at Syrian and asked seriously. I'm a little curious, what kind of attempt is it? Syrian explained concisely. Chant an honorific name during the full moon and see if you will receive blessings. I have a friend, he is also a member of your Abraham family. During a previous full moon, he couldn't hold on and chanted that honorific name, and afterwards, he successfully received the protection of that existence. I have a mystical item that can artificially create a full moon within a certain area, so we can try it anytime, but old gentleman Verdu is a bit timid. Lawrence pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. All right. Before Verdu could speak to persuade him, he calmly explained. My life is already nearing its end. Even if the attempt fails, it's no great loss, except that the Beander characteristic on me will most likely be contaminated, making it difficult for future generations to use. If the attempt succeeds, we will have found a way out for the Abraham family. Perhaps truly sensing that his life was about to end, Lawrence appeared very decisive at this moment, and his originally calm tone gained a touch of firmness. After a pause, he looked at Syrian and asked, when do we start, and what preparations do we need to make beforehand? Syrian pointed to Verdu, who was sitting aside. You two discuss it yourselves. As for preparations, you can set up a ritual beforehand, sacrificing some spiritual items to please that existence, although I personally don't think it will necessarily have any effect. As for the others, Syrian looked around, walked to the desk, opened the cap of the round-bellied fountain pen on the desk, and then casually tossed it out. The round-bellied fountain pen seemed to come alive in midair, flexibly landing on an open notebook, scribbling lines of ancient Phosic words with a rustling sound. After writing, the fountain pen bounced and hopped, leaving a few black dots on the paper, then drilled back into its cap, lying quietly on the desk. Syrian reached out, tore the page from the notebook, then flicked his wrist and threw it towards Lawrence. Lawrence reached out and caught the paper, lowering his eyes to read it carefully. From the unknowable exalted, Syrian turned to Verdu. You two discuss it yourselves, but before that, take me back first. Okay. After nodding in response, Verdu only then realized that he seemed to have been too obedient to the other party, completely becoming his subordinate. But as soon as he thought of Syrian's previous feat of taking on 3 powerful Beyonders, that little bit of displeasure in his heart was immediately suppressed by himself. Returning to his home in south of the bridge, and after Verdu, who was acting as his part-time driver, left, Syrian immediately went to the living room on the first floor. He saw a palm-sized piece of paper, torn somewhat unevenly, on the floor in front of the main door. 2 lines of crooked Loan words were written on it. Father Utravsky asked me to tell you that the Mother Goddess's revelation to your question last night is. You can believe some of it, but you need to be vigilant. Need to be vigilant, does that mean the oracle Nibis spoke of truly wasn't issued by Lilith, but came from the primordial moon? Nibis shouldn't be a believer of the primordial moon. Because of his old age and declining state, he was influenced by the primordial moon during the last full moon. And Lilith said I can believe some of it, but which part should I believe? Am I someone favored by destiny, or will I help the moon return to its rightful place, or the unclear third sentence, or should I believe the sanguine's goodwill towards me? As he murmured, the ethereal, layered sound of prayers suddenly echoed in his ears. He paused, then gently rubbed his fingers, causing the paper on the floor to spontaneously combust. After the paper was completely burned and disappeared, he turned and walked to the center of the living room, casually leaning back on the sofa, closing his eyes in meditation. Then his spirit detached from his body, continuously climbing through the dimensions. In just a breath's time, he arrived above the dimensions, looking down on all things. After stabilizing his spiritual body, he followed the echoing prayers and looked down, seeing House praying to him in front of the mirror in the washroom. Praying in front of a mirror I can understand, but why specifically in the washroom? As his puzzled thoughts floated, House, sensing the gaze from the great existence above the dimensions, became extremely devout and fanatical, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Exalted Lord, I have discovered that the followers of the Storm False God are attempting to investigate your incarnation in the world. Those vile beings also tried to seek the assistance of those steam false god followers, but they were rejected by Icons, the captain of the machinery hivemind. Today, Icons even gave me a task, asking me to keep an eye on the actions of those storm false god followers. Exalted Lord, do you need me to do anything for you? Listening to House's words, calling them false gods, Syrian felt an urge to massage his forehead. I finally understand why those cultists all seem a bit unintelligent. Their heads are completely filled with only piety and faith, and all truly useful knowledge has been driven out of their minds. After silently complaining for a while, Syrian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, using the fog creation trick to cover the mirror in front of House with a thin layer of white mist. The mist surged and wriggled for 2 seconds, then lines of Loan words mixed with starlight appeared. Don't worry about it. Pray to me when the storm's followers make a move. Your command shall be obeyed. House bowed reverently and earnestly towards the mirror on the washbasin in front of him. Above the dimensions, Syrian, unable to bear the sight of the other party's brainless fanaticism, withdrew his gaze and then directly left the dimensions. He could accept fanatics, but not brainless fanatics. On the living room sofa, Syrian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and fell into thought, staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. It was within my expectations that the Storm Church people would investigate me. After all, I've already caused that petty Lord of Storms to send down 2 divine punishments, especially the second one which involved Amen and Adam. But why would the Steam Church help me? Chapter 200 Changes in Dimensions. Chapter 200 Changes above the dimension. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the Steam Church's ambiguous attitude towards him. During the incident where Zoila Hernandez attacked me at Backland University, it's impossible that the machinery hivemind's subsequent investigation didn't discover that I was the central figure of that attack, yet there were no follow-up interrogations or investigations targeting me. Moreover, after the machinery hivemind recruited me as an informant, they never contacted me again, completely acting as if I didn't exist, as if it was only to provide a reasonable explanation for my Beander identity. Later, when I encountered the demoness Clarice, Archbishop Holomik didn't interrogate me after scaring her away. Instead, he had the machinery hivemind protect me. Although I was indeed a victim from beginning to end in that incident, well, it seems I wasn't harmed, but this is enough to demonstrate the Steam Church's special attitude towards me. As his thoughts raced, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that when I chanted the honorific name of the god of steam and machinery, he actually heard it, but Adam responded first, so he didn't intervene but kept observing? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this conjecture was highly probable. As his thoughts drifted, the layered, illusory prayers echoed in his ears once more. From the unknowable exalted, you are the door above the dimensions. You are the embodiment of art and fantasy. Your faithful follower implores you for an revelation. Syrian, whose spirit had ascended above the dimension, cast his gaze down following the sound of the prayers and saw Lawrence praying before a simple altar. He gently rubbed his fingers, causing the candlelight representing him to flicker. The crimson flame was tinged with deep blue, then suddenly expanded, twisting and stretching into a profound crack about 2 meters high and 1 person wide. An invisible suction force suddenly appeared, causing the air around the altar to swirl and emit a wailing sound, like a bottomless maw, greedily sucking in all spiritual things in the vicinity. A few breaths later, as the spiritual items placed on the altar for sacrifice were consumed, the swirling airflow finally stopped. The crack that had expanded and twisted from the candlelight also returned to its normal size, gently swaying. Above the dimension, Syrian fell into thought, looking at the clusters of spiritual light he had extracted through the ritual. The attempt was successful, but he still didn't know how to use them. If only there was a way to store them. No sooner had he spoken than the surroundings suddenly became profound, as if shrouded in an illusory, hazy night that could absorb all light. Then, the clusters of spiritual light, held in one of his hands and suspended in midair, flew out as if attracted, embedding themselves in the night sky, like stars adorning the darkness. Syrian watched this scene with curiosity. He had tried to change this place before, but without success, yet now this place above the dimension suddenly changed according to his will. Compared to before, the only difference is that I've advanced to a scribe. Is it because my spirituality and life have been enhanced? undergoing a transformation, or is it some manifestation of the scribe's record and reproduce abilities? The latter seems more likely. Well, it could also be a combination of both reasons. As he muttered, he raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! The dim light around him brightened again, and then wooden floors, sofas, crystal chandeliers, and glass windows through which sunlight streamed appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, a complete living room emerged. Syrian looked around and then sat directly on the sofa, closing his eyes to carefully sense. He found that the scene of his home's living room that he had previously recorded had not been consumed. Not only that, but this scene of the living room had left an eternal mark in this place above the dimension, like a photographic negative. As long as he wished, he could reproduce a new living room from the mark at any time. If all of the record abilities could leave marks like this, wouldn't I be able to leave backups of them here, and after using them, just re-record them? However, he quickly dismissed this idea. The scribe's record requires a mutated brain and activated body cells to cooperate, and here, he exists as a spiritual body, unable to record at all. At least, I'll have to wait until I can come here in my true body to achieve such a self-sufficient operation. But before that, I can leave a mark of what I have already recorded. Pausing, he lowered his gaze to Lawrence before the altar, who was still repeating his earlier prayers. After a moment of thought, Syrian reached out and took a star from the hazy night sky, and cast it towards Lawrence. In reality, Lawrence, who had been praying repeatedly because he received no response, suddenly paused. In a trance, he saw a hazy, illusory night sky and a shooting star rapidly falling towards him. But in the blink of an eye, that shooting star arrived before him, transforming into a pattern composed of layered, illusory doors and eyes, surrounded by multiple lines, and imprinted on his palm. Lawrence, what's wrong? As soon as he recovered, Lawrence heard Verdu's anxious inquiry from beside him. He smiled and shook his head, indicating he was fine, then looked down at his open left hand. Unbeknownst to him, a faint, layered, illusory door and eye pattern, surrounded by multiple lines, had appeared on his palm. Then he turned his head to Verdu, who was also looking at his palm, and said in a deep voice, "That existence has responded to me, we can proceed to the next step." Verdu, when? Lawrence turned his head to look at the sunlight streaming in through the window and said thoughtfully, "Tonight, the sooner we know the result, the better. My body can't hold on much longer." "All right." Verdu nodded heavily. Noticing his suppressed emotions, Lawrence reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him with a light laugh. "Compared to those ancestors who never saw hope, I am already very lucky." After a slight pause, his tone became more serious. "Don't tell Elders Council about this for now. Unless absolutely necessary, you also shouldn't chant that existence's honorific name. Wait until everything is confirmed and we have a feasible plan before discussing it." Verdu nodded repeatedly. I was thinking the same." He then skipped over the somewhat heavy topic and asked, "There's still quite some time until dark. Do you want to go see that junior in Backland? His father gave up his Beander status and the family's glory, but he picked it up again and was fortunate enough to receive that existence's protection, safely passing through several full moons. Because he was worried about the bloodline curse, he chose the seer pathway, which is adjacent to the apprentice, planning to switch back after becoming a demigod. But unfortunately, he failed. The curse rooted in the bloodline does not transfer with changes in the Beander pathway." Lawrence listened quietly, then nodded. "Let's go see him. The future of the family will ultimately fall into the hands of you young people." "I'm not young anymore." Verdu laughed lightly, shaking his head. That night, in the outskirts of south of the bridge, far from the city, shimmering starlight poured out from the void, quickly outlining an illusory door. Then, Syrian, Lawrence, Verdu, and Owen's figures emerged from behind the door. After quickly scanning the surroundings and confirming it was a suitable location, Syrian turned to Verdu and Owen and said, "You two, stay far away, lest you be affected by the full moon." "All right." Verdu nodded slightly, then placed a hand on Owen's shoulder and teleported away with him. After they left, Syrian turned to Lawrence, simultaneously taking out the crimson moon crown, adorned with numerous crimson gems and shaped like a full moon. "Do you need to do some mental preparation, or meditate to adjust your state?" Lawrence shook his head. Let's start directly. Okay. Syrian nodded, taking a step back. The next second, the gem-encrusted crown in his hand transformed into a crimson, full moon. At the same time, the dim night around them suddenly brightened, turning crimson, as if draped in a thin red veil. The full moon had descended. Ah! Lawrence let out a painful groan, his body instantly collapsing to the ground, his face pale and twisted. The exposed skin on his body gradually became transparent, either sunken or bulging into hemispherical lumps, faintly revealing countless thumb-sized worms, wriggling beneath the flesh. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.